Whoops, I just realized I was on mute. Alright. I still struggle to understand how a lot of this fucking program Oh, now it all works for me. Hang on. So if I then did window interesting. Why is that not showing? Yep. Alright. Then drop that down. But then what happens if I bring it back up? Yep, cool. Alright. Here. I see you in the chat. Okay, get rid of that. Oh no, actually, get rid of that one. And then, yeah, then we can move this one up. Actually, we might want to move it back down. There, yep. And then this one will be, where is it? Here it is. Yep. Dear God, how fucking maximize was that? How many fingers am I holding up? Oh dear. Come on, just work. Just let me shrink. No, you're not letting me shrink. You're just... Unfortunately, we're going to be spending maybe the first 10 minutes here just trying to get us to fucking work. That might have to do, at least for now. Hello. I don't know how to say that. Sybil, Sybil. I will assume that's how we say that name. Alright. Then... So I need to figure out how to do this. God, you need to use so many different bloody software for all this shit. Just thinking. Hmm. Your vocal fry is impressive. What do you mean? Sib Sibyl. Sibyl? Sibyl? Sibyl. Sib-ill. Indeed, it is very calming. Oh, thank you. Thank you. If anyone has tech knowledge, much appreciated. We're trying to figure out a way to be able to have me on a call with another person while listening or watching a video, but in a way so that I can, for example, pause it on my end and it would therefore pause on their end without it also having like weird audio lag and fuckery. Um, All right, Sid, I'm gonna test something. Um, I'm gonna call you. I want to see if I can change what it uses as the camera. Allow this time. What would that do? Choose what to share with X. The site will be able to see the contents of your screen. Yep. Also share tab audio. That would be what we're wanting. Oh, we may have got him there. Hello? Hello?
Hello? Hello?
Hello! Oh my God, have we got it to
How you
work?
doing, buddy?
I'm doing great. I
Uh,
mean, I might need to make you a bit louder. Actually, I probably just need to make everything a bit louder. Yeah, it's probably just a bit quiet in general.
oh, you fucker, am I live? Am I live? Fuck. All right.
Sorry, do you want me
You
to
got me. No, no, no. I was, I wasn't sure exactly what was happening, so I'll roll with the punches.
roll with it?
So just give, well, yeah. Um,
Well, at the
I was
moment, I'm.
actually eating.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
so
but
fair.
it's okay. It's fine. It's
Y-
fine. We'll
I
we'll
can
work
give
around
you.
it, right?
We
So
can
you
go
just
for 5. You can have a 5-minute moment because I was actually gonna like quickly grab some stuff because at the
yep.
moment I was just trying to like get all of the bits and pieces put together.
I see. Yep. No worries. Okay, we'll do that. Call me in five.
But now, yeah, now
I'll
we
put
know
this.
this works, so that's awesome.
So what is the setup exactly?
So I've got on a separate browser, like separate Chrome browser, the X website, which is then I've gone back between our DMs where you've linked me the recording and I've just clicked for the recording and then
Yep.
in my initial like my main browser, which isn't live at all, like no one can see that because it's actually got
Hmm.
more personal shit up there.
Yeah, yeah,
I've
gotcha.
just video called you and then I've made it so that it actually shares the video itself. So it shares the
No Wacken Furries.
yeah, so it shares the video from another browser or whatever. Um, yeah, I'm actually surprised this worked. I mean, it's X. It's probably gonna fucking crash any second now.
Well, we can only try. That's it.
Exactly.
That's the usual. Throw the mud at the wall, see what sticks. But
Exactly.
yeah, all right. Well, we've done the test, so we
Yeah.
will start up shortly.
Awesome. All right. I'll catch you in a
All right,
mo.
mate. Yeah. See ya.
All right. Cool. Now we know that that's working. That is beautiful when it's ready to fix itself there. Yeah. All right. Cool. Playback works better than live space. Don't know the app you're using. Does it have a conferencing option? Um, I think that's what we were just doing then. That was just X. So that's just X. Like when you go to give someone a call on X, like you can just do your phone call or you can do a video call. We've done video call, but then also when you do the video call, you opt to show your face or whatever. So instead of having us show our faces, there's another option that you can pick, which means that it just basically streams from a browser that you use that you've picked. All right, cool. So now that I know that works, um, yeah, now that I know that works, I'm just going to take a brief moment just to get the last few things I need for tonight, because I won't be surprised if this goes for a while. All right, so yeah, make sure to get other people in here, get other people, because we want to make this a lot of fun. We want to just be throwing fucking shit at the walls. All right, so I'm just gonna for now drop us down to this one. Yep, cool.
Remigration? Yeah.
You heard that before?
No.
For many years when I was growing up, I remembered that in their coverage of the 26th of January, the news would stop to vox pop some interchangeable Gaza on the telly, and they'd ask him what he was celebrating Australia Day for, and his answer would always be some rambling type of, yeah, just get down to the beach and just celebrate Australia and that, just celebrate having a beer and that, got me thongs on and barbecues and that. And over the years, as people who disagreed with the notion of Australia Day grew a bit more visible, the person on the news doing the Vox Pops questions would start to change a bit. They'd be more like, what do you say to people who say that this is not a date to celebrate? Yeah, nah, just celebrate Australia and that, and beach and thongs and that, and have a salsa and that, and a beer. And then, to keep it simple, Howard did his bit to ramp up Australia's ambient nationalism through the 2000s. And then in the 2010s, we caught the spill-off from nationalist movements in the UK and US to form a little patriot movement of our own. And so I think you had the tension between what constitutes a nationalist in modern Australia. Like, is it Gaza here, who just wants to go for a splash on the 26th? Or is it the foaming at the mouth nationalist who wants all Muslims interned in the 2010s? Or in the 2020s, a Nazi? And I always wonder who really owns the day. Is it for Gaza's amnesiac style of celebration? Or is it the National Day for racism? Who among this lot really gets to claim the 26th for themselves? From the moment the first March for Australia saw tens of thousands of nationalists show up in each state on August the 31st, 2025, its organisers had their eyes on January the 26th, 2026. Melbourne March for Australia influencer Hugo Lennon, aka Cleesum, or Ozpill, spoke at that first rally right off the bat about reclaiming Australia Day.
January 26th of this year, where I'm standing, a Invasion Day organiser, likely friends with our opposition, who should probably be deported, she stood here and said, we took the Australia Day parade from them and they will never get that back. Well, I say to her, what we will say to her on January 26th is that we will take it back!
He meant reclaiming it specifically from Invasion Day, a protest phenomenon that has over the course of the last decade or so undergone a monumental increase in attendance numbers thanks to the efforts of Indigenous organisers. So, tens, or sometimes hundreds of thousands of people commit annually to observing Invasion or Survival Day events, and there's been an attendant dwindling off in both popular interest in and institutional support for Australia Day celebrations and ceremonies and such. After August the 31st, they genuinely believed their movement was going to meet the moment and culturally steal the wind out of the sails of established Invasion Day events. Or worse, do violence to them. Take Jessie Stewart, a Sydney March for Australia organiser, who went on X after the 26th to carry on like a Scooby-Doo villain about how clever he was to make the Sydney rally go through what he felt were Aboriginal bits of the city. When we first started planning for the MFA Australia Day 2026 celebration, I had anticipated that the anti-white, anti-Australian Invasion Day rallies and various left-wing rallies would already have their Form 1 submitted with police all across the Sydney CBD. Luckily, having anticipated this, I had an ace up my sleeve, something the left-wing and Invasion Day protesters would never have seen coming, something I'm sure we are still living rent-free in their heads today over a week later. My proposed march map was directly through the leftist and Aboriginal heartland of Sydney, while all the inner city lefties and their First Nations friends were distracted in the city CBD, burning flags, slandering our great nation and spitting on our heritage. We marched thousands of patriots proudly through their suburbs. Or take, for example, Gabe Seymour, a former member of the recently disbanded National Socialist Network, NSN, which I have already argued on this channel completely captured the first march, has just been disbanded prior to the introduction of harsh, prohibited hate group prescription powers, which had just been passed into law. Tony Burke had already announced that the NSN would be one of the first cabs off the rank to be prescribed under that law. You can read my thoughts on those laws in this article, but basically they boil down to 1. Good riddance to the group. 2. Yet again, I don't ever agree with using harsh laws to prescribe away the political fringe, because it will backfire, as it has consistently demonstrably done already. And 3. This is a really dangerous moment right now, and it will result in hundreds of lone wolves who I am worried will potentially follow down Brent and Tarrant's path, and their families have been given no support. One of the only other people who observed that same looming danger and said something about it was the excellent Sharon Groch, writing for the Sydney Morning Herald. Go check out her work. Anyway, Gabe shared this to his Telegram audience in the days leading up to Invasion Day. This is obviously just an edgelord's way of doctoring a conversation with a measure of plausible deniability, important I suppose for someone who's constantly monitored by counter-terrorism, to share a message saying I want to run a car into the Invasion Day protest without...
Yeah, that shit was fucking insane. That shit was fucking insane. Alright, let's get this ready. I think it was about there.
Okay, we're on the same page.
Okay. That's at least when Australian Talks is talking. So once we get Sid back in, we can get a going. Otherwise, hope we're all doing well, folks. Hope we're all doing well. This will be a fun time, I think. Hope. Interesting thing. I want to actually do just a quick little look. Like who? I don't want to make out like I don't know anything about Elijah Schaffer. But who is this guy? Podcaster of racially abusing Indigenous Australians featured at conference, chaired by Warren Mundine. Oh, that's right. This guy. As if that makes it all come together now. Mr. Schaffer's social media shows him using a racist slur to describe Aboriginal people, while his podcast recently featured an Australian neo-Nazi who has spread anti-Semitic conspiracy. Who is the Australian Nazi? How long ago was this? Oh, this was 3 years ago. So it could have been. It could have been any of them. Kind of Chromecast Smart TV. Yeah, I know, right? If only. He revealed members of the Jewish community had raised concerns with him about inclusion prior to the event. Went through a process of arguing about that. Sat down with some of the Jewish community and that. And at the end of the day, it was about free speech. Well, that's great. That's what matters. Well, we've had those discussions. We're working through that whole process. And you can see what's going to happen next year, he said. He said, yeah, I do remember him saying he was good mates with Joel and Sewell. I mean, yeah, we'll get to see him saying that himself soon enough. Let me just do a slight adjustment of my screen. All right. I'm gonna check to see where the SID is at. So we're pretty well going to go straight into this section, um, and then afterwards we're going to be welcoming back Joe Bjelke-Peterson. He's coming back, guys. He's coming back. We're getting old Joe back in Queensland. Hell yeah! It's been a while. I'll finally get to see him in the flesh. Not literally, obviously, but you know, the ghost peering through the soul of David fucking Crisafulli. No, I'm not supposed to do this, but I can't help myself. There we go. It's always just one. Let's see. Yeah, I've got a little bit of a weird barry thing kind of going on down my camera, but what can you do? I only have so much. Um, Beginning to see it get really ugly. Several CPAC speakers have already been criticised for remarks made on stage. Comedian Rodney Marks said Australia's um, traditional owners were violent black men, while no campaigner Gary Johns said if Indigenous people wanted a voice, they should learn English. Oh dear God. That's like a level of racism that it's not like it doesn't really evoke a reaction. It just makes you look into the despair of humanity. You're just like, do we deserve to live? What what are we doing here? What are we really here for? Um, Several CPAC. Oh no, I already read that bit. Mr. Jones had previously suggested blood tests should be required to prove aboriginality. So, literally doing like what they do in America, where they quote, I forgot what they're called, but you know they grade your indigenousness basically, and like I forgot the term. It's like it's basically like quarter, but not quarter, like quarter zones or something like that. Like quarter zones, but more racist. We are a parasitic infestation on Gaia. Yeah, it does seem like that at times, eh? It does feel like that. Like, it really makes you question with climate change. Maybe for the sake of the planet, we keep going and it gets its revenge. Uh, Otherwise, any attempt to actually fix the problem and help the planet, um, we stick around longer, and clearly we That is not what God's intentions were. What we're beginning to see is it get really ugly. Lawyer and oh yeah. Sorry. It's turning from a place where maybe we could have had a critical discussion debate to now actually this is discrimination. You're harming our people. Yeah, I mean that's right, Mundane. He was a leading no campaigner with the group. Recognize a better way. So an interesting thing with the voice um, referendum and all that. I actually know quite a few people. I'm not going to name names or anything like that, but I actually know quite a few Indigenous activists and like community groups, whatever, um, who were involved in the No campaign, and these are like radical, maybe communist might not be the right term, but like they're radical motherfuckers, like very left wing. But they were no voters and they were arguing for the no. And for a while it really perplexed me because I just couldn't understand it. But it was explained to me, and I still don't necessarily agree in the grand scheme of it all, but I do see the point, which is the problem with what the voice was going to do from their perspective. What the voice was going to do was it was going by putting Indigenous people into the Constitution, it was basically without a treaty, it was basically saying everything that's happened up till now is just okay. Like it's just that was natural or that was just the way it was kind of thing. I'm probably doing a terrible explanation, probably doing a real bastardized version. But the idea is poorly constructed rush job. Yeah, well, the whole thing, the whole issue at the end of the day was that Indigenous people weren't even being given the choice. Realistically, like there's so much more diverse opinions on the matter of the voice when it came to Indigenous people, that wasn't just as simple as yes or no. And so I definitely do understand where they were coming from when it came to that. All right, I think we're getting in our boy. Hello, hello, hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Am I anonymous? Am I worried about a video,
No, you don't
my
have to
ugly
worry.
mug being, okay, beautiful.
Yeah, because I've got our call on a
Mm.
separate browser that's not filmed at all.
Well, that's
So
fucking wonderful.
yeah. So even if we did like even if me and you did have both our cameras going and we could see each other, people wouldn't be able to see.
Yeah,
But
because
we're
with
not going to run that
Repulse,
risk.
well, everyone knows what you look like, but no one knows what I look like.
Yeah.
And, I guarantee you'd lose your audience. Just saying, you know. Just saying.
The minuscule
So,
audience I have would just
yeah,
diminish.
exactly. But I mean, you've got to start somewhere, bro. So, the minuscule audience will never grow if they're exposed to my mug. So how are we going to do this? You're going to pump us through my headphones, so you want to, or do I have to go to your?
Well, I'm going to just press play on the recording and I just want to test to
Hmm.
see if you can hear it.
Beautiful.
Getting back to the
That's good. But
photograph.
that's not vindicated. Yeah, but okay. Well, anyway,
Can you
it's
hear
not
that?
vindicated. Can't hear a fucking thing.
Oh,
But
God.
but
But
I will go to you on YouTube because you're putting this.
Yeah.
You're going through YouTube, yeah? All right,
yeah.
Let's find you.
Well, we tried their
yeah.
way.
Yeah, exactly.
We tried their
Yeah.
way and they refused to be reasonable.
Yeah. Look, it's technology really. It's got a lot to answer for, really.
Oh, doesn't
it? Yeah. Hang on. I've got to find you. Oh, hang on. There we go. I see it. Elijah Schaffer's embarrassing appeal to Aussies and Q-Pop. Yes, exactly. That's exactly what it was. So we're going to get feedback is the question.
Sorry, what was that?
Hang on. Hang on. Do you want to just say something? I'll see if it's coming through the.
Hello,
I can
hello,
see you.
hello.
It's a bit of a delay.
Oh,
It should.
dear. That should be okay, though.
Yeah, look, we'll just deal with better we can.
Yeah.
So.
It's not like there's not a delay in their heads anyway.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we're all a bit, and we're Queenslanders, so we're a bit slow as well.
Exactly.
I mean, that's just the reality of the situation.
Speak for yourself. I was raised in New South Wales.
I was born in New South Wales, so I mean,
Oh.
I still, so I still don't accept being a Queenslander. I think I've just been Queenslandized.
Ah.
So I've lost IQ. I'm definitely a bit slower. It's because of the heat. It just fucks you up eventually.
Oh, true, true. So when would you say is the point that Elijah jumps in? Because obviously he started talking.
It's about an hour in.
About an hour in? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
All right.
So what we might have to do, because I'm watching you on the stream and you're a bit behind, maybe we. Oh shit! I don't know. I guess I just don't want to sort of us talking over each other.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm just wondering. Yeah, Yeah, just maybe start it up and we'll just test it out anyway.
Yeah.
I'll turn up the TV so I can hear it.
Oh, have you got me on the TV?
Yeah, I'm watching. So I'm watching you via YouTube, on the TV. So this is how technologically savvy we are.
To be honest, I was actually considering hooking up my spare TV off just next to the desk, and seeing if I could like do a whole thing just so I could like double screen this whole thing.
Yeah.
We'll have to we'll look into things to improve this setup, in the future.
To be honest, I was actually considering hooking up my spare TV.
Oh yeah, I can hear
Fuck,
a
it's
little
about
bit.
it's about 30 seconds behind. I think it's quite a long delay. Yeah, so it's gonna be brutal. But look, we'll do our best. So if we want to start it up,
yeah, let's go for
it. Okay. But anyway,
For Frank,
how could you say that? Hang on. How could you say that being a clock being twice right? I guess you're just going to press play and then we'll. That's just pure fucking. Well, it is. I'm just wondering, can you turn the volume up on through your headphones so we can hear what's going on your screen? Well, because you're obviously listening to it. I'm just wondering if we can get that into the mic or something. That might be the easiest way to do it.
Oh, hang on. I think I can probably also increase my desktop audio. That might help it a bit.
Look at a clock more than twice a day anyway. You should fucking be able to look up at the sun, you dumb cunt.
I think Frank's going through menopause.
Well, technically,
no, but seriously, okay.
Just to the phone, Sid.
Okay, I'm gonna have to start goo piling anyone who isn't named Aussie Talk now.
I just want to pause that there for one brief moment. Alpha and his insistent need to goop pile everyone. I like that he always feels the need to give you the heads up. Oh, I'm gonna goop pile people, and then he only exclusively goop piles like inconvenient people to him.
Oh yeah. I mean, the whole purpose for Alpha Space is to basically fucking stifle the people that he doesn't want to hear from. It's not about necessarily. Although, look, I admit I was being disruptive, and I mean, he had to look. I would have preferred he wasn't so heavy on the goo pile. Like he literally kicked me immediately after I'd start talking.
Yeah.
And because which is fucked because I genuinely wanted to probe the guy. Or at least be able to sort of have a position where I could actually get on top of him a little bit. But every time I guess, because I did start by basically saying that he was a Seppo dickhead, but, I said, get the fuck, I was telling him to fuck off basically. So I don't know, maybe there's nowhere to go from there, but, I felt like, he was too heavy on the goo pile mute.
I don't know, man. Like Australians, you'd think he would expect this.
Well, no. This is the thing. And it was kind of shown by the rest of the room. Like there was really two of us that were causing any kind of disruption. I kind of feel, which was, and I'm not sure. Like who was the other fucking guy? It was me and the guy who basically I know it's his alt, and I can't think of what his
Is it John
normal
Gold?
account is. No, he did pipe up, but he actually said he actually had a legitimate question. So he was probing. He had a legitimate question for Elijah, and Elijah was so pissed off that he just told him to shut the fuck up anyway. So he literally shouted him down. The guy was just like, "So, dude, like, what do you want us to do?" And like Elijah Schaffer's going, "No, shut the fuck up," because
Well-
we'd already angered him so much that he kind of like he lost it. So that was
Jeff.
that was the
Jeff, was it Jeff? The other person you're talking about?
No. I'm looking at the screen now. What's his fucking name? I think it's Look, it's not on there currently. Good, yeah, that guy. Yeah.
Doofy.
So he was Doofy. Doofy was because Doofy made the crack about why aren't you in bed, which was great because the comedic timing was perfect because he was already pissed off because I told him to fuck off. And then he went on a bit of a spiel, and Doofy said, why aren't you in bed? It's fucking late, and he just lost it. And it was just like such an overreaction to it was such a gentle jab from Doofy, and it was perfectly done. So he was already, and I think this is the thing, like the guy's clearly cracked out or something, man. Like it was just
Yeah,
and I love the cycling. I love the cycling. And people, if you're listening along, will notice this, that he has a very rehearsed script when he talks about Australians.
Oh,
so
really?
Actually, I might. Oh, yeah. So I might be preempting something a bit.
Yeah, we don't want to spoil too much.
Yeah. Okay. So what I might do then is, I'm just trying to think the best way to do that is maybe to. I might not go there because I don't want to. I want people to see as we go along, the kind of bullshit. So anyway, look, I'll if you want to kick it off now, and I'll watch along, and then maybe when you call the stop, and then we'll understand that we have a little bit of time before we can kind of explore it. So let's try that, eh?
Yeah, and then also I can I'll let it go for a little bit, and then let them really get a moment out. All right, I'll play now.
I've got some cream for that.
Oh, Sue's in the goo pile.
That's all it takes.
Let's let Aussie Talk land the plane, otherwise you're all domestic terrorists for interrupting his flight.
Jesus fuck.
Get that 767 on the ground there, Aussie Talk.
Sorry, mate. Yeah, so getting back to that photograph, Sid. So the initial photograph was the boys in Washington, probably just under a month ago. Scotty Chellam was there, Hugo was there, Chris Cover is there, and Joel Jamal was there. And it was the first time all four had been photographed together, and somehow got leaked back to Australia. So, that came pretty notable to some people because they thought, hang on, these people are meant to be at opposite ends of a political spectrum, although they are meant to be right-leaning. Is that sort of where you're going with this, Sid?
Well, it wasn't leaked. It was posted by fucking Chell, I think. Actually, do you want to fast forward a bit, Mason?
Yeah.
Let's get past this shit. But I get your point. Yeah.
All right, this is Elijah Schaffer. You might not know who I am, but I'm
he's just
a
jumped
full
in.
resident of Australia,
Okay,
United
beautiful. All right.
States. I have 2 kids who are dual citizens, and I'm going through a divorce.
All right, well,
but my wife /
Hang on. Okay, so I need to ask. You might not actually know this, to be fair. Is Elijah? I was about to call him Elijah Wood. Is Elijah Schaffer's wife that Sydney Watson woman?
I don't know. Actually, do we want to Google this? That Google that shit.
Because I saw something about that, and I wasn't too sure if was just bullshit or.
Well, it would make sense because Sydney is like the budget fucking what do we call it? The budget Daisy Cousins. So Sydney was like the budget Daisy Cousins. So
nah, it's not a damn.
Yeah.
Is an Australian citizen and largely maintained a non-public social media presence. Yeah, I guess you would, eh? I guess you would.
See, this is a prime example of seppos we should be sending back, or immigrants we should be sending back. Because I mean, look at his rap sheet, dude. I mean, or what he's been accused of. So get the fuck out of here, man.
All right, Let's kick
Okay,
it.
so where are we on the? Yeah, okay, you're going to kick it in. All right,
Yeah.
let's get
Ex-wife
back
is
to
a
it.
citizen of Australia. It's very close to my heart. I've been banned from Australia as well for political reasons by Chris Minns and Albanese, who lobbied with the Australian Jewish Association to get me banned from the country, which I'm fighting back
Hang
on.
on. What's your name, mate? What's your name?
Elijah Schaffer. I spoke at CPAC Australia main stage.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, yeah, no worries, mate. Shut the fuck up, Seppo.
Are you telling me to shut the fuck up?
Yes.
All right.
You're...
Fuck, that's so good. That's so good. I'm gonna keep it going.
You shut the fuck up, you stupid cunt. What the fuck? I'm trying to tell you something.
Hey.
I'm just trying to come in here and give you a word here on what you're saying. Why are you being such a dick?
Why are you awake? You should be in bed.
Don't tell me what to do, you fucking cunt.
All right, I've
You
removed.
fucking shit cunt. Shut the fuck up. I'm trying to tell you something very helpful here, by the way, that someone told me from the Australian government, and you're telling me to shut the fuck up. Why don't you shut the fuck up?
No, we're telling you to get some sleep.
Oh, why should I get sleep? What are you, my dad?
I just want to say, like, I think it's really funny that with it, like, it was almost as if without it even relating to politics or anything, it's just so funny that, oh my God, I can hear myself.
I'll just mute it. Yeah, you.
My laugh just echoing. I just love that besides any of the politics, you're just like, yeah, shut the fuck up, Seppo.
I've just got complete contempt for the dude. I mean, when he introduced himself, I'm like, really? Like, and this is another thing to add. Actually, this was actually planned by fucking Aussie Talks and Kurt. Kurt knew he was coming into
Yeah.
space, and he did not. And he pretended to play along like he didn't know.
Yeah,
And
like
he
it was just a
"Oh,
happenstance.
It was just a happenstance. This guy turned up, and fuck that guy. And I'm pissed at Kurt because Kurt did not hold him to any kind of account.
No.
He just fucking, slobbered on his nutsack all night. Like, give me a break, dude. Like, and I have to say to anyone else that was in the room, I'm extremely disappointed that they didn't tell him to get fucked as well. Like, if they knew who he was, like, why are we being lectured by this guy?
When was this the point that the oh Jesus.
So the Seppos took over later.
Ah.
So this is him. I presume we're about 3 or 4 minutes into like the 10 minutes, the initial 10 minutes where he was using Aussie Talks account, and then he's basically left the space and said, and then I was ungoo-piled and I insulted him again and said, like, are you guys fucking serious? You this fucking racist, he will never represent us. Well, I'm actually preempting some stuff, so sorry. But anyway, he comes back and has another go, and then eventually he fucks off. So there's that. But then the Seppos take over later with him, and there's this fucking circle jerk going on with a bunch of Nazis. But anyway, that's a long time away.
Yeah.
And this is by far my favorite part of it. Anyway.
This part?
Oh yeah, we do kind of get to cross paths again with him a bit later on. But yeah, but yeah, for now anyway. So, and I think you had a bit of a shot at him as well, didn't you, at some point?
Yeah, I think I called him. I think I said this because he was talking about like because it was when he came in as himself, and see, I didn't realize, like, I just saw an account that was called E.
E, yeah.
And like it's like, okay, this guy that's called E, he's an American, obviously, and from my perspective, there was already a fuckload of Americans in there, so he was just another American. I didn't realize that it was actually Elijah Schaffer. It hadn't connected the dots in my head yet. And so I'm hearing him say, like, yeah, like he did basically that same intro that he just did before you tell him to fuck off. And I'm just like, this just sounds like schizophrenic politics.
Yeah. Well, I guess we can talk about the fact now, just before we restart, but like the fact that the point I was going to make before was, if you listen to him,
before he tries to slide into this sort of swami, like, oh, I'm going to charm the Australians kind of talk, and he starts talking about how great, how much he loves the country, and then one little fucking comment derails him, and he goes into this massive diatribe about how fucked we are, and our country fucking sucks. We're all being taken over by fucking, by Indians
or whatever.
and all. Yeah, and just like how, but all it took, like, it's just this schizophrenic kind of cycling. And I'm not having a chop at schizophrenic people. Like, people with, I think this is more. I don't think this is necessarily that. Maybe, I don't know.
It's more like schizo in vibes wise,
Yeah,
like
the vibes.
It's the vibes.
Yeah, exactly. But it's just very maybe see, you can't really. Yeah. Anyway.
We'll hit
I don't want to compare him to anything. Yeah, but hit play.
Don't want to compare him to anything. Yeah.
We'll keep going.
Dad?
Yeah, I am.
Okay, so this.
All right, shut up, Doofy. You can't even show your face on the internet and you have an opinion. Shut the fuck up, dude.
How about you keep goo-piling any little punk Aussies that keep speaking up?
Yeah, you fucking Aussies. You're being replaced by Indians, okay? You have Indians replacing you in Pakis. Yeah, but you're replaced by Indians and Pakis because you're fucking bitches. And you're like, oh, when you go to sleep. Hey, guess what, buddy? Sydney has trash on the street and homeless people and Indians in every fucking sector of corporate America and in Australia because you guys are fucking weak. So how about you...
Wait! I'm gonna let it come back up for you.
City has trash on the street with homeless people and Indians in every fucking sector of corporate America and in Australia. You guys are fucking weak. So how about you... What?
So like, he's done the whole thing about how great he thinks Australia is, and then he's just like, what was it? Then he's just like, you guys are shit. What is it? You guys are getting replaced by Pakis and Indians, and there's trash everywhere and homelessness everywhere. But then he realized clearly, like, oh well, it's not like America's that clean of a place, and so he goes in corporate America and Australia, which is a rather weird thing to say because it's like, actually,
it makes no fucking sense.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense. No, it doesn't, because it's like, what do you mean? Wouldn't the corporate sector be the one that's clean because they have the money to afford to pay for cleaners? But also, it's not as if these issues didn't exist before, quote unquote, woke.
Exactly. But the interesting thing as well, like, as Winter Metal is written in the thing, you buy our used subs and are subservient to fucking America. Yeah, thanks, mate. I mean, like, what the fuck? Like, why are you so triggered? Why are you so triggered? And why are you cycling between moods so quickly? So, yeah, I don't know, man. Like, it's, and I love it because it kind of exposed his bullshit. Like, he had such a lovely scripted thing that, he would have been able to throw out to everyone in the room, like, oh, yeah, I'm your best friends and I've got your best interest at heart. And all it took was me and one other dickhead, basically, to fucking annoy him so much that he would, like, drop the pretense of being like our friend. It just completely derailed him, and then suddenly he's just like, well, fuck you bunch of fucking convicts down in Australia.
It's the nose candy.
Yeah, the nose. I mean, dude, if you're having that bad a time on drugs, you probably should stop. You probably should go to rehab. Like
Jekyll and Hyde.
Oh, it's not it. I feel bad blaming drugs for Elijah Schaffer.
I know, right?
I think I'm slandering the slandering drugs by
the good name of the drug users.
Yeah. Jesus, man, my God. So anyway, where are we? What? How far are we in? He's
barely anything.
So has he left yet? Like,
no.
Because he. Okay.
All right.
Okay, let's keep going.
Let's see if we can get to that.
Listen to someone who's fighting.
No.
Someone who's actually
all of this
working
is
with government to actually help stop the invasion.
Please don't skip anything.
We're working here in Texas to stop the invasion of Indians, who are, by the way, 7 of the bureaus in fucking Sydney, the number one last name is Singh. And you're like, oh, why don't you shut the fuck up? This is the problem with fucking Australians. Shut the fuck up. Hey, shut the fuck up, you stupid bitch. Shut up. Hey, cunt. Hey, cunt. Hey, cunt. Shut the fuck up. Your country's dying.
You're parasitic and you're dying. You're
Oh
dying.
man.
Your economy's
Oh, I
smaller than
love it.
Texas. Shut the fuck up. I'm in
Texas is
Texas.
fucking
My
great,
state
man.
economy is bigger than your entire country. Shut the
Gotta,
fuck up.
you just
You're a
gotta let the
retard
retards
faggot.
cook
Shut the fuck up,
sometimes.
bitch.
Just gotta let the
Shut
retards
up.
cook so you can hear the
Shut
retards.
up for
Just let
5
the
seconds. You
retards
fucking
talk.
Aussies can learn something for 5 seconds. Just shut up, you cunt. You're a shit cunt. You fuck dudes in the ass. You're a bitch. Shut
You
up.
fuck
Listen,
dudes in the
for 5
ass.
seconds, listen. My state's economy is bigger than your country. You're such a bitch, dude. You're a bitch to the United States. You buy our used submarines. Shut up. You
There
are
we go.
subservient to our political system. Shut up. Okay? I
All
work in
right.
the Australian government. I lobby.
So there you go. We got the
I'm kind of cackling because it's fuck. I'm losing it, but the bit where he sounds so exacerbated, he's just like, "You Aussies," you know.
Yeah.
He's just like, he's just losing it, going, "Fuck you guys," you know. You're completely fucking with me.
Yeah.
He's
Fuck you
really,
guys, you
tired.
meanies.
Yeah, I'm so tired, man.
We had
It's
a
like
good
5
thing
minutes in.
going for like
Yeah,
1
it's
minute.
5.
It's one of those things as well where it I don't want to sound like like a mean cunt or whatever, but it's like, when you're in high school, well, mainly, yeah, high school, primary school, whatever, and like there's someone who, you look back and you're like, look, man, it wasn't right for us to bully him or whatever, and yeah, or you're like, yeah, I guess that was fundamentally bullying, but then you remember how you were thinking in the moment, and as a kid or whatever, you were like, it was uncontrollably hilarious how the person was reacting. It just feels like that. Like there's nothing to say here. It's just funny. It's just funny him going off and
See,
having a crash
I
out.
just can't. I will never feel sorry punching because I mean this is the ultimate punching upwards.
Oh yeah.
Never punch down, but always punch up. This is like the
Mhm.
equivalent of this is like the equivalent of say like maybe the premier's son going to the same primary school as you, and you like bullying them because they're so fucking privileged and so they're also so full of shit that like you kind of feel the,
An obligation.
it's just an obligation, but also it's a reasonable thing to do, and it will never be punching down on the guy. Like, it's just Jesus. I think that it's anyone's duty to really to punch people like Elijah Schaffer, yeah, metaphorically or otherwise.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
I think it's a victimless crime to me. It really is, and the guy has all the privilege in the world. He's fucking he's got influence. He's allowed. This motherfucker is allowed in the White House.
Mhm.
And I mean, if you ever want to like point to why our world is fucked at the moment, it's
Mhm.
because people like Elijah Schaffer have influence
Yeah,
and
they're
have
taken
access
seriously.
to fucking, maybe not the kind of influence that he thinks he does, but at least he's in the mix, and I mean, so yeah, fuck that guy.
100%. All right, I'm gonna hit play again.
Hey, shut up. I lobby for your government in the United States. I'm like one of like 6 lobbyists that work for the Australian people in the United States government, okay? I think there's 6 of us right now.
There's
And we
6
work
of
for you
us.
guys, and we're trying to help you guys. But you don't shut the fuck up on the space. So shut up, okay? Listen.
Yeah,
So
you should
one thing's for
want
sure.
me to tell you
Australia
fuck you.
is one of the best countries in the world, okay? I love Australia. Australians are one of the best people in the world. I love them. But right now in Ipswich, near Brisbane, there are fences up where you can't
Very
even
right,
drive a
Sybil.
fucking quad anymore in the fucking open fucking bush because, what? Because they're selling the territory to fucking Saudis, Indians, and Chinese niggas, and so you can't do shit. And Chris Minns, fucking New South Wales Premier, decided to work with the Australian Jewish Association to ban me from the country because I encouraged people to fly the Australian flag on Australia Day. The country's fucked. Now, here's the deal. You guys can fight back, and there's a possibility to fight back right now in the entire nation. America's fucked too, by the way. I'm not talking shit on Australia. Trump is fucking retarded right now. I'm a 3-time Trump voter, and I worked in the Trump admin multiple times. I've been at the White House countless times, and I work in intelligence. But I'm telling you right now, we're invading Iran with no plan. It's stupid, and we're retarded. And Australia shouldn't get involved, by the way. But I'm telling you right now, my kids are in Australia right now, okay?
Shut the fuck
And
up, Steppo.
You let him get through that whole bit just to say, shut the fuck up, Sepho. Oh. I want to apologize for him. We're having a weird little double mic call thing. You'll have to bear with us audio-wise.
Yeah, I'm on delay, so I have to apologise
It'll
because
be
I'm
alright.
getting the. It'll be all right. Well, we know what we're watching anyway.
Yeah,
I'm
I mean,
watching.
I think everyone's seen it to a certain extent, or bits
I
of
hope
it.
so. I highly recommend it, guys. You know, it's really it's worth at least sacrificing like half an hour of your time. You know, like
Fucking went
'cause-
to Metal saying, now America is bad, now America is good, Australia is a beautiful country, fuck Australia.
yeah, that's exactly
That's it
exactly right.
fucked up. What was it that he was just saying? He was like, I'm the only guy, I'm one of the 6 only lobbyists who give a fuck about the Australian people.
I want to know who the fuck he thinks he speaks for. Because
Yeah.
this is where I got confused with because look, I'm going to hold my fire on who I think he actually works with.
Mm-hmm.
And I made some I say some statements today about the groups that I thought he was working with, and they denied it. So I'm not going to and I've retracted those comments. But it's yet to be determined. But I'll be watching the space, because if this guy's got any sort of, if this guy seems to think that he has some kind of influence and clout representing us. And I mean, that's a bit freaky to me.
Yeah, especially considering, obviously he's not a politician or anything like that, so I understand that you can't expect him to operate exactly like a politician, but like, even your average lobbyist, if they go into anything for that matter, hang on. Winter Metal, yeah, the whole I work with the government thing. Don't think that's in our collective interest. Yeah, exactly. Like, I do love this whole thing where he's like, yeah, guys, I love yous. I'm here all for Australia. I work with the government. Like,
Yeah.
I thought your whole thing was being anti-government and pro-populism.
Well, it's not only that, but what part of, hang on, we've got a Labor Party in government at the moment. Is that the government you mean? Or are you talking about the bureaucracy, or are you talking about the people that want to be in government? I mean, some bizarre, and I really think that if there are people in government that are connected to this guy, and I don't just mean the Australian Labor Party, but I mean even in the bureaucracy, that they should fucking all say so, or at least be, because this guy is completely unhinged. I mean, it's obvious, like he admits that he was meeting up with Babbitt and Hanson. So there's obviously some connection with the conservative sort of rump of the parliament, the fucking no hoper crew. But I mean, he's meeting with them. It was supposed to be today, actually. They've got some fucking meetings on. So
were they? So this is what confuses me. They were in America, right, at the time? They weren't in Australia.
Yeah. So Aussie Talks is over in America. Aussie Talks actually admitted to being his handler. That was one thing that came out.
What
So Aussie Talks is
mean? I don't even.
Well,
like you're the one making
manager,
sure his cocaine isn't like.
That would be one sort of interpretation of what one of the few,
things in
and
the job
I
description.
make no allegations. I make no allegations about that whatsoever. I've had 2 legal threats already this week. I don't really need a third. Although I don't think Aussie Talks is particularly litigious. I still don't really want to risk it. But that could be seen as one interpretation. The other would be maybe a bit more than a friend. Friends with benefits, maybe. I don't mean in a sexual way. I just mean like in a, like I'm going to help you out occasionally. Yeah, it's some kind of loose alliance.
Yeah.
So there's that.
Because see, and don't comment on this because, or at least comment in the way that you want to, if you feel to, because of that whole thing that you said about the
Mm,
litigiousness and whatnot. But like
mm,
from my perspective now, obviously I'm not fully in the know on all these different individuals. I mean, I didn't even know that they were in contact or whatnot like that. This space is fairly new to me in the grand scheme of things.
yeah,
Um,
same.
yeah, true, true.
Yeah.
Uh, and so like there's this weird like I guess there's this weird how would you put it, like obviously the whole idea of like a popularity, you know, the who's popular, who's not kind of thing is all very subjective, wishy-washy, and kind of bullshit.
Mm,
But in the sense of
mm,
there being some sort of like, these people hold prominence over as opposed to these people, in the sort of ladder or the hierarchy of it all. I've always been much more aware of the people who are much further on the bottom, you're much more local stuff, and then
mm.
the people on the real top. And when I say the real top, I don't even just mean like all the government. I mean like, all the big names that you see on YouTube and whatnot. Like back in the day it was like Milo Yiannopoulos. I guess we now have like
Yeah,
Nick
yeah,
Fuentes, and you know about all these
yeah.
people. Um, and while I did briefly know about Schaffer, it's just I had to like kind of remember those things.
Mm,
It's like then I come into these spaces on Twitter and whatnot, and obviously a lot of it's more Australian, like it's Australians because I'm Australian,
mm.
and then it's like, wait, so this guy who I would have put a couple echelons higher, like not even in like a kind sense, just in the sense of like
Oh, yeah. So you're
closeness
talking
to
about.
government and power.
So you're wondering why someone like Aussie Talks is I don't think he disagrees a reasonably a minnow when it comes to spaces in general and the sort of the hierarchy of social media sort of power structure
Yeah.
in Australia, and then suddenly he's got Elijah Schaffer. I just think that's probably I'd say that's a reflection on how weak the sort of Australian um, you know alt right universe is that that
Mm.
someone like and no I mean this is probably something quite offensive to Aussie Talks and but that's ultimately it. But I think it also has a lot to do with people like Joel Jamal as well. So there's Chris Coveries. These guys are all they all work
See,
together.
that's another one. Chris Coveries, like him being
Yeah.
in that photo, like when I heard about, because I remember listening to a space earlier today, and you were talking about this with Aussie
Mm,
Talks again, and
mm,
he mentioned he himself was like, yeah, the photo with Hugo and then Joel Jamal. I'm like, okay, these are two people that I like as much as I'm still kind of baffled by how they've made their way up there because they don't seem impressive to me. They're incredibly unimpressive people, but I can
mm,
understand. I can understand
mm.
how those like Joel Jamal does TP AUS, and Hugo's, as I've always said, like he's basically our Nick Fuentes, or at least like
Yeah, when he's not being a furry and using anal devices on
yeah,
himself,
when
like
Cleeson has taken a nap for the day
yeah,
and
when
Hugo
he's not
comes
part of
out.
it. Yeah, when his persona's been paused and he's out and about as Hugo,
Yeah,
that's
and then
exactly
he
right.
and then he just goes, yeah, and then Chris Coveries. I'm like, wait, Chris
Who?
Coveries?
Yeah,
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 like it's
yeah.
like
No,
I know of him, but like I wouldn't
well,
have
you've
expected
heard
him to be
yeah,
up
you've
there.
heard of the term useful idiot,
Oh
right? I
yes.
mean, okay, well, so Chris Coveries is a useful idiot.
Ah, okay.
So and Chris Coveries is a useful idiot in a way that he's helped Joel and Turning Point broadcast. They worked together during the second March for Australia, the
Mm.
one that was a massive failure, and about 85% of the audience didn't, and the first one didn't show. Well done to Tom Tanuki, by the way, for pointing that out, and
Mm-hmm.
fantastic job he sort
I
of
remember
has done
having
on the
I remember
yeah
having that interview with him in the
yeah
on the day in the moment, and yeah,
mm,
he immediately jumped on that, like that whole point. Like it was
yeah
funny actually watching that video that he eventually did,
mm,
and it was like, oh, he really did mull on that one because he
yeah
mentioned that to me in person. That was on the day, and it's
yeah
like, yeah,
yeah.
it was really
Beautiful. It
interesting.
was beautiful point, and I think that really took like that being publicized really took the wind out of their sails, because then you're relying on the word of the people that marched. I mean,
Yeah.
and they were cackling about how great it was. Oh,
Exactly.
great turnout, but there's a certain amount of bluff that obviously happens. I remember watching the stream and thinking, oh, this is quite. It didn't look good for them, but yeah, when they Tom did do obviously the figures, which I believe he had verified with the cops. So which were I think fairly credible, and it made them look, I think it just sort of brought home the narrative that the March for Australia wasn't accepted by the people once people realised that it was a Nazi recruiting rally, and people didn't want to fucking have a bar of it. And also the first one being what it was, if you went to the Sydney March for Australia, you saw people like fucking Joel Davies and that what's his name, the New South Wales head of NSN, I forget the fucking guy's name, Eltis, people like that, on stage and fucking hail Australia and get fucked, fucking pieces of shit. So I know it pissed off a lot of people today, and people saw that, but I think Tom and his messaging really fucking helped ram home, just how badly they've been rejected by people, and they haven't recovered.
No,
I mean the third one didn't go anywhere for them. I don't, they've now been forced into a situation where they're literally having to have fucking secret meetups and vet everyone.
Yeah,
because,
the glass barbecue.
Yeah, the glass barbecue was being called.
I'm so keen for it, man.
Oh man, I can't wait. They haven't realised I'm going yet.
They didn't realise they accepted my form.
Yeah, they accepted me. So I'm accepting. But so hi Beck. If you're listening, just wanted to just
I'll
let you know.
See you on the weekend.
So yeah, good luck with your vetting. It's gonna be a fucking. I expect a good thick, good snag on a bit of bread. I'm really looking forward to it. It's not every day I have a snag on bread, so I'm really looking forward to it. And I'll even try to, I can't say anymore. That'd be just ruining the moment.
Exactly.
But I think we have to do a debrief as well. After we go and then come back from the glass barbie. And we'll let our audience,
once we've come down,
the pitiful audience that listens along, not to discourage anyone that's listening. I appreciate, there's, I think it's a civil. You got, is it Astra?
Yeah, we got Astra
and Winter Metal.
I
so
thought that was
listening,
you.
No, fuck no. I'm not tech savvy enough to have these fucking avatars and bullshit. I'm so boomified that one platform is enough for me. That's and I'm still learning the ins and outs of X. I mean, I didn't even realize I didn't even know about X Spaces until basically 6 months ago.
Really?
And it's been it's been a blast, man. Like I didn't realize.
Hasn't it been?
Oh, dude, I've had the best time. I've insulted so many people. I've talked so much shit about my enemies, and I've told random seppos, dumb seppos to shut the fuck up and get off. So yeah, I feel really fulfilled as a human. You call it like small pleasures. Like simple pleasures.
Yeah.
Anyway.
All right, let's keep it going.
Okay, let's keep going. We're spurging too much.
I was going to actually say, just maybe something that we could do to maybe make it a little bit more bearable for folks. Maybe you can mute your mic while we're watching.
Yes.
Yeah.
What we might have to do. Oh shit! I'm just trying to. I might be a bit slow, so you're gonna have to be a bit tolerant with that.
That's fine.
Well, hang on. No, so if you say it in here, then I will have roughly 30 seconds to kind of mute. So that's good.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll do that. So yeah, just let me know.
Yep. All right. So we're playing now.
Oh, fuck up.
Yes.
Come on, Sid. You're turning
Oh
into
my
a troll.
god, dude! You guys are so fucking. I hate Australians. You guys deserve. You guys deserve. Why don't you get fucked in the ass by fucking Sanjit Patel while your country falls apart? You guys deserve your own death. I swear to God, the American lobby for Australia should give up on you guys. I swear to God, you guys are so cooked, bro. I'm meeting with the Australian delegation tomorrow. No, I'm meeting with the Australian delegation tomorrow. I'm meeting with Pauline Hanson and Babbitt and stuff tomorrow. I'm meeting with the fucking CPAC delegation. I spoke at your fucking conferences. ABC made their hit jobs on me. I don't give a fuck. Sky News, fucking Jew News. It's like I'm trying to fight for you guys, and you're over here like, oh, excuse me. Hey, fuck you, you shit cunt. Shut the fuck up and be in your place, okay? You guys have no political standing. You have no international status. You have no platform to say shit. You guys have an economy smaller than Canada, you fucking losers. And you're here talking shit to the one person who's representing you? Fuck you. I'm going to Congress next week in D.C.
The one person representing you. What the hell? Oh, that's so funny. That's so funny. You're pissing off the one person who's representing you.
He holds our future in his hands.
Oh,
Clearly,
he does. He does. I'm. You know what, Sid? I should be disappointed in you for giving him so much shit. Now we're in for a fucking recession with this guy.
mate. We're going full depression, man. Fuck recession.
Yeah,
You know.
So Sipple just went, where'd the other 5 go then? Yeah, cookers in that space don't even like Babbitt. I don't, and a lot of them don't even like Pauline Hanson. Like, why does he? You would have thought he would have paid a bit more attention to the politics of the country he's trying to win over.
Oh my God, Christ! If I work with the government, normally means I'm employed by Spotless and I clean the office after hours.
Yeah.
I love you guys. Whoever's listening along, you're absolute champions.
Yeah,
That's
you're fucking amazing. I'm going to hit play, but I also need to quickly turn this fan up, so I won't hear the first bits, but whatever.
I'm meeting with Nick Fuentes. I'm going to Dan Bilzerian, and I'm going out there trying to raise money to try to help your parties. You guys are talking shit. Honestly, you deserve the shit you live in. I'm gonna leave this one thing with you guys. I'm gonna leave this here. No. Shut the fuck up, you stupid.
What do we need to do, mate? What do we need to do?
Shut up, you bitch. I'm gonna tell you this right now. How about this? There's only one thing that unites Americans and Australians right now, and it's getting Indians and Pakistanis out of our fucking countries.
Okay. I'm gonna let you get the moment there.
Sorry, is it too loud, mate?
Oh no, you're fine. Technically yes, but that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah, I can't hear otherwise, so I've got to have it playing. I'm trying to work it.
Fuck, what was it? Oh yeah, the one thing that unites Australians is kicking
Sorry,
that.
is it too loud, mate?
Oh no, you're fine.
Okay, no, I've turned it off. It's good. All right.
Oh no, you missed the poor friendly fire guy. The poor friendly fire guy? I don't know what we mean by that. But I just find it really funny that he's like the one thing at the moment. By the way, he is not selling the idea that he's like a really smart political agent trying to coordinate cooperation between Australia and America right now. Like he actually sounds like he's ruining it. The one thing
it's great because I want to. That's an angle I want to push.
Yeah.
So I'm so stoked, and I will be sharing. If you're out there and you have access to social media, share the fuck out of this.
100%.
Because this is the kind of contempt that these motherfuckers have for us.
100%.
These people are the fucking plague, and fuck them all. And Seppo's, complete Seppo fucking destruction, basically.
Complete Seppo annihilation.
Hang on, what is it? Total TLD, total liberal destruction. That's what the new sort of right keeps talking about there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's their new catchphrase. So with us, it'll be total Seppo destruction, or total Seppo lobbyist destruction. I don't care.
But like, I find it really funny that he's saying the one thing we have in common with each other, America and Australia, is trying to get Indians out of our country. Now, evidently, as like me being like really far left, like I mean that in the sense of if you actually try and look at the political compass, like I don't know, I think I do kind of dot around the place a little bit, but always on the left side of things. Um,
Hmm.
but like, so obviously what comes with that is a little bit of critique of our country. Um, but
Yeah.
I would never like like I would never insult Australia or even America for that matter in the way that he just did there by going, yeah, the only thing we have in common is we just want to get rid of some brown people. Like, no, we actually do in a lot of ways have a lot of things in common. There is like military partnerships. There is
Well, let's talk about the
well, yeah,
cultural
then there's
ties we
cultural
have.
aspects, a love of freedom.
America's given us so much culturally, and I mean, we all can recognize that.
Hmm.
I mean, where would we be? Like, I mean, my half, well, like I'd say 3/4 of my musical collection would be fucking
Hmm.
wouldn't exist if it wasn't for America. So I mean,
100%.
and so or maybe a half. I might be over generous there, but movies, but culturally, America are an absolute powerhouse. And we have to. It's just unfortunate that people like this who really don't really speak for anyone except for sort of like this cracked out kind of I don't know. I don't even know what to call him. Like he's some kind of I don't even know what his politics are other than racism.
I
That's
Yeah, it's like a weird kind of like I you couldn't say Nazi only because even though he does seem to be like anti-Israel, I just don't believe him. Like I just don't believe him. Um, because he seems to be perfectly fine pushing that to the side when it comes to working with people like Pauline Hanson, Trump,
yeah,
and
yeah.
whatnot.
I'd
So
call him maybe a political nihilist, maybe like a
yeah,
literal. Yeah, he's a nihilist. Like I don't think he actually stands for anything
yeah, a
other
nihilist and an
than sort of
opportunist.
yeah. And his whole thing is really like this is the thing. Like I think this sort of reflects how the Republican Party died in America, and
Mm,
or it should have died. It should have died and
should
been
have.
buried, but so you had, this is the kind of the person that it's bred, which is the kind of political operative that doesn't stand for anything, so it can't be pinned down for anything. But then
Hmm.
is just the rampant opportunist, uses cultural kind of, hot
Symbols
takes
and
and sort of
yeah.
symbols and, but also, culture wars to kind of just keep, I guess motivating his people, because I do think that there's a generalized kind of agreement within the the sort of the conservative movement, which is that like a pure hatred of anyone else who isn't them.
Yeah.
So as long as there's the red, this guy just sort of carves up the red meat for those people to keep
Mm.
just talking, because he'll just keep talking about fucking Indians and
Indians.
fucking Pakistanis, and as if that's literally the thing that matters. Like that's what he said. The thing that bonds us is Indians and Pakistanis and our dislike of them. And it's like, dude, like you're so far off. It's not funny.
Yeah.
So
Also,
if that's all he, yeah.
America, from what
Sorry.
I knew, I didn't know that America had an issue of Indians. I thought it was Hispanic people. I thought it was Mexicans. Like,
Well, I think he's using Indians because he's in our space.
yeah,
I have no doubt that
he just means
that's the
brown people.
Trojan. Yeah, yeah. It's just anything other than
Mm.
the people that he represents, i.e., white people. And I actually did notice on his timeline. I did do a bit of digging, and I noticed that he claims that he's been offered money by the Jewish lobby to kind of lie for for Israel and so forth, and he's turned it down. But he's obviously a whore for sale as well. Like
Yeah.
there's no one's doubting, no one's doubting that this guy is absolutely a fucking, I mean, he's a lobbyist. He's for hire, and and the ironic thing is he goes into that rant on, and I don't know if it's come up yet, where he rants about how much he hates us, and then goes, oh, by the way, if you want me to lobby for you, just message me on, like, what, like. So
Yeah,
he's
he's
an
like tripping over himself to say, I'm here for you guys, but at the same time tripping over himself to say how much he fucking hates us.
yeah. So anyway,
All right, I'm gonna play it again.
Yeah. All right.
And you guys have tall poppy syndrome, where you have this fucking chip on your shoulder, where you get into space, you're an anonymous account, you have like a couple thousand followers, and you have the audacity to talk shit to a person who's a lobbyist, who you can DM. By the way, you can DM me Elijah Schaffer on X. I can help lobby for you,
Oh, there you
and
go.
I can help work and help your government. And I'm actually helping. Some of your senators work with me very, very closely, and I'm trying to help you guys. But the rest of you guys are busy cutting each other down, scoring points on spaces, helping each other,
Look, all you've been
look like a
doing
cool
is
guy.
talking about being interrupted this whole time. Like, come on, man.
All right, you can go get
What have you
fucked.
been
Bye,
doing?
nigger. Bye, nigger, kike, faggot. Good night.
All
Holy
right. Well, that's our guest from.
Okay, so that's him rage quitting, I'm guessing.
Yeah, hang on, man. Hang on, it gets better. Keep it going.
Oh, does it?
Care of Aussie Talk.
Yeah.
Let me just. Getting the honorary Spurg of the Night award.
Wow.
You know, I kind of liked him. He was full passionate.
Yeah, I want.
Yeah, no, I think that I got him rage quitting there.
Yeah, what a fucking simp fucking Alpha is playing the fucking fuck track after he went.
Fucking Winter Metal is popping off in the chat right now. You have the audacity to talk shit to a person who is a lobbyist.
How
dare you?
I'd like to also note that Gazham has entered the
I
chat.
see that,
Big
yeah.
kisses. Yeah, big kisses. You're doxing yourself too, you fucking idiot. So you
Yeah, I'd think twice about that one there, buddy.
I didn't know what his name was.
Yep, neither. It doesn't even come up in my stream feed. It only comes up in the actual video itself. So that's interesting. Oh, it's probably because he said the R word. Maybe. I don't know. All right, should I skip it ahead a bit now?
No.
Does he come back pretty immediately?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that oral medication?
Well, I wanted to hear what he had to say, actually.
I thought that was actually a recording from Aussie Talk, but
Yeah,
then he was
so did I.
reacting in lifetime. Either that or the chatbots are really good over there in Texas.
So was
It's
that coming
Aussie Talk
through?
about your Schaffer.
Was that coming through Aussie Talk?
I think so.
Ah.
That fucking racist piece of shit. Get the
Couldn't
fuck out
work
of
it
here,
out.
man.
Well, that was Aussie Talk's
All I
contribution.
can say is to that fucking dickhead is that he will never represent us.
Hey, shut the fuck up. I'm more Aussie than you
Oh my
guys.
God, he's
Aussies
back.
used to be crass. Aussies used to, Aussies used to talk shit. No, Aussies used to talk shit, and you guys are pussies now. You used to go to the bush and handle spiders. Fucking crocodile hunter. You guys are fucking bitches now. Oh, I'm not trying to be racist. Oh, I'm trying to be respectful. You're a fucking crown bitch of London. Guess what? Australians used to be respected by Americans because you guys actually talk shit, and everyone loves a good banter. Everyone loves a good shit talking.
Wait, but he didn't handle the banter well.
Of London, guess what? Australians used to be respected by Americans because you guys actually talk shit. And everyone loves you.
Yeah, I'm more Aussie than you. Oh, I'm more Aussie than you. That's so beautiful.
Yeah, I did enjoy that. Also the thing where he starts talking about how Aussies used to be tough and used to shit talk. That's what I was doing,
Yes,
dude.
exactly. That's what
I was doing. And you flipped out at me. And and then Alpha's sitting there fucking censoring me all the time and keeps muting me, the motherfucker. So, like, God, you used to go into the bush and you used to go into the bush and play with spiders and stuff.
I don't know what he's talking about there because for one, the spider thing is normally like they come into our homes. It's not like we go out to the bush to deal with spiders.
Oh, it's a Seppo thing. They think that kangaroos hop around our backyards. I mean, they're fucking idiots. So,
But it's just like, what time are you referring to? Like, you might have had me having some sort of like, not agreement, but like, okay, he's got something here. If you were no, because people, lo and behold, it was really just Crocodile Dun. Yeah, yeah, you used to be the Crocodile Hunter. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. It's like, yeah, you used to be Steve Irwin. Like, you realize it was really just Steve Irwin and maybe Crocodile Dundee. Like, they're just the two examples we have. It's not like every fucking Australian was in the 70s famously known for just running around catching crocodiles.
well, it's pretty Steve Irwin. I think the only guy who used to do it back then, but there was a guy called Malcolm Douglas who was awesome.
Mm.
Like, in fact, I'd actually point anyone to YouTube, look up the old Malcolm Douglas fucking documentaries, brilliant. But he never was like, he wasn't the kind of guy who'd wrestle and go, hey, look at this little fella, and he just like fucking, he just take a, he more just he was doing like serious documentary kind of work. So it was a different
Like
vibe.
zoology, basically.
Yeah, yeah, an Aussie version of maybe a David Attenborough or something, except way more
Yeah, mate.
unpolished, basically.
So
Yeah,
that's the baby, and she's on top of the mother.
yeah. I know he was really informative. I mean, I used to watch him as a kid with my mum, and I got right into nature stuff. I mean, that's another story. But then there was also that the Bushtucker Man as well, and both those guys are cool. So I mean, anyway, we're getting sidetracked.
But that's every Australian, as we understand.
Yeah. Apparently, put another strip on the Barbie kind of bullshit.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah, can't we just go back to that, guys? Wasn't it so much better when we were all getting we being Australians were getting extremely frustrated because Americans kept confusing shrimp and prawns? Don't we want to go back to those days, guys? Also, I just want to point out Winner Medal saying the only cultural thing he has adopted from Australia is a liberal use of the C word.
Well, I mean, if that's his takeaway, that's really good.
Yeah.
And that, and telling people to shut the fuck up. I mean, I see. The thing is, I get the sense that Elijah Schaffer isn't going to forget, this space. I mean, I don't, and I think that's really good. And I think actually that, Alpha should be really happy that we might have actually made an impression for him. So we might be creating a monster.
Yeah,
with Alpha, unwittingly.
Yeah, we might need to be careful. We take down Schaffer, but it's like a Hydra. We take down one head and another 3 grow back, and that's just the 3 heads of Alpha.
Yeah, they sort of split into 3, and then they grow 3 separate bodies, and yeah, it's like you can't, kind of like an earthworm. I think you can do that with earthworms. So it's fucked up. So I guess, yeah, we might have a monster. Whatever happens, though, we're gonna have to bring.
It's
Kurt
worth it.
We do have to talk about Kurt because that's
we will, yeah. I think that's what we'll get to like at the end of it because like obviously, I mean, fucking Elijah just takes the cake. All right, I'm gonna play again.
Yep.
And guess what? I'm so tired of your stupid fucking shit. Oh, you were trying to be racist. That guy was offensive. Hey, bitch, enjoy being India.
Sorry, I have to stop it again.
Yes.
At what point did any of yous imply that you were offended?
Never.
Yeah.
That was the thing.
He's the only one who's offended.
Yeah, as if we're gonna like worry about someone calling us a cunt back after we've insulted them like that. I mean, if you're gonna punch someone, you got to accept to get punches thrown back at you. The problem was that Alpha kind of had one of our hands tied behind our back at all times.
Yeah.
Like we had like 3 seconds, and that's why I kept getting booted because I'd sort of come back and say, like, shut the fuck up, Steppo, and then Alpha would immediately boot me. So,
I can see myself jumped in now, so I might say something soon.
You've got the tag. You've been tagged. Although apparently I went and got you. That was the other thing I found.
Yeah, that's
annoyed me about fucking Alpha. Like, dude,
well,
I thought I was doing okay. Like I didn't really. But anyway.
I just love that like he's trying to like paint on yous the woke thing, but it's like not only are yous like if if a random person came across this, they just wouldn't even pick that up. Like it just wouldn't be relevant at all to what's been discussed so far. Like, yeah, you've said he's racist, but like honestly, like that doesn't really lead a person to immediately think, oh, okay, so he's the woke one and this guy's the anti-woke one. So this guy must be the offended one. But like
Hmm.
he's just describing American culture war. Like I can't
Yeah.
help but notice he's going, "Oh, you Aussies, you know, used to be great back then when you would banter." Meanwhile, he's applying American culture war stereotypes to just
Hmm.
the entire population of Australia. Like, who are you trying to save then? Like at that point, what's the point of any of this? Why don't you just fuck off to a different country?
I can't answer that, man. You know, maybe we can get hold of Mr. Schaffer and ask him.
Yeah, maybe we can get him in the call.
I did tag him in numerous posts today because I was
I did see, yeah.
he wasn't biting.
That's a
I'm not
shame.
big enough.
No,
I actually think that the bigger accounts. I did hear something about the bigger accounts that they spend too much time associating with the smaller accounts. It actually fucks their algorithms. So they
Really?
get I have heard something. Well, that's the justification I think I've heard for people not wanting to sort of interact with the smaller accounts. So me being only a couple thousand, it's not important enough for Mr. Schaefer to bother with.
He's hungover. That's civil. Yeah, I mean that does sound like a bit of a cop out, but at the same time, like knowing X and Elon Musk and all that shit, it to be fair, it would not surprise me. I wouldn't be surprised if that is like actually been baked into the algorithm, in some means. Anyway, we're gonna press play again.
Enjoy being Pakistan because that's what you're getting replaced. I'm an American, and by the
We
way,
know.
I'm a dual legally. I'm a dual Australian, so I'm an Australian by legality. But I'm not. I wasn't born there. But I'm white, and I'm also English, and so I'm part of your own crown, protectorate. So I'm defending you more than you defend yourselves. He doesn't represent us.
Yeah.
Well, it's sad that I don't, because you know what? You're gonna lose your
Hello,
whole
face up.
country, and you're gonna be a bitch to Indians,
Yeah.
Chinese investors, and then you're like, "Oh, he's racist." You're gonna wish racist men like me existed in 50 years.
Okay, I'm just gonna pause to make one point, and then we'll just play again. Really interesting that he's making a big point about Chinese investors and all these other things, yet like the biggest source of our country being raped and pillaged by corporations and investors is American investors.
Yep.
It's
Bang on, big guy.
very convenient for him to, and even, I mean, as much as me and yourself have our disagreements with people like Bat, who I imagine people in watching will know who we're referring to. Like, as much as we have our disagreements with her on many of things, we both agree that, like, the Chinese investors or companies or whatnot, they at least pay their royalties. The Americans and the English don't, or the British,
Yeah.
to put it simply. So it's very interesting who he's choosing to talk about and who he's choosing not to talk about.
Yeah. There is the one exception, that which was the gas deal signed, I think, at the end of was it when Howard was about to run out of office?
Yeah.
So we basically got, but that was Howard, the Howard government's fault basically on that one. But in general, yeah, that's right. They do, and there is it's the bullshit racial angle that they always push. But anyway, let's not get hung up on that too much.
Yeah.
You're gonna wish that you listened to us, because you're going to lose everything. You've
How about you
lost.
get off
You don't
Aussie
even get it.
Talks, dick.
Okay.
Come back on your main account and like Schaffer.
When did Australian?
And we
All
can
right,
have a real
I'm coming in. You
I'll just
fucking guy.
introduce. We got the big guns. Sid's obviously run back off to the hive to get in his big gun Freemasonry. So while Aussie Talks mate is going to get his alt, Freemasonry may want to say something at the right time. I guess Sid probably want to come back up. Got legit as well. Legit probably. Hitman might want to say. I see Mighty's throwing a few emotes there. So pretty good deck tonight here.
When did Australian Talks turn into a?
Oh,
I
we
just love
think
how the
that
room
Aussie
is
Talk
laughing at
is
him.
at some sort of.
Say.
I just love how much the room laughs at this guy whenever he speaks.
Yeah, no one's taking him seriously. I now understand why I was so confused in this moment. Because like to me, I missed all of the like, oh yeah, this is Elijah kind of thing. So to me, it's like, literally it seemed like is Australian Talks putting on an accent? Like, is that's what's going on here, or like he never had
Yeah.
it? He never had an Australian accent. Like, what the fuck is going on? All right, I'm gonna hit play again.
Deepak in Texas. Now we don't know if his phone's been taken by consent or not. Maybe Aussie
It
Talk.
sounds like some little faggot
Aussie
sitting on
Talk
his
may
lap,
have
right?
passed out at the bar drinking vodka out of his glass shoe or whatever he DM'd me the other day.
Maybe Ice got onto him.
Who
He might be
knows?
with the black Uber driver.
Yeah, we've got a guy.
Is that who we're hearing from
There's a
now?
guy with a Mo who may have come in under his own account. I got a feeling that's going to be him with that.
Did he call them? Did he call them Chinese niggers? Is that what he said? Just trying to get that right.
I enjoyed his weird like
He's
anti-Australian.
requesting from you, Alpha. He's already requested, mate. Are you going to bring him up or not?
Oh, the real guy's back
It's
now.
the biggest, mate. It's the biggest guest you'll ever have in your life, by the way, Alpha. I assure you. He's 10 times bigger than Drew Pavlo. Like, yeah, wake up to yourself. You know, otherwise you'll be gone. He's trying to give you some hard.
In fairness, that's a bit of an insult. That's a bit of an insult to Elijah, to be honest. Call him just 10 times bigger than Drew Pavlo.
Definitely. Do we want to sort of go forward until Elijah comes back?
Yeah, yeah. I will.
He's going to break down. Well, push the.
I'll fucking. People don't know who I am. I just want to do a quick intro real fast before people
I'm
jump
not
in.
sure at what point he does.
This is not.
I think I got him back.
Fucking, dick sucking or like fucking jerk off. I'm just saying. Look, I work in Australia and the United States.
He's doing
government. I've been
another
involved in a lot
intro.
of intelligence controversy, and I work basically to expose fraud, and we're working to dismantle the Republican Party in the United States right now because of the Iran war. It's disgusting. We're very disgusted by the Iran war, so I'm a very big Trump supporter, but we're much against what he's doing with the Iran war. And I also think that
So you're a fucking traitor. Is that what you're saying? You're a fucking traitor. You're a traitor to your own country.
Wait. Who said that? Who said that? Who said that?
Schizophrenic politics.
No, it's.
I'm gonna let you catch up. Again, sorry folks, we've got weird audio playing. We're making this work though. It's for the people. Yeah, winter metal, it has always been the fucking Zeppos.
I missed whatever we were pointing at.
It was just me saying, let me run it back.
I want to hear this shit.
I also think that.
So you're a fucking traitor. Is that what you're saying? You're a fucking traitor. You're a traitor to your own country.
Wait. Who said that? Who said that? Who said that?
Schizophrenic politics I've ever heard.
All right.
No, it's not. And this is why you guys have no power internationally.
So you're a fucking traitor. Is that what you're saying? You're a fucking traitor. You're a traitor to your own country.
Wait. Who said it? Who said it? No, it's not. This is why you guys have no power internationally.
How you said I've got schizophrenic politics. This is why you're failing in the international stage.
I love it. Frank Black's just fucking nailed him. And Frank and I were having a bit of a fucking run-in before, and now Frank's fucking on board.
Yeah, you fucking traitor, 100% with the metal, 100%. Like how? Oh, I love it so much. Also, how good is it that when Frank goes, "Oh, you fucking traitor," he's like, "Who said that? Who said that? Who just said that?" He's like, it makes you think of like the king or not the king, sorry, like the guy who speaks for the king in front of like all the knights and whatnot, because that's too low of a thing. The king is much more powerful than that, and so like, and then someone just goes, "No, fuck you." And he's like, "Who said that? Who said? Oh, we're gonna put him in the fucking shackles. We're gonna fucking cut his head off."
Here's another even more random reference for you. But if you've ever seen the movie Full Metal Jacket, there's a scene
No,
in the
yeah.
there's a scene where they're all the new recruits are lined up, and they've got like the drill sergeant in the middle. Sergeant Hartman's walking around. Yeah, and someone and one of the recruits going, "John Wayne, is this you?" And he hears him. He's like, "Who said that? What slimy little cocksucker said that?" And he's like trying to fucking he's trying to fucking find the the guy. I bet it's you, you fucking worm.
He's so hyped. Like, not hyped. That's the wrong term.
Oh, he's been huffing his own farts, mate.
Yeah,
Like
he's
this is
so geared. He's so much on the gear that he can't help himself. Elijah Alf Flamin' Stewart.
Who was that?
That's
Jesus
Winter
Christ,
Metal again.
he
Winter
got you on
Metal's
fire.
fucking coming out with the bangers. Oh,
I want
that's
to. I want to shake that person's hand. I want to shake that person's hand.
Me
What a
too.
legend.
All right, I'm gonna hit play again.
Do is because we have a backbone. Australians don't know what that means. It's called a backbone. So we have standards with politics. You guys don't. So we
All
have
right, where are
power
we?
because we actually fight in the real world. So
117.
a random anon account in the United States has more power than Albanese because the reason why is because we actually create coalitions in our government. You guys have multiple parties. We don't. We have two parties. We create coalitions in our parties. So I represent something called the America First Coalition, and we have big power
This
in
is
the
such
Republican
an
Party. In
American thing
fact,
to do.
I released a counter to Trump's invasion of Iran in the Hormuz. He stopped it, and he actually delayed it a week because our coalition stopped him from his threats. So we actually got Trump to stop military action. What did you do? Did you stop Trump? Because we did. This
Hang on, we got. Oh, wait for you to catch up. Oh fuck. You have to skip to about 2.45 hours before quitting his high fades and he sounds drunk instead of high. Okay.
We'll get there. We'll get there. But
Yeah, we'll get there. There's plenty of time.
But point out that bit of the crack about stopping Trump.
Yeah.
With some kind of, I mean,
because petitions are really, really productive. They really get a lot done.
Yeah, I'd like to think the Jewish lobby is a little stronger than some dipshit fucking drunk.
Yeah.
Like.
Yeah, it's all powerful.
Sorry. BB. I've actually got a problem with Elijah Schaffer. He's got a problem with us bombing Iran, so we're not going to do it now.
Yeah, I know that you
We're not
guys
going to do it yet.
have like created this whole interwebbed network of connections and media, power, banks, business, all of it. I know you've created that so that it fulfills these goals. But one guy made a petition with his followers saying that they wanted to not do that. Like, fuck, man. What? The American election system is barely capable of getting these politicians to do anything that the American people want. You really think a petition is going to convince them? Like, what the fuck? Also,
man, only in the mind of a coked up seppo, basically.
Yeah. Also, like, he's explaining this in such the most American way possible, where he's like, so you guys might not be, like, aware of this, right? So we have two parties. Oh, really? We hadn't known that for the past who knows how long. Like, yes, we're quite aware.
I'm surprised he's doubting his own country's cultural superiority. Like, I mean, normally, like, it just seems a bit odd to me that, that the apparent dominance of America hasn't extended to telling everyone, how their politics operates, because they're the most
Yeah,
important country in the world.
we're subservient. We're subservient so much that we don't even know how it works. Or like we don't even know like the face of it, the skin level of their politics. Like, bro, it's you would think as like someone who's like becoming an Australian dual citizen and like you have an Australian wife. Oh my God, having an Australian wife, surely you would have found out. Oh yeah, most Australians are aware that we only have two parties. Like, there's a third party, it just never gets enough votes. That is true. That is true, but yeah. Yeah, Seppos love talking down to Aussies. Yes, yes. And we are against that. We fight against that.
See, again, like we've got I would bet our collective IQ is far higher than America's.
Oh,
So
yeah.
why the fuck are they dumbing it down for us? I mean,
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. Anyway.
Let's keep it going.
Yep.
This last week, today, we stopped Trump from his own threats. So my coalition stopped Trump from a stupid threat to attack an energy grid if they didn't open up the Strait of Hormuz. We stopped Trump's actual military threat today. And you're like, oh, you're a traitor or whatever. Hey, guess what, you stupid fucking Anon account? My coalition got Trump to actually keep Marines from invading Iran today. So fuck you. Anyways, I rest my case. I just want to open that up by saying that a lot of Aussies, you guys talk a lot, but you don't really do anything. Some Australians do, by the way. And by the way, shout out Babette, shout out Pauline Hanson. Even though Pauline's a Zionist, fuck that. That's retarded. But I like Pauline, I like Babette. And a few of your senators and congressmen are very, very qualified people. But Albanese can suck a bag of dicks. Anyways, go ahead.
I'll just let him back
100%
up.
Derek
Legit's
Gold.
got a question. Legit's a bit of a nicer Aussie, and Hitman too.
Actually, I'm really interested in what E is saying. Thanks, E. I just have one question for you. You say you're a dual citizen. If you were called up for subscription to fight, who would you fight for? America or Australia?
So to clarify, I'm a dual resident. I'm a resident of Australia.
No. If no, you need to pick one. Pick a side.
Yes.
Pick a side. I'm really interested
Yeah.
who you would pick.
Hold up. I'm clarifying it legally. I'm a dual resident. I'm a resident of Australia. I'm a citizen of the U.S. I'm working on my citizenship for Australia. It's in process. And I would say this: at the point of the war right now, I would much more likely. I'm outside of the draft picks, so I couldn't be put in. But if I was young and I could be put in, I would probably more likely fight for Australia than the United States. And my sons, I have two sons, so you guys know, I have skin in the game, who are Australian citizens.
Just going to say this one bit. Of course, he would pick the Australian side and not the American side in any of this, because if he was to go with the American side, he's like 100 times more likely to die.
And my sons, I have two sons, who are Australian citizens, just because they make fun. Mostly would pick the Australian side.
Sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, let's clarify. Yeah, okay, great. Countries are not accountable. Countries are not basically to expose fraud and we have big power in the Republican Party. Is because we have a backbone. Australians don't know what that means. It's called a backbone. So we have multiple parties. We don't. We have two parties. We create coalitions in our parties because our coalition stopped him from if they didn't open up the string Iran today. And even though hold up, I'm much more likely. I would much more likely. I'm outside of the draft picks, so I couldn't be put in. But if I was young and I could be put in, I would probably more likely fight.
It says I'm a speaker. I was actually goofed. So
yeah, I was too.
Otherwise, so I would have been, just for people wondering why I'm not interjecting constantly, it's because every time that I was given the opportunity, I was filibustering and telling them to fuck off. So just to clue everyone in.
Hang on, we got a question. Astra, has anyone actually seen Elijah and Eric Cartman in the same room?
Zing!
That's a good one, Astra. Yeah, no, and exactly the same thing here. I don't know why it's still got me shown here, but I think I'm no, I was listening at this point. I was just a listener because I was like, I was telling my girlfriend like, hang on, honey, there's a retard to listen to here.
Oh my god.
Um,
I might have even dropped out at this point because I actually didn't listen to the whole thing, so I
no,
got pissed
neither.
off at points.
I dropped in and out because I just
But I hear
got fed up.
so Choco, which is Daniel, you know, the guy with the blue tick.
Oh
I call
yeah.
him Choco. He calls himself Luco, but certain allegations against Mr. Choco mean that I call him Choco from now. So now you guys can work that out if you want. I'm not gonna repeat them.
I can gather. But yeah, I was saying just before, like, if he was to pick a side, he would. Oh my God, did he just do it again? If he was to pick a side, he would go with America, because like, sorry, of course he would go with us. He was saying like, if I had to pick a side, Australia or America, which like at the end of the day, what does it really matter in the sense of like fighting for
Well,
a
he'd pick a
side? You're
side
on the
whoever's
same
getting paid
side.
for.
Well,
Well,
yeah.
it wouldn't matter. He just picked whoever paid him more. He's a
4,000
fucking
square foot
whore.
house. Have a
So
movie
you know,
theater.
that's not
Australia.
fucking.
Oldest.
let's not sort of get caught into some kind of belief that this guy actually has any sort of love for anyone other than fucking, you know,
His own
money in his pocket. Yeah. So
I just think it's funny that like he just says, "Oh yeah, I'd fight for Australia." It's like, yeah, because you're probably not as likely to get killed. Like if you were the American army, you're going,
no,
you're
that's true.
first. You're first. Like they'll be dead.
Yeah. So
Australians
you're
only
pointing
brought
out that
in
he's
for
a
like special ops.
yeah. You're pointing out that he's a fucking coward, basically, and of
In a
course he is.
sense, yeah.
Yeah.
And of course he would know that as well, because apparently he's been petitioning the government and Trump specifically to fucking yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna play it again.
My youngest was born in the United States, but is a dual citizen. They live there currently. And I would ask them to fight for Australia. So it's more of what I'd ask my sons to fight for, because I'm past the age of draftee
What
or
I'd ask my
of
sons
integration
to
for the
fight
military.
for.
But I'd prefer my sons fight for the Australian government than the American government, if that helps you.
Thank you. I appreciate that, and I'm more likely to listen to you because you've answered honestly. So I appreciate that, and
Is that an
thank you
honest
for that.
answer?
I'm
He wouldn't be
listening
eligible to
to
serve in
what
the
you have to
AEF.
say.
No, he wouldn't
Thanks.
be.
Yeah, and my family's veterans, by the way. So I don't want to leak my because I'm going through a divorce right now. I'm not going to get into that. We're not going to discuss that tonight.
Yeah, don't
But
discuss
my
that,
family is
guys.
very respectable. My father-in-law is a Congress member or ex-Congress member, and my brother-in-law
Oh,
works in intelligence for the government and is a veteran. And so,
oh.
very much so, I have supported them and supported the Australian government. And, you know, if you guys don't know that the biggest CIA base outside of Langley, outside of the United States, is in Australia.
Yes, we
That
know
was
this.
there was a prime minister
Oh my
who
God,
was,
telling us our own history.
antithetical to that, and I support him. And the United States CIA, obviously you guys know your own history, worked with the
Hang
Queen,
on,
co-opted him, and got him.
I'll let you catch up.
Oh, okay. So this is the part where he's talking about the intelligence.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
oh fuck, what was the? Hang on, sorry, I'm just gonna have to get him to say it again.
That was there was a prime minister who was.
Yeah, that's right.
Bat actually starts. So Bat sort of hammers him on this, I believe.
Yeah, she does, and that'll be in a moment. I can't help but notice that he goes, yeah, I support that prime minister who is now dead, but anyways, that prime minister who got kicked out by the CIA and who wanted to not allow America to do. That was Whitlam, the guy who started who got rid of the White Australia policy. Like, does he not like? Is he actually out of it that he doesn't realize that a lot of these people don't like Whitlam? Or wouldn't, at least?
Well, actually, it's interesting you say that because I think there's a sort of section of people that sort of like admire Whitlam for his balls, basically on the right. I remember, and this I
Yeah.
don't know if
Okay.
people sort of yeah. No, and I'll sort of point to because I remember there was a the IPA, those fucking bunch of crooks that they put out a wish list of 50 policies, and essentially it was called Be Like Goff, and it was basically like sort of admiring Goff's basically his balls to be able to sort of change the country. And I think it was around the time Abbott was going to become prime minister, because that was on the cards for years before it happened. So it was sort of saying to Abbott, you have to be a radical when you get in, and it was just the typical cultural bullshit, like repeal 18C, fucking sell the ABC,
yeah.
and all this kind of shit. But it was they wanted a radicalized and energized kind of
Be like Goff, as in get rid of everything that Goff did.
well, yeah, that's the irony, right? But that was their thing, and I think that a lot of people on the right admire Goff for a lot of stuff, even though he was a mortal enemy, and how dare he give the plebs fucking free uni and this kind of stuff, So
No, I mean,
Medicare and
I will give them credit. Goff did have balls, he definitely had balls. He was a lot more, I mean, he got cucked not just by the CIA, but even just on a more legislative level. He got cucked by the Senate all the time, and he still achieved quite a lot and basically brought he brought Australia into the country that it like whatever you want to say about what's wrong with it now, like the few good things you can say about this country that still exist or that we once had 10 years ago, and unfortunately it's been repealed. A lot of it came from him,
oh, absolutely,
and his
he
government.
yeah, and I mean even the thing about there was a good chunk of Sydney that didn't have fucking that were using outhouses, didn't have proper sewerage, like crazy, like the lack of infrastructure that was built under the Conservatives for years, and Goff really fucking changed the country in that way, got us modernized, and sort of, I mean, in a way, like Keating came on the back of that, Hawke and Keating came on the back of that sort of spirit, but they were a different approach altogether.
Well, and I just actually, while I'm thinking about it, just because I really actually hadn't thought about the whole idea of like, oh, well, conservatives, they don't like the policies, but they at least respected the sense that he had the balls to push for it. Um, it just sort of dawned in my head all of a sudden. I do remember a time when like at high school in like history class, we were learning about Australian history, and so Gough Whitlam came up, and it was like I can't remember the exact chapter, but it was literally like called like Hope and Change or some shit like that. Like the whole point of like a complete culture change in Australia. And so I remember I was talking about it in at dinner with my family, and my stepdad, who has always been like like a Nationals voter kind of thing. Even he was like, yeah, no, he was just, oh, what was it? It was something like he was just before his time. Like, he was too, he went, oh fuck, I can't remember the exact way he put it, but basically it was like he
Went
was
too hard
kind of
too early.
yeah, too right too early, and it was kind of interesting because it's like I don't think he would have agreed with anything, even like if Gough Whitlam were to come back from the dead
Yeah.
and were to run on the exact same things, I don't think he would have like liked that or whatever. But like, yeah, no, you're right. There is definitely this weird sort of. I mean, maybe it is also because he was a prime minister, so like there's a bit of a
Yeah.
association of respect and whatnot.
Yeah, revisionism as well. I think
Yes.
people at the time didn't especially if you were a conservative, you didn't gel at all with what he was doing because I think the Conservative Party in this country has always been devoted towards entrenching privilege and putting sort of barriers up between them and the working class. So you get these fucking toffs like I mean that's where a Turnbull, classic Turnbull, or if you want to go back to the 80s, someone like what was his fucking name? Peacock and Peacock, that sort of blue blood.
Costello and all that.
Oh yeah, because Costello's another one as well. The 90s sort of version of those guys.
That's right, he's 90s.
Yeah. So all these fucks that are sort of brought up with the sort of spoon in their mouth, and they're quite happy to sort of pull the ladder, to not even throw the ladder down at all, and to, just basically sort of, good luck, guys. Cut you loose. I mean, anyone that sort of remembers when Costello was treasurer, and we used to get the every year the sort of, you're getting a tax cut, and it'd be, they used to call it the milkshake and burger tax cut, because
Oh,
it amount to be about $7 extra in your pocket, and this kind of stuff. And meanwhile, the country's going fucking, they're raking in massive sort of,
mm-hmm.
surpluses and stuff like that. So, this shit's gone on forever. But
Yeah,
anyway,
it's not an unheard tactic. I just want to read a few of the comments we've got, just because we've the people
Downer, yeah, someone said Downer, absolutely, 100%. Should have forgotten old what was he wearing? The fucking uh Jesus. He got photographed in high heels and stockings. It was really funny,
I
actually.
don't think I don't think I ever saw stuff about that. Okay, I just want to read. He accessed 100% of his brain and it fizzled out.
Yeah.
Petition to ban petitions would also fail. Uh, yeah, Seppo's love talking down. There's a third party, just never gets any votes. Hang on. I think I might have went a little bit too far up actually. Oh yeah, okay, here it is. Yeah, Sybil says, quoting bloody Elijah goes, I won't get into the divorce, and keeps bringing it up out over the next hour.
Well, you're in for a treat. That's all I can say. If you don't know what's coming.
Oh.
Yeah.
Does anyone grab the mic and play that DIVORCE song?
That was a missed opportunity,
Missed
Astra.
opportunity. Every time he
Yeah.
brings up his divorce, it's to slam his ex. I did notice that a little bit.
See, I really feel like people in this chat need to be on Twitter with us, into these spaces, because I kind of feel like you guys would be invaluable, just to sort of bring the heat to these motherfuckers when
Well,
they
there you
turn
go,
up.
guys. You're being called out.
So I've been, we need to summon you. We need to, if you're not on Twitter,
Yeah, we've got to
come and
cycle
find
each other
us.
through so that when Kurt kicks one of us, another one jumps in ready to go.
Yeah. I
Locked
mean,
and loaded.
we needed more allies last night, because we could have really fucking controlled the space and made it impossible because we really weren't too far from making him have a real fucking proper meltdown. I mean, we did get
Oh
into
my
rage
God.
quit once, but we could have really got into, tell everyone to get fucked, and basically said that, he probably would have told
I hope
Trump the
Trump
nuke
drops
us.
a yeah,
Just,
exactly.
like, oh, fuck that. But I actually am surprised he hasn't pulled in a strike on us after last night. That would have been a reasonable kind of.
Yeah, he's going to come up with a
Probably,
petition. Just you wait.
actually, I'm just checking for drones at the top of my house at the moment. Doesn't seem to be any. But,
We got Goff was a legend, 100%. Easy to say you admire a dead former. Easy to say, yeah, easy to say you admire a dead former polar. Yeah, I understand now the context of that. They'd hate Goff like figure if one arose today. Yeah. They'd call him a commie Fabian. Yeah. Yeah, today one side for Goff, the other side for Goff.
that's seriously retarded. If that was a slogan that the libs used to have. That's, sorry to use that word, but I mean, see, this is another thing. You pick up terrible habits being in these spaces, and I have
do.
to admit, like, using the R word repetitively, which I've got a terrible habit in doing recently, is I'm blaming the bad influence of of the various characters in these rooms. So
The N
bloody
word is one that I
Seppos.
still can't though for me. Like it's
Oh
not even a
yeah,
matter
no,
of
no.
like I can't say it. It's just I don't derive any pleasure from
Well,
saying
I
it.
mean, the R word was around. We used to say that when we were kids too,
Yeah.
and it wasn't seen as a slur like it is now. Like and I don't think it's one we should really bring back. I think I'm being like I feel like I'm the parrot that's kind of picking up things and repeating them when I shouldn't be, but without actually considering what they mean, and that's
But
one
at
of
the
them.
same time, these people are retarded.
Yeah, in the non-judgmental towards
Yeah.
disabled people
We
way.
got you turned out okay for a national vote as kid Freemasonry. Okay, to be fair, you can't judge me for the politics of my parents because it's fucking insane.
Well,
It's
don't we go? Apparently, we go. Well, we always reject parents' politics, whatever they are. So, I mean, if you grew up with leftists, you're probably going to be a right wing piece of shit. I mean, or
yeah.
could well be. Um,
My
although I hate that
mother
idea.
my mother voted Greens.
Wow.
Yeah, that's what I mean. And
Well,
then
my
voted
mum's a
Labour
yeah.
because she was like, I just don't feel like I could vote the Greens anymore because I can't remember the context, but it was like, oh, well, I don't. I think it was like I refuse to vote Liberal, and sorry, yeah, I refuse to vote Liberal, and like I don't want them in, so like I'll vote Labour because it was around that time when that sort of thought process would start kicking in for people, like, oh, we the harm reduction and all that
Mm,
and then I think it was just, and then she started voting liberals when it was like almost not COVID, but like almost COVID.
mm.
And I think at that point it was for tax breaks and whatnot. But anyways, um, so all the cookers' kids will be cooker watchers. Well, they already technically are. It's just they're doing it in the home. It's very democratized.
Oh God, imagine being the kid of like Beck Freedom, and
I
Jesse. I mean,
I
that
think
that
about
kid's
it
got.
often actually.
Yeah. I'm sorry, guys, but that's the yeah. Anyway,
All right, let's keep this
or
train wreck.
Guru,
Yeah,
actually,
true. Let's keep this
anyway.
train wreck going.
Was uh, antithetical to that, and I support him. And the United States CIA, obviously you guys know your own history. Worked with the Queen, co-opted him, and got him retracted because he was against the CIA being in Australia, and I support him in his endeavor to remove the CIA from Australia. So I am not only pro-Australian, I also agree that the CIA should remove their bases, which is the most restrictive air zone in all of Australia, but the CIA should take their place out. And if the CIA wants a base, they should be in Darwin and be susceptible to bombing. Because I think the U.S. should only be in places that are susceptible to our enemies' attacks. So I'll just leave it at that.
That's so dumb. But whatever. Sure, buddy.
Yeah, again, it's just nihilist bullshit.
Yeah.
Been intelligence. This is amazing.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that? You cut out for a second.
I was just saying, I'm astounded to hear you say that you're intelligent. That's
Yeah, of course.
a
Yeah, of
revelation.
course.
Yeah,
So,
again, it's just nihilist.
three things I'll say. Number one, I've cooperated with the FBI on a very sophisticated level. So, I built the timeline for the January
Sophisticated
6th
level.
riot in the United States at the Capitol for the New York Times. And I worked with Tucker Carlson to create his documentary for Fox News. So I've been used by Fox News and New York Times and the New Yorker to create the timeline for January 6th. I was involved in Trump's second impeachment hearing, doing the timeline. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, our congresswoman, used my
I
work.
cooperate with
I
the
cooperated with the
FBI on a
Democratic
very
Party to
sophisticated
build a
level.
timeline because I'm
Interesting,
a
mate.
journalist. So
Interesting.
I'm basically ignoble on party. And on top of that, they investigated me, did a return wiretapping charge, espionage, to the United States government, and assaulted my family. I won't get into that. I won that case. It was about $250,000 that I had to spend. But yeah, so I'm pretty sympathetic to the Australian people. I consider myself to be an honorary expat. I'm not Australian. I'm more Australian than anyone who's not white. I want to clarify that. I think Australians are white, but here's the deal. I have very good friends in the Australian political movement who are not white, and I accept them as Australian. Joel Jamal, who runs Turning Point Australia, is a very good friend of mine. He stays at my house. I understand Australians can be Lebanese. The Wogs, my producer is Greek. The Wogs are Greek and Lebanese, and I accept them as being part of our movement. I'm not a white supremacist. I'm not National Socialist. I know Joel Davis well. I know Thomas Sewell well. I got in trouble from ASIO for interviewing Joel Davis and Thomas Sewell. I am not a white supremacist.
I just Eyebrows Jamal. I'm more Australian than anyone who's not white, like the First Nations. Oh my God, haha. But I'm not a Nazi. Yeah, I know, right? This space wouldn't be impressed by his fondness for Joel Jamal. That's another thing. That's what I don't get. That's what I don't get with this guy. Who's he trying to appeal to here? I don't even
Well,
understand who
no,
he would
no, but that
appeal to
makes
in
100%
America.
sense. This is the thing, right? This is the thing that no one in the space, and I'm blocked at this point, so I can't. Oh, not blocked, but I'm muted. But no one in the space makes the point that, to call him out on his contradiction. You're literally talking shit about brown people constantly, but then you have the ability to be able to be friends with the person. So why then are you so fucking judgmental and so fucking racist to everyone else? Like, you've seen I'd assume the good side of that person. You consider them a friend and a fellow human being. So how do you have that kind of separation?
Yeah, how do you cross those dots?
Yeah, it's fascinating. It's really like it's the cognitive dissonance that it must be. But I guess again, it's maybe the white nationalism is performative. That it's just purely a hook for these guys to fucking win a culture war.
Well,
Maybe they
yeah,
don't
that is
really
a
get.
thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I mean that's a possibility as well.
There's a lot of them where you'll notice that they, like, if you ever get them in a debate or whatever, where they almost are like their brain gets bricked because they can't, because it would require them to go off script, and the inevitable, like the person that they're talking to is like basically laying out the inevitable conclusion of what they're arguing for, but they can't acknowledge that because it would require them committing to, oh, no, I am a Nazi, but they're not. So, like, they have it as a part of their script that they're not, but they are saying Nazi talking points, and so, like, their brain gets bricked. And so, like,
Yeah.
they just can't do it. And that's, like, they typically just, like, try and pivot and rearrange the subject. So, yeah, I know what you mean there.
I do not believe in hierarchy of races. I don't believe that people are innately better because of their skin color, and I do not believe that women and men are innately less valuable to God. But I do believe that women should be subjective to men. I believe that men should be subjective to God. And I think what we have right now, and this is where I agree with the feminists.
Oh,
I agree with
yeah, this bit
feminists in the
got me.
fact that the men that we have running our countries are not accountable to God, and because of that, we have very unruly men who are. So God said one thing. I'm going to end with this one sentence, or paragraph. God said when women rule, it's a sign of judgment on your country, and I take that as this: women are very calculated, very proficient investigators, and very competent. And when women rule, it's not bad that because women are very smart and very investigatory. So I have no shame on women in government. It's just
Yeah,
that
this is why he's
when women
divorced.
rule, it's a sign that men cannot. So I agree with the feminists that the modern man is incapable of ruling. Their worldview makes them incapable of leading women. And I don't blame any woman for not falling in line with the modern man and his current political system. So while the U.S. is mainly male leadership, Australia is very mixed and is very much meritocratic or very
Intersectional
much
bigotry. Oh, that's good.
very much mixed gender. And I think Australia has a very high privilege, and this is the end of it, has a high privilege
He's
that
so
the Texas
confused, isn't he?
economy is bigger
Yeah.
What the
than
fuck is this?
Australia in its power. Maybe not in its GDP. People argue that, but Texas in of itself is a higher population than Australia. It has its own energy grid, its own oil grid, its own military bases, its own tax bracket, and we're a republic. So I just want to clarify to people that don't know American history. Um, I
I'm
am a
pretty sure
citizen
every
of
state
Texas.
of
I have
America
been
has
for a
its own
while.
tax
I am a
bracket.
resident of Florida. And Florida and Texas
Yeah,
are
they've got
two
local
states that
taxes and they've
operate
got
autonomously
the
of the union.
so there's two.
So we kind of
Usually they
operate
pay
like our own
two separate
countries.
taxes,
So
like
before I
the
share any
state and then the
answers,
federal.
I just
I
want people to
understand it.
know that in the
Also,
United States, like when
hang on. What was that
Are you going
comment?
to stop?
Yeah.
In Florida and Texas.
All my exes live in Texas. I don't know if you're saying that as in yourself, Astra, if you're trying to do like a funny quoting of
No, that's a
a
band,
legend.
man. I'm pretty sure
Is that a what?
it's a band, I believe.
Oh, I didn't know that.
The Bomb Astra.
Um, what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, I like that he's like putting out there this.
No,
Yeah,
that's
okay,
all.
it's a song. I like that he's putting out this idea of like, yeah, Texas is like itself as one state is even better than Australia. It's got its own electrical grid. Yeah, which one of the electrical grids in America keeps crashing whenever there's a snowstorm?
Texas.
Yeah. Where people then end up dying because they like use their car motors to keep the house warm and they end up getting carbon monoxide poisoning.
Fuck
Like,
me.
I don't
Because
know
remember,
if.
wasn't that like when Ted Cruz had to flee to like
Yep,
Cancun?
yep.
Yeah, because there was like a really bad winter and shit
Hmm.
froze and it all. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Fucking
yeah.
hell.
Partly due to the fact that Texas, because it has this like, fuck you all, we should do our own thing, but we'll stay as a part of the republic. Um, they have this whole, they created their own electrical grid. Like to be fair, the state is a significantly large state compared to the
Hmm.
others, but like it's not that it wasn't very cleverly done. Yeah, skip the civics lesson. We know how it works in Seppo land. And don't they have dynamic pricing that left people to freeze because they couldn't afford? Yes, 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 yes. It like all different kinds of fucked up. So I don't know if I would be propping up the Texas system as a good alternative or whatever the fuck he's trying to suggest in comparison to Australia. I'll keep it playing.
When you're talking about Queensland or you're talking about Victoria or you're talking about Adelaide or whatever, they operate as a part of a federocracy of the federal government. In the United States, we don't view the federal government as all telling. So the federal government will tell us in Texas, for instance, Connecticut this morning designated kratom, which is a energy drink. They registered it a federal Schedule One drug, and so if you go to Connecticut, the state, and you bring kratom, you are a felon. You go to jail for 25 years. It's 10 years in Australia for kratom. In Texas, you can buy it at a gas station, and we kind of operate in autonomy or anti-federalist in in this country where states change laws. So I can take a gun, I can put it in my bag on an airport in Texas. I can pull a gun out in an airport. I can put it in my bag, pull out. I've done this. Pull out in front of TSA, take bullets out, stash in my wallet, and I show up in New York, and I'll go to jail for 20 years. So we operate in a state basis federocracy. So states have more rights than the federal government in the U.S. And in
The fuck is he on
Australia,
about?
it's a federal government, and I want to be honest with you guys. I am under investigation from ASIO and your federal government and state government in New South Wales. I'm under federal investigation in Victoria, New South Wales, but my my residency is in the Gold Coast. I'll leave it there and say that I'm much more respective of state rights than federal rights, and that's American ideal. And I know Australians don't respect that and don't understand that, but I much more believe in locality governments. And just so you guys know, I work in the government. I want to say three things real fast. Um, I work for the Republican Party
He's on a few watch lists.
autonomously. I
Yeah,
work for
sounds like it.
senators, and I also work for the Australian lobby in the United States. So I want to be clarified. I'm very transparent and just say that I work for Australian
There is
interests.
no
The only
relevance.
country in the United States
It's
that I work on
just
behalf of
brain
is
rot.
Australia. And I think I'm one of six people in the United States. There's only six of us that work to seek Australian interests in the United States. And I do not represent any party.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest. It's not like I haven't heard this one before. Hey, I, the American, am coming to you, Australian, and I promise you, I am here in your interest. Yeah, yeah. That's always how it comes. Fuck me. Um, I swear, Seppo's just like talking about themselves and their country. 100% winter metal. 100%. I don't like. It is a weird thing. I mean, I guess like Australians kind of do. Maybe. I don't know. No, no, no. We don't. We don't do the to this extreme. I guess. I don't know. It's they just never do stop talking. I think that's what it is more than anything. They just don't stop talking. And then when you have a person like Kurt who will kick anyone who even tries to do pushback or interrupt or whatever, he never gets to stop. He said he was going to stop, and then he said he was going to add 3 more bits in. Like, when do you stop? What was the point of all of this, as riveting as it is to hear about how it is in America? 100%. What is the point of all of this?
When do you stop? That was the point of all of this, as riveting as it is to hear about how it is in America.
Verbal diarrhea. Yeah, it is verbal diarrhea. You still there, Sid?
Yeah, mate. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. I'm just listening along.
We'll just keep it
Sorry,
going.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
in
We probably
Australia.
should, because
Whether
there's
you're
a
the
lot.
Greens or whether you're
Yeah, well, I'm
conservatives
thinking
or
we might
liberals,
even have to maybe
it
do
doesn't
this in
really
2
matter
parts or
to
something,
me.
because it's.
I
I think we're only
am
barely
I am here
barely
and
a
I
sort
have
of
a lot of say
hour and
in
a
what
bit in.
happens with
That's
Australian politics.
and this is like a
And
long.
so I always tell people, don't write me off,
So I don't
because
know.
I know I
Maybe
know
we
all
can.
the representatives.
Let's see how we go.
Yeah, we'll see how we go. Yeah.
And there's only 3
We'll
representatives
try
in
and
the
let it
United
go
States
longer.
that care about Australia. There's 3. There's over 200, and there's only 3 that care about Australia, and I know them personally.
I know
I
all
care
the
about you guys, so
pro-Aussies.
I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, I'm sure Rupert
Very
Murdoch
good.
thanks you for your service.
Dude, shut the fuck up, dude. This is such a cocky statement, dude. Shut up.
Yeah.
No, but
Well,
it's
before we let me just tidy up the speaker deck in a minute. But while I've got you here, Mr. E, can I read to you something from Plato? It's up there on the left of the
Oh my
list.
god, we're gonna
Yes,
hear from
please
Plato.
do. But also these cocky Australian comments,
Kurt's such a
we don't
fucking
have time
bore.
for that.
He
Like,
really
you know,
is.
Okay, no time for the back chat, everybody. Now, on the left is Plato, so don't blame me.
I swear
Masculine
50
republics
minutes
give
he'll
way
be
to
in 1 or
feminine
2 possible
democracies, and
Jesuses.
feminine democracies give way to tyranny. What do you think?
Whiplash from him begging the audience to yelling at
Yeah,
them
I
like they're
agree.
little
So we run
kids.
an
Yeah.
Epicurean commune. So I have a house, by the way, here. If you ever want to come by, if you're a journalist or you're a purveyor or
I
you
think
just
I'll
want to
make a
come by,
return here
please
shortly.
hit up Australian Talk. He's my auditor in
Oh, there you
Australian Talk's my
go.
auditor in
Australian Talks
Australia.
is
I have
his
an auditor
auditor.
here named Sith Lord Groiper. I'm not a Groiper.
Who
I'm
the
not
fuck
from the
is that?
Travis tribe,
It's
but
really
I
amazing that
guess
this
like he
faggot has been allowed to talk for so long.
Is that a
People
Scientology
listening
thing or
without
something?
chiming in, especially when
I think he
Aussies
just
are
filters
present
Well,
through.
he's
and they haven't
interesting,
shut
Brett.
their
Maybe I
No,
should
mouth.
hit them up.
oh, okay.
chime in, mine. Chime in.
Interesting.
Chime in.
Hang on. Maybe I should hit them up. Like, he's saying he's interested in having journos talk to him. I mean, I thought he was the journalist, but I guess never mind that. Never mind that. But, you know, maybe I should hit him up, see if I get any success there.
Chime in, bitch. Chime
Why
in.
not?
You
Give it a
fucking
shot.
cunt. Chime in.
Give it a
Yeah.
shot. I'll see if Aussie
Let's
Talks
see.
lets me
Okay,
through.
let's do hands up.
Chime in.
And
I'm up for anything.
Brett,
Chime
Just,
in, bro.
use your
A
real
lot
name
of
and you'll be fine.
subversive
I don't know
Jews
the
and
fucking difference.
Zionists in here, I think.
So
yeah,
is this
it's
why
okay.
everyone
Now,
yelled at
Yeah.
Kurt
just to
today?
ensure
Yes,
I
this
will
is
arrest
why.
them, have
No,
no fear.
Well,
chime in because like
just
I don't shy away
Kurt.
from controversy. In
Kurt
fact,
being
I'm
Kurt.
so you guys know I'm currently banned from Australia, and we're working with the Queen's Court. I was supposed to open up for Tucker at the. I left because ASIO. So I was.
Do you
But
remember saying, and I quote, "I rest my case"? Because traditionally, when someone says "I rest my case," they sit down and they be quiet. So,
dude, shut up, Daniel. This is in court. Have you been in court? I've been in court. That's in court. You're acting like a space is court.
He's
That's just a fucking
aware.
bullshit
mate,
I
court.
yeah,
think
You're
Daniel
you're
knows
a
that.
crown. No.
we'll
You're
let
a
everyone
crown
know.
loyalist.
and
You're a
carrying
crown
on.
loyalist,
And as
and you're
soon as
trying to put
someone else says
litigatory language in
something,
here.
you go
Shut the
for
fuck up.
the area. Oh, shut the fuck up! A
Yeah,
very
yeah.
convincing argument. Oh,
Yeah, yeah.
bravo.
It's not an
This
argument. It's
is
not an argument.
insane.
I'm telling you as a person. I
No,
rest
but
my case. I'm saying ask whatever you want. No,
you
ask whatever you
Ask
want.
whatever you want, but
Just
then I
remember.
won't shut the fuck
Just
up.
remember.
Okay,
Can
I'll
I just
listen.
say before we get into a argument? Now,
Good one.
the thing is, Daniel, where's he gone? You're used to being the top dog,
What the
20k
fuck is
followers.
the
This
Queen's
lad's
Court then?
got
Yeah, I know,
40 times
right?
your following, so show him some respect, mate. You
Please,
can't be
dude.
Is
I
he
hitting
work
just
in
like
talking about
that
like
to the
government.
Queen
top of the
Please,
list.
Council?
please,
It's hard to
Daniel,
show
I
go
don't know.
ahead. Go ahead and voice your
the
case. I'll be quiet.
So do you work in government, or are you saying
Well, hang on,
government
Bat.
when it's
Hang on, Bat. Now, see, Bat's got bad habits as well.
Oh my
Bat just hot
god.
mic'd over the top of Daniel. I think it was Daniel with the call. Then Bat can put her bat hand up and wait. Hitman's been patient.
Kurt's voice
Hitman's
is
got
just so
5K
annoying as
followers
well.
and is more influential than anyone in this room.
I have no issue with
Um,
follower count. Just go
Is it
ahead.
a crown? What the fuck is a crown
I'm only
royalist?
doing
Is
the
it a
follower
crown
count
bitch
just
of
to calm
Victoria
everyone
like
down. It's the
Sid
way it
got
comes.
called?
Kurt, no one
So
cares about
Daniel, you've
clout.
got the.
I got rid of hundreds of followers overnight when Circle Boom said were bots. I couldn't care less. But
I,
anyway,
I followed
Okay.
you back, Daniel. I
He's
followed
hundreds
you, by the
down.
way.
Back to the
Daniel,
rescue,
I
yeah.
followed you.
Okay, Elijah. Daniel's only down on followers because he's removed a few
No,
hundred.
no, 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 no.
Otherwise,
I
he-
followed him. I'm saying I like someone with a spine. Daniel, go ahead.
I'll have to work that
if
little
I
clip into
may.
my bio
Look,
about
Elijah,
being
you
the
probably
Crown
have
Beast of Victoria.
more knowledge of
Yeah,
Australia
you
than
should
your
take that.
average American. I acknowledge that, and I should say that. Look, I think America is a wonderful country. It's very fine people.
Is this guy
Awful,
a
awful
poly?
tough.
Is
But
Daniel
there's a couple. But the
like
problem is,
a
I think
No,
about
that's oh
30%
yeah,
of
he
what
is,
you're
but he's
saying is
also he's
accurate,
a
but your
domestic user.
understanding of the
Yeah,
political
Kind of goes
system
with the territory,
is
right? Yeah,
weak. And I think
yeah.
you're also basing what
I
you
can
like
say
and
that
what
because
you
he's
don't
actually
like
been to
probably
court and
on
been
Twitter
convicted. So
Oh my
personalities. So
god,
saying,
kicked
you
out of
might like
109
Speedo.
subreddits.
Babbitt, or you might like
What an
Pauline
interesting
Hanson.
thing
Of
to
course,
chuck
we
in your bio.
both have, but our political
You know
good
what?
old,
system
good old
is
fucking.
such that it just simply won't
Just for
allow
that,
a
you
Trump
get a
like
follow, only
character
because I want
to
to
emerge.
know
Our
what you're
system sort
up
of
to.
I
drags
can say
everyone
that
back to the
because he's
centre
actually
for the
been
same reason we have
So
lots of women candidates. You called it a meritocracy. I don't believe it's that at all. I think people in most of the political parties just get there by hanging around for a very long time. And I think we actually have very, very mediocre political talent and a political system that completely repels high quality people.
Lukey
So
is
in
a
America, you
failed
might
poly
get
and an
someone
ass.
like
Oh,
a Trump
okay. Yep, yep.
who wants to go into politics. In this country, you know, any truly successful, influential person is
I'm
going to
glad
be
I'm
very,
back up
very
the top.
reluctant to take a pay cut and spend more time in Canberra. But the other thing you have to remember is that Australia really is a very, very young country. And I've tried this experiment on a number of people, and I'd be interested in others' thoughts here. When we talk about Australian culture being damaged and destroyed,
I'm
I
glad.
think there is absolutely truth in that. When I say to some people, well, define Australian culture, it's very difficult for people to do so. People use throwaway terms like, oh, it means a fair go or a larrikin spirit. Those are sort of adjectives. But part of the reason for that is because we are so young. America has had hundreds of years. It's had wars. It's had republic. You know, Europe or the Middle East have had thousands of years. These are where, you
I
know,
actually
cultures form,
kind
and
of
ours
agree
is
with
kind
this.
of developing in real
Daniel, can I ask you
time,
one
which is
question?
Oh my god, here we go.
yes.
So I don't think so. I think that Australia is a extension of British colonial
Yeah,
power,
because you're a
and I think
loyalist.
that when the British invaded the United States,
It's also
I'll
a
leave it here,
Zionazi and transphobe. I
in
mean, that comes with the
1812 from
territory, doesn't
Canada.
it? I
By the
don't
way,
know. Kind of
they don't teach
expected
us
that.
this, by the way. So Americans, if you're,
Yeah, I
is
think
there any
that's why he
Americans in the
blocked me. I
chat?
said
I don't
something about
know.
that to him.
Probably not,
Mm.
but they
Yeah, I'm
typically
here, San
okay.
Francisco. What's
Oh
up,
no, no,
Elijah?
that's right. He blocked me
What's up,
because I
bro? So they
pointed
teach
out
us that
his
the British
domestic
invaded us in
abuse
1812. In
Mm.
record.
fact, Canada invaded us in 1812. The Protector of Canada invaded us. So we were invaded by
Oh my god,
the
he's still
New
calling it a
Zealand,
protectorate.
Australian. There's a lot of protectorates,
He
but
blocked
we'll
me.
keep it
Wow.
Australia, New Zealand,
Oh no.
Canada. Okay, we'll just keep it there for this conversation.
Pointed out.
The Australian, New Zealand, Canadian, and Australia sent troops. By the way, look that up. Australia invaded the United States in 1812. It wasn't
Is
a country yet. It was a
is he trying to say? Now, look, guys, I love yous. You know, I think a lot about yous, and I really want to like fight for the Australian. Also, yous invaded us back with the Canadians and the English back in 1812, and I'm still upset about it.
Oh, that was the most retarded thing. Again, stupid thing he said.
It's gold. It's gold. I kind of agree with his point about not his point, sorry, the Daniel guy's point in that like Australia is a young country. Like it is. Like, you know,
Oh, that was the most retarded thing. Again, stupid thing he said.
I think that was the echo there. Like it is a young country and all that, so like I understand how they can be like a cultural confusion or an identity confusion with that. It's just, why is there such an insistence on having to be like Britain? That's what I just don't get. Like, why do we have to be the people with the worst set of teeth in the world?
Yeah, I've never
colony.
understood that
It
either.
was
It's the
actually
cultural cringe,
a
though. I
prison
think
colony at
maybe
the
like
time.
Yeah.
the
But
idea
they
that
did
we
send
can't
a
have our own identity, and
Yeah.
we look to Mother England's
hmm
apron strings, and
Which is really like, if anything, actually, this is actually something I like when I was a kid, like a teenager, and I got really into Australian history, and like I like looking back now, I'd go like, oh yeah, I was like a baby nationalist in the sense of like I thought it was cool to be an Australian. I thought there was worth to that, that there was like cool things we'd done through our history, and I just saw it as like, well, a lot of the bad things that happened in our country throughout history, not to like take away blame from the Australian government, but more so that it was the British Empire, and thus we've continued with its remnants and whatnot. And like, um, what was I going to say? But like, when you look at, if you look at a lot of events throughout Australian history, there's like things that have been very characterized as like strong Aussie moments and whatnot, has been our opposition to Britain, has been the fact
yeah,
that we've opposed them, or the fact that we kind of go, oh, you fucking pommy bastards. Like, Pom is literally a prisoner of Mother England. That's where the term
exactly.
comes from.
Warlord. So Australia did aid Canada in establishing hierarchy. They burned our White House down. So the
The
Australian, New
Australians burnt
Zealand,
the White House down.
Canadian regime did burn down our White House.
Winter
Did
metal, oh my
effectively
god.
stunt our growth.
Lukey would
In
know about young
1812.
countries.
I would say that there was
Oof.
war between us.
Fairly typical
And
colonial
here's the deal:
institution,
Australia's not a
eventually
young
overcome.
country at all. It's an empirical extension of British power, and we have to ask ourselves,
I think we
what
should
did
burn down
British
the White House
power
again.
accept as the norm?
He's
And
given us a
my
good
opinion
idea
is
here. Maybe we
the
should do it
United States.
again.
So Israel is Palestine, Israel. The current Zionist regime is an extension of British power. I think the crown is mainly based in Israel. My opinion is, personally, which is why they're letting London be invaded. I think that Australia actually has proved quite a vital role in American development, and I think that Americans really respect Australians. Look, I know I'm an American. I've lived in Australia, and I'll
Turn it
extend
into
here.
the Black House.
Australians don't respect Americans, but Americans respect Australians because we see them as the Texan Europeans.
Hey Trump, you spent so and so amount of money trying to smash down the East Wing for your stupid fucking ballroom. Get some Australians in there, mate. Give them a couple of six packs and we'll get that shit done like no one knows. We'll get that thing demolished, and well, it will be a black house, but still,
We see them as a
much cheaper.
unruly European colony, and they've always been an unruly European colony. But modern feminism has cucked the men, and I've lived there. By the way, so in the last 10 years, I've lived 5 years
You were
there.
in
I lived there for 5 years.
you were in
Hey,
Africa.
Elijah. Have you found your wife yet, mate?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
hang
yeah,
on,
yeah, yeah.
hang on.
So, no, it says my wife.
Oh, yeah, you. Is it possible, Sid, to move your mic a bit further away?
Yeah, absolutely, mate. I
More
think
so
I
from the
asked him.
TV.
Yeah, I've just done that. I realised it's feeding. I think it's feeding back a little bit, but
Yeah, but that's okay.
I think I might have just asked him about his wife.
Oh, really? Okay, I'll run it back 15 seconds and then hit
Dude,
again.
I think that was my
by the way,
question. I
so in
can't
the last
remember
10
exactly.
years, I've lived
I waited all that
5
time.
years
You were
there.
in
I lived there for 5
Sid, are you
years.
remembering to mute your
Africa.
mic?
Hey,
Africa.
Elijah,
You-
Elijah. Have you found your wife yet, mate? I've muted.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
I
yeah,
haven't
yeah,
got the
yeah. So,
TV
no, it
on,
says
so
my wife skirted jurisdiction. She's being sued for kidnapping and human trafficking and kidnapping charges. I'll leave it at that. But
Wait, whoa! Okay, I'm gonna have to run that back another 15 seconds because he turned that up to 11 real quick. I just want to quickly read Astra saying, he says my wife more than Christopher Pine.
hey, Borat as well.
Yeah.
My wife.
My wife. All right, let's hear what's happening with his wife.
Hey,
Africa.
Elijah.
You-
Elijah. have you found your wife yet, mate?
Have you found your wife?
Yeah. So, no, it says my wife, skirted jurisdiction. She's being sued for kidnapping and human trafficking and kidnapping charges. I'll leave it at that. But I'm not going to talk about my wife. I'm not talking about my divorce.
Wait.
She's in Australia right now.
What? She got arrested for kidnapping? And is he referring to like their kids?
I think he's bullshitting, mate.
Yeah, true. Yeah, let's be real. Yeah, sorry. Sorry. For a moment there was taking him at his word.
And we're working the Queen's Court. And
He
we're
actually
also
held himself together. I thought it was going to, because I was trying to trigger him
moved
again.
to Australia, but we love
He
Australia.
did. I noticed
so I'm not
that.
worried about that. My kids are safe.
Yeah,
Australia's a
I
good
thought
country.
it was getting too polite,
Take care of my
so
kids.
I had
I'm
to throw
not worried about
another
it at all.
grenade in there.
But I don't want to talk about my divorce because it's
and
active,
he held his shit together a bit more than I thought he would.
He got his shit back together. He came down from the coke.
His bad habits, being a bit of a reformed.
No.
She took their kids back to Oz without his
my wife
permission.
committed
Knew
25
it.
instances of
I
perjury,
knew it was going to be
22
something like
instances
that.
of
Happens
court
very
evasion,
often
and
with
she's
these sort of
criminally
situations.
evading the courts and jurisdictions, and that's in
Yeah, I
court.
mean,
But I'm
you'd
not going to
really
talk about that because I don't
his
want
wife
to drag.
probably was trying to protect his kids from that fucking lunatic. So.
I'm clarifying.
And
I
I've
want to
actually
talk
said
bad
there's
of her.
so anyone wants to see there's apparently some
hold
leaked
up.
footage that if you can kind of bear the stink of going onto Milo Yiannopoulos' onto his profile, he and Schaffer have had a massive running battle, and there's a video on there of a leaked video of Schaffer basically.
Is this recent?
Being yeah. So I would if
his-
anyone really
How do you say his
Schaffer, so
name?
CH.
Oh, is it for
so
Schaffer?
Elijah, so
okay.
Schaffer, yeah. So if you look it up, oh, you mean Milo? So Nero.
Yeah.
So Nero is his. Yeah.
Wait, what's his thing?
Nero is his at. So at Nero. But there you go. See if you brought it up before anyway.
At Nero. Oh, yep.
Okay, so there you go. And once you get there, just look up Elijah Schaffer, and it'll come up with a whole heap of tweets that they've been throwing at each other. And there's and we're gonna also give a trigger warning or a concept warning or whatever you want to call it regarding. Keep going down. There's a video.
This one? No, that's a link.
So yeah, it's on.
Oh,
it'll
yep,
be on.
Okay, yep. All right, so yep, trigger warning, folks.
Yeah.
This might be a bit concerning, bit distressing, but I am interested.
Dumb bitch, please. I'm trying to, like, god damn it, being such a fucking whore. I'm like literally like, oh hey, you know what? You had a couple beers. Oh, why do you lie to me? Why do you lie to me? You know why? 'Cause you're a fucking whore and you're a bitch. And you need to shut the fuck up. How about that? Because when I talk to you the truth, you become a fucking whore. And I don't want to be around you. Oh, I'm not a whore. Yeah, maybe you're not. You act like one. How about that? Oh, well, you want to show yourself to me? Yeah. How about this? I can handle your shit. Fucking divorce me. Take my son. Do what the fuck you want. How about this? Shut the fuck up, because I'm your husband, and I'm trying to support you and be your husband. Well, you had a couple of beers or something. Oh, god damn it. Oh, I hope you die. I hope you die. It's success.
Okay. Why?
You probably don't need to play all of it, but it's bad enough.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. There we go. We got a minute of it. Milo is such an interesting character in the sense of like he is such a horrendous human being, but then he fucks over so many of the right wing. It's so...
Yeah. Well, he makes enemies, and therefore he's got to keep defending himself against people, and that's how he does it. It's a
I guess that's his
assured mutual destruction, basically.
Yeah.
But I mean, this is the illustration of this is the illustration of the piece of shit that is Elijah Schaffer, and it boils my blood that people are sucking up to this guy in a space. Maybe some of them don't exactly know what he's all about, but I mean, I hadn't actually seen that video before today, so I
Mhm.
didn't know. I hadn't seen it the actual before I had the interaction with him. But I mean, this sort of gives you, it didn't exactly improve my impression of the guy. I'll put it that way. So yeah,
Sounds just like how he berated the space, but with his intimate partner instead. Yeah. Notice
yeah,
as
pretty
well that he
much.
was doing a very interesting feminine voice. Like,
Hmm.
not to insinuate anything, it's just like I feel like he's done that a few times, enough times to really have it down, Like clearly
Something he's
handling
well
it, clearly
practiced.
handling it well. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's
So
he's
it's
handling the
ironic.
divorce well. He's gonna be fine, guys. Don't worry. He's gonna be fine.
Yeah.
He'll just he'll go home, have a shower, wipe his face. He'll be all good. He'll be all good. Right, brand
Speaking of
new.
showers, we need to have a metaphorical shower after being in touch with Milo's page. So
That is
just
true. That Thank you. I will need to remember that. Thank you.
have a shower after the golden shower.
All right, I'm gonna keep
It's
it going.
decorum. That's the mother of my children, mate. It's the mother of my
It's the mother of my children. I don't know. You didn't seem to worry about that aspect.
children, and we don't. I don't want my. I'm not going to speak illy. She did make some bad decisions, and we'll correct them in court. But we don't drag
Yeah,
our
let's not
wives
talk
in
about
front of our
people's
kids.
personal
Okay.
lives.
Next question.
All right. So yeah, let's see. I think Bat may have wanted one. There's a Mr. B as well waiting, but I think Bat wanted to have something to say there.
I just want to say the only people that can't define
Was
Australian
that diligent
culture.
here, Alpha?
Sorry, say again, Aussie talk.
Let her
That's the
speak,
soft
please. I'd like
threat
to hear
voice. Some of us
her
recognise it.
response.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Apologies
No,
for
I was just
anyone
going to
who,
say, I think the only people that
again,
can't
who's had
define
to
Australian
experience
culture
that.
are
It's
people that
fucked.
don't respect
Yeah.
Australian culture,
And thanks for,
value it.
thanks
It's
for
very
letting us know,
simple.
because I wasn't actually aware of
You
the
mean like Seppo?
soft threat voice.
No,
So yeah, that's a
let her
learning thing
speak.
for me as well.
Hey, there's a nice cadence. Let her
Define
speak.
it for me. Define
Yeah,
it for
so
me.
there's
Please
a
do.
question there. I'll just clarify. There's a question about Aussie culture. Now, Bat's pretty experienced with Aussie politics. I thought you
We don't drag
ask a
our
more hot
wives. My
potato
bitch
question, Bat, so
ex-wife.
maybe think about it.
Oh, I don't think I'm not going to ask about people's personal lives. I know it's salacious, and that's what people
I meant like more to
but
do with the Liberal Party
Thank
losing
you for that.
power.
No.
Stuff
Just
like
let her speak. She's a grown
Yeah,
woman. Let
the
her
shut the
Liberal
speak.
Party's
fuck up,
fucking
Kurt.
cooked. Like I've washed my hands of it. They're done. I
that.
can't
Okay, that's
even.
interesting. So I mean, okay, so Bat's asked a question about Aussie culture, but I'd also dovetail on that. Imagine if the Republicans, the grand old party, was just imploding. Maybe you can comment on that one next. But I guess Bat had the question about Aussie culture. That's a nice open question if you care to answer that one.
No, it was just more of a statement, I guess, in response to what Daniel was saying, because he's Australian.
Okay. Well, what question do you have?
That Australians.
Let's assume.
Australian.
Let's assume E is at face value. What's a big poignant question, like Tucker Carlson level question? What are we going to quiz this bloke about?
I was going to ask before. So you said you worked in government now. Are you defining lobby groups and working for the Republican Party and America First, etc.? I take you mean Tucker Carlson, America First, not Fuentes, America First. But so is that what you mean by working in government, or you actually worked like in the public service, for example, or intelligence, as you said before?
That's a fair question. What was your name, by the way?
Louise. Oh, that has
Louise.
Oh.
All right. Thank
Louise.
you. Louise. Okay. Thank you. So what I mean by working in the government is this. So I'm an international political operative, meaning I work for Agenda. So I actually signed up in 2015 to work for Trump. I have worked for several senators and several high efficiency governments. I've also worked with the FBI and NSA on January 6th in terms of building a timeline. That's it. I got slapped with an espionage suit in 2020. So you guys know. I got slapped with a domestic terrorism charge.
I
So
can
that's
only
very,
imagine
very, very
why.
clear. I beat it, by the way. Trump pardoned me in 2024.
Oh.
Because I documented some things. I'll just say that showed that it was government intrusion, and it was the government started January 6th. And what I work for is three things. One, I don't believe that Australia or the United States has a conflict of culture. I believe that we are, and I'll stick to this, we are white nations, and whites deserve a homeland. However, I have non-whites who work for me. I work with non-white people. They have to be sympathetic to our cause. You don't get to build temples and Sikh Hindu temples and mosques. If you're sympathetic, if you left Iran per se, or you left India, and you wanted to be a part of white culture, I accept you. So you
Dude,
want
you work for a pedo, mate. Why are you fucking trying to pretend like you've got standards?
Oh my
Well,
god.
okay.
You
Wait,
are behaving
I
yourself
mean,
wait.
hang on, I do want to pause on that. I do find, because I forgot to mention this before, but I do find it really interesting that he said a thing. Oh, what was it? He was saying like, I voted for Trump 3 times, but now Trump's retarded and doing the Iran war, which I don't agree with, blah de blah de blah. And it's like, do you not therefore see how this was always going to be the case? That you got well, I don't think that this guy got fooled because I think he was probably much more aware of what was actually the intentions. But it's like, who are you fucking kidding? Like,
Well, this is the point I was making earlier about political nihilism. See, when you don't take a side, or you don't actually, when you don't take a position on anything, you can be flexible like this, because you can disregard disregard something as quickly as you take it on. So, this is why these people, because they know, like, because conservative politics over there is such a basket case that it needs to be so flexible
True.
to be able to survive. It has to be fluid. So
It's shifty.
these are the kind of outcomes. Yeah, yeah, and shifty, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, shifty is probably the best descriptor for it, actually.
I just want to read out Sybil's comment. That's not, quote, beating the charge. That's a get out of jail free Monopoly card, as in referring to the fact that he, quote unquote, beat the charge, but then immediately after that said, but Trump did pardon me.
Yeah, it was just the part where, because I haven't got the feed on, so I'm not listening along with you anymore. But because obviously it's interfering. But I'm guessing, is this
Yeah.
where I gave him shit about being for siding with a pedophile?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah,
okay,
because
yeah,
you said,
okay,
like, I
gotcha,
mean,
yeah,
you're literally, supporting a pedophile or something like that is what you said, yeah.
yeah, yeah.
Repeat what you said.
So I
Repeat
mean,
what you said.
yeah, exactly.
What'd you say?
I mean,
I
fuck
just
that
said
guy. I
some
mean,
sort of,
like this guy worked,
Sid.
and this was the ironic thing today when Aussie Talks brought up that comment in the space, and I sort of said to him, well, like, he sort of said, oh, he was part of he was part of a few different, White Houses and all this kind of shit. I said, well, Trump was elected, it was so it was the both Trump terms, but
And then
as you, yeah.
Then the
Sorry.
old, decrepit, old man Biden term. What,
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
not a surprise that they just didn't really think about getting rid of you.
No. He wasn't part of Biden at all. That's Aussie was. I would doubt very much whether
Oh,
Elijah Schaffer. What I was saying is Aussie tried to make it sound like,
he's got.
that he was actually part of the White House through Biden as well.
Yeah.
They would, because Schaffer doesn't actually have a role. As he says, he's a lobbyist, or he's just a fucking, he's not like he's there fulfilling like a position of
Worth.
well, yeah, exactly, worth. But I mean, he's not a chief of staff or anything. He's just a
Yeah.
fucking anonymous piece of shit. So yeah, they people like Schaffer flow in and out of those rooms depending on who's in power.
Yeah.
So that's all.
100%.
It was just, I just caught Aussie talk and a little bit of fucking bullshit today. That's all.
True. I didn't even. Well, like, I did pick up. I picked half of that when you did say it, because I was obviously listening. And I was
Guy's a sneaky motherfucker, basically, and that's the kind
Yeah.
of shit that they try on,
Yeah, because I noticed that, and I was like, but if he's been, because I remember him saying like, oh yeah, well, three White Houses, and I was saying like, isn't that just the first Trump one? Like, okay,
Yeah.
you're not really proving a point here.
Is the
No,
leftist
exactly.
faggot? Beware.
All right.
Yeah, I got
Drew Pavlo owes me his career. Drew Pavlo's only relevant in the United States.
Drew Pavlo owes me his
I got to
career.
agree with Sid on this case. I can't fucking believe it.
I reckon,
right.
E, you are
This is
full
okay.
of shit,
Okay.
mate.
Okay. I'm trying to
Or
You
explain.
are
you
full of
cannot
shit.
believe it from your
I'm trying to
boothole.
explain to you how American politics work. Just let me
I'm trying to
finish,
explain
dude.
how
Oh my
American
god, dude.
politics
I like
work.
lefties too, dude. I agree with you, lefties. The system needs to end.
You
Okay, I agree
lefties. He
with you.
doesn't even
We have
realize
different
who he's
means to the
talking
end, but
to.
whatever. And the system has to go. So just lefties, just pause for a second. So one, Australian culture is white culture, and that's a very bold statement
It
because
is.
what is white culture? We could talk about that, but I'm just gonna
Yeah,
leave
what
it
is
there.
white
It's
culture?
British culture, and
Is it?
in a lot of Indians, people have always capitulated to our culture. We have our countries, okay? Australia.
Okay, I want to say it's a really weird way to have worded what I'm only capable of interpreting as him referring to the British Raj, as in because he just said Indians were more than happy to capitulate to our culture, to white/British culture, and it's like, are you just talking about when England owned India? It's
Yeah,
not.
but the Indians kicked them out. So I
Well,
mean, what the fuck was he on
eventually they
about?
did, yeah, but like it's sort of like this is not an argument to of like that's giving the impression that no guys, I'm not a white supremacist. No guys, I'm not like about one race dominating the other. No, no, but you know, the Indians were more than happy to capitulate to our culture. I don't know, bro. I don't think they had much of a choice in that matter. Alright, I'm gonna keep playing.
Is not a multicultural nation. Two, the other part of Australian culture is that it is a global dominant culture. So Australia is about extending Western civilization to the world, not reciprocating. So like
What?
we agree it's wrong that Iran suppresses women. It is wrong that Iran makes women, cover their heads. We don't believe that women should be subverted. So it's not only a Western nation, but
Okay.
we extend that power. And three, because Australia is a trade partner of the United States, which by the way, about 17 out of 20 of the richest people in the world are American. Um,
What a
we tell
surprise.
people that our economic system is ideal. It's imperfect. It does lead to the rich gaining, but look, guys.
Winter Metal bringing up a very interesting point. Well, if they capitulated to British culture, Indians obviously, then what's the problem with Indians coming to countries with British culture like Australia? And that is also a very interesting point as well, because it's like there is a lot of parts of India that still, like, you wouldn't go there and go like, oh, I feel like I'm in England, but like you would go there and it still holds remnants of the like aristocracy and shit like that.
Well,
So,
just like Britain holds fucking, you can still see the influence of the Romans on them. I
yeah.
mean, it happens. But yeah, that's a really, really good point around the Indians actually, integrating, let's call it, because I love that little buzzword and the fact that, that's something that's denied, that their inability to integrate is
Mm.
denied by the white supremacists, send them back home, far right fucking Australian nationalists who like to talk about remigration. So it's a really good point, and it's something that I'll probably
Yeah.
it's actually a very good quip that we can kind of throw back at
I
them in
think it
those
is, yeah.
situations.
Because
That's
also,
100%.
when you think of like this is the thing that I find really funny as well when I hear these people complaining specifically about Indians, is it's like all I'm hearing is they do capitalism better than you. Because India is an incredibly capitalist country. Like their current government is like I would say they're fascists, they're Hindu fascists, but they have um, heavily capitalized their country. Uh, So it's really interesting that it's just, yeah, they do capitalism, but not white capitalism or some shit like that.
Well, that's the next distinction that you'll get,
Yeah.
because there's always something that divides them from us, or
Mm-hmm.
the us being the in group of the time.
Mm-hmm.
I've in the last 10 years, I lived in Australia for 5 out of the 10. I lived in the Northern Rivers. You guys know where
Oh,
that is.
fuck me. Lived in the Northern
Americans wouldn't
Rivers.
understand. I'm not going to say much more. I lived on a golf course, and for about
Oh, but
three
that's
three
that's
thousand
one of
dollars a
five
month, about
addresses that he
1,500
said he
biweekly
lived
was how
at.
you guys pay
You
rent.
know,
You know, I
True, I
got
think
a
he
I
said
got a
he lived in
house.
Sydney at one
Look,
point.
I'm here
Yeah, and then it
in
was
Texas.
Queensland, there was
I have a
Texas.
6-bedroom,
He said
4,000
he moved
square
to
foot
Texas
house.
because
I have a movie
the
theater.
his
I
cost of
have
living
a
over there is so
beautiful
much better. He's
studio.
living over there now. That's probably because we booted his ass out. And yeah,
Bro's got a lot of homes.
yeah. Well,
Everything in my house, and
All
it's
right, we'll keep it going.
$3,600 per month. Okay, so America has a higher standard of living than Australia by far. And if Amazon comes the same day, we
So
have
he's just
you
now
know, food
shitting
comes.
on
We have no
Australia.
taxes, no fees on Uber Eats. We have a very high standard of
did
living
someone
here.
trigger him
And
again?
I've
Did
realized
No,
that's
someone
why I
he's
moved
just
trigger
my
him?
family back here.
no, he was just saying like, yeah, no, it's so much more developed in America than it is in Australia. Which like maybe that's true, but it's just like, okay, but what's your point here?
Oh yeah, I think he talked about the cost of living over there being so much cheaper and how he could get a place in Texas that's massive compared to what he can get here, and
Yeah, but that's
you know,
also because of their oil economy.
yeah, but
Like they're just a
they're
Middle Eastern Gulf country basically, but
yeah.
much bigger. It's yeah. I mean, okay. We'll let him live with that. Living on a golf course. What is that? Sleeping in a bunker. I was a bit confused by that. McMansion, but renting. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Is that we can live a much better life in America than we can in Australia. And here's the deal. Oh man, southern
Country,
Queensland. Honestly,
America.
southern Queensland, northern New South Wales is beautiful. But you know, I've been in Sydney for the
Winter Metal once again coming out with high tier bangers. High standard of living is same day Amazon delivery and no fee Uber Eats. What a dumbass.
Yep, I remember that comment. Well spotted. No, it's the thing. I'm loving how observant the chat is to this dickhead. And like
Oh
some of
yeah,
the shit.
they're having
Yeah,
fun.
yeah,
They're having a lot of
yeah.
fun. All right, I'm gonna keep it
last
going.
decade. I've watched it collapse. I watched Melbourne collapse. I
I've
watched,
watched a Melbourne collapse
you
for
know, even
fuck's
even
sakes.
Brisbane is collapsing in some ways
Brisbane is
with the
collapsing? Brisbane's collapsing. What do they mean by collapsing? I really would like to know because this is starting to feel very similar to when the BLM protests were happening and then there was a few riots and like you would see all these conservatives being like, "Oh my God, Los Angeles, no, not Los Angeles, New Orleans, all
Los Angeles fallen.
yeah, it's all burned down. It's all
It's
burned
fall.
down, and it's just like
It's
a couple
fallen, man.
blocks. Yeah, it's all gone. It's
Yeah,
dead, and it's
yeah.
like you guys realize it's a
Rest in
pretty big
peace.
city.
Yeah, yeah. No, that was going right back to the start of tonight. He made some crap about Ipswich and how you can't ride quad bikes in the bush because the Saudis have bought all the land or something. Like,
Like
what the fuck? Like that's literally what he said. It was all the Saudis and
no,
Indians that bought all the land or something. Therefore, you couldn't ride a quad bike in the bush. And you have to say it, mate. I mean, there's plenty of places to ride a fucking quad bike in Ipswich,
yeah,
and B, it's not exactly the bush. It's
yeah.
the
The
other.
bush,
It's the
bush
yeah.
isn't probably the best place to do it. You're probably gonna get knocked off the fucking bike, the quad bike. Whatever.
Chinese, casinos that
But
have
he's
just
been here
gone
for
in
five
Star
years.
Casino. I know the state
Yeah.
well, and what
I
I've
mean,
seen
I
is
think
that
he just
Australia's a new nation.
someone's
They're
yeah. I wonder who
following the
lives in Ipswich.
London
I wonder.
track.
Astros,
you know.
Astra saying, Bruce Vegas collapsed post Bielka. It's already
Bianca.
gone. True, true. Once we lost our king, it was all downhill for us.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
white people feel
He's
white
buried with
guilt
the
and shame
peanuts.
in Australia, and we have to end that. And ASIO doesn't like that. I think that.
Where he
And all I was going to
belongs,
say is
mind
that
you.
what's my answer to that is that
Yes.
I think Australia is the testing ground for a lot of global policy, and I believe they're a beautiful country,
Actually, it's
and
funny, when I
I
see
have no
because I
problem
used to
living
get
there. I've lived there for
I,
half.
I used to get confused when between Jared Blay and Sir Joe Bioki Peterson. When I saw was it Jared Blay, I used to think it was fucking Jared Biock. And I was like, what the fuck? And I literally thought they were related or something. But as it turns out, that wasn't the case. It was just my ignorant ass.
That's a funny one, actually.
The decade. But I've seen the collapse of Australia in
I've
firsthand,
seen the
and I've
collapse
watched
of
whites.
Australia
Whites are
firsthand.
very passive in Australia, and you
Whites
need a
are
little bit
passive?
of your old pioneer people. You know, we
We're
have to
passive
come
because we
back and
don't
realize
have a
that
problem.
Australian culture
A
is
lot of us don't have
white,
a
is
problem with
Western,
multicultural,
and it does.
Well,
Australia.
I mean, obviously, goes the same for America. I mean, like the idea that we were never a multicultural country. Like, okay, yeah, sure, in the sense of like we tried to actively kill off the indigenous. I guess then we weren't a multicultural country, but like within the country, we definitely had multicultures. I mean, it's also like there is a clear difference between between a Queenslander and like a Victorian.
Yeah.
You know,
I
like
just like to point out as well this dumbass argument about, fucking the only. Well, I'll say this: the only time we haven't been a multicultural society is when the Aboriginals were here by themselves.
yeah, and even them technically was a
Um,
multicultural society.
yeah, because they were really diverse culturally. So I mean, they weren't exactly a nation together. They had their own separate interests and stuff to see them. So
But
you
but
could
yeah, I
a
get your
nation
point
of
nonetheless.
you could argue they were a nation of nations, but anyway.
Yeah, yeah, no, like if there was at any point that we were realistically an actual not multicultural country, it would have been when there is literally no other people but the one kind of people.
Yeah, exactly. So we've got nothing. We really don't. We really can't complain
We don't have
about there
much of
being
a
a multi.
foundation to
Our
stand on.
existence is, why. If you want to say white Australia's existence is bound to us being multicultural. So
Yeah.
because the Aborigines never left. So grow the fuck up, guys.
It really just comes to that, right? Like, just grow the fuck up. I'm gonna
Does
get played.
not make you a racist. It's just like, look, if you want to go to Australia, you have to be Western. You can't be a Somali gang and use machetes. You can't be a Lebo gang and change the system for tobacco. I fight for an Australia where it's like it's not a white Australia only policy. It's just like, hey, when Joel Davis is
I just like the slight putting in there. He started with you can't like if you're coming to this country, you got to be Western or whatever. Which, but he's like, yeah, we can't have Somali gangs running around with machetes. We can't have Lebo gangs with tobacconists trying to change the tobacco laws. Which, for one, don't speak for tobacco smokers. Some of them want their rights brought back. But no, but also, what about the tobacco lobby? What about the tobacco companies? What about like I don't think it's the Lebanese actively like changing our tobacco laws. Like that's just fucking retarded.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was Nicola fucking Roxon actually. Like
Yeah.
when she brought the plain packaging had
Mm-hmm.
a big impact on sort of
How
tobacco
long
laws in the country.
how long is Schaffer in here for? Roughly? Because he fucks off at some stage, right?
Yeah, I believe so, although I have no idea. I was sort of in and out of the space by this point. You probably
No,
would.
you're
I
still
probably
in it. Oh, well,
yeah, I
actually,
might
you
have.
might not be. You might just be saying that you are, but not really.
Well, I think maybe what might have happened is I think I get goop holed again. So
Yeah.
I must have confronted him. I'm just trying to think what else I might have said to the guy. Um, but
That's all right.
yeah,
We'll
it's
see
sort of
what happens.
it's hard to know. Yeah, I'm probably going to bail in a second if that's okay. I'm just
That's
a little
all
bit.
good. Yeah, you're knackered.
Yeah, very much so. Actually, you probably hear it in my voice. I'm bloody tired, but it's been a very good and very fun night. It's good to have a laugh about this stuff and sort of just realize how fucking dumb and fucking stupid these people are.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
I've been having a good laugh along with the comments as well, guys. They've been very funny and
they've been great.
very on point. So
Shouldn't
yeah,
these
great.
idiots be busy petitioning to rename the gang train? Oh, the gun train. I get
Yeah,
it.
yeah. Who's the bottom? Who's the bottom one? The
Um,
the the blue one, the purple one. It's just
Nimbo or something. I don't.
yeah.
Nibmo. I don't know how the hell you're supposed to say
Okay.
that. Just
Okay.
tuned
Just
in.
tuned in. Hope it's
Over
3 hours late to get 147 of a 5 hour recording.
Hey,
Yeah, that's kind of why I'm dipping out because I don't think we can. while
I'm
I'm here as a
committed.
distraction. Okay, well
Yeah, that's
you
fair.
know you bring it home, and maybe someone in the audience can step in and if they have an ex profile, you can give them a call and ask for their thoughts. That'd be kind of cool. We tag team it out.
Tag teaming out, just
Yeah,
like how me and you tag teamed it out for Kurt.
yeah, exactly. Completely without actually acknowledging it all. You were in and I was out, and yeah, so maybe someone can step in. But it's been a pleasure,
It
guys,
has been a pleasure. Thank you very much for
and
your comments
yeah, no
and
problems.
contributions.
I will bail, and yeah, I can't wait to listen to the rest of it on recording. So we'll do that tomorrow.
Hell yeah. All right. Well, see you when I see you.
See you guys.
All right.
When I learn how to hang up. Oh, Jesus. Hang on. Here we go. Sorry. Goodbye. See you all.
Goodbye. Hang on, let me just make sure. Yep, cool. All right, that's ended. Hell yeah. Oh, well, I now know who NBBBMO is, and then everyone's gonna leave. Hang on, let me bring this back up. All right. Thank you for your service, Sid. Yeah, it has been a service, hasn't it? Jesus Christ, I do feel bad for him, the fact that he had to fucking sit through this bullshit. Oh, you just can't see my mouse, can you? All right, that's okay. I'm gonna click play again. We're only here for the Schaffer stuff, to be clear. So don't worry. I don't think we're going to be listening to another 3 hours and 20 minutes. But now that we don't have Sid, as much as I did enjoy his contribution, we should probably have a little bit less laggy issues to deal with. So we'll probably be able to get through it a bit quicker.
Put in prison like a terrorist for a telegram post, but a terrorist who's Arab is put in prison and he's given TV and books. That's a problem. If you don't like Joel Davis, okay, that makes sense to
Oh my
me.
God, is
I
he
can see
really
why
doing
his
the Joel
views are a
Davis
little bit
shit?
extreme and problematic to you guys, but all
To just us? Just us? The Nazi shit's just problematic to us? Not you don't have that in your own country? Like the thing that I'm finding really fascinating is it's as if he's trying to he speaks as if we are already aware that this shit started in America. Like, what are you talking about, bro? Your own country has been ripped apart because of the political divide. Well, maybe not because of the political divide, but there is a political divide.
also don't treat him like a non-human because he's extreme. You have to treat extremities like humanity, and then you tell them, hey, look, when you're in jail, we'll treat you like a human.
I've already put in for leave tomorrow. I'm working tomorrow, gotta go. So no worries, Sybil. I have appreciated your contributions as well. I've been enjoying everyone's contributions.
Human, but until we put you in jail, we're not. But when you target the NSN, like it's a terrorist organization, which I'm not going to comment on the NSN here, but you
Oh,
treat Islamic terrorism like it's not. I was down there in Sydney protests for Gaza. I was down there in Sydney. I heard them say, death to the Jews, death to Australia, death.
which just didn't happen. That never fucking happened. So much for being a journalist.
To America, they didn't get arrested, and then an Australian, a white Australian, says that niggers must go. Well, it was stupid.
Was that what he said? No comment, but yeah. I don't. uh, am I forgetting about something that happened? I don't remember anyone ever saying N-word has to go. I remember the whole Jewish lobby, down with the Jewish lobby or whatever it was that they were saying, but I don't remember the N-word thing. Not that the whatever, fuck it, whatever. let's let him have his own imaginations. Let him have creative thinking.
By the way, that you shouldn't put signs like that. No one should be making signs saying "niggers must go." That's a horrible
I'm
phrase.
He's really enjoying being able to say this word now. It's like, look, guys, I'm just quoting, okay? It's totally fine right now. I'm not racist too, by the way.
And they put that in front of the embassy to protest, some of the violence. It's like they get treated harsher. I'm more for meritocratic, like, hey, this is wrong. You're treating whites to a standard you're not treating the immigrants. And that's where Australians' weakness is. They treat immigrants like gods and the white Australians like criminals. And that's a big problem. That's my only gripe with Australia is that they treat
That's my
whites
only
like
gripe.
criminals
That's
and they
my only
treat
gripe. Don't worry about all the other shit that I just was spouting off about randomly and retardedly and just like having an absolute hissy fit. My only issue is that immigrants are regarded as gods, but Australian whites are regarded as criminals. Normally that would be like, if you mean that, that would mean that like if a white person was, I don't know, born or whatever, they would just be immediately thrown in the fucking chamber. Like, what are you talking about? This was about that late night shopping center photo of the Bova boys holding a big sign. Oh, I don't think I actually saw this one, or maybe I did and have thrown it to the back of my mind.
Australian immigrants like gods. And you know what? That's my last point. Is just Australia is a white nation. It's very small. It's smaller than the state of Texas, California, and Florida. And they have a lot of thinking to do, but Indians will not make your country better. Okay? So that's it.
Did you say that we're small, smaller than Texas?
Yes.
We are bigger, just as big as the entire North America. We're the whole continent. What are you? What are you repeating us up?
Geographically, but not population density.
Okay, no, yeah, you're right. Not
Yeah,
population
I'm
density.
saying we have a bigger economy in one state than you do in your entire nation.
You can't
People
even live in
people
half in
don't get that.
Australia.
People don't get the fact of what it means to have, like, we have
Oh,
so you
now we
guys
got the
think that we have a
Yanks coming
1.7
in.
trillion or 2.1 trillion in Texas. We have about a 3.8 trillion economy in Texas because we're internalized. We're a republic and we actually run our state like a country. And it's quite beautiful actually in Texas. Texas is bigger than Australia for the population, and we're very racially conscious in Texas. We have a very native Hispanic population. We obviously, because we're the South, we have a very big black population, and blacks are really mad, and Hispanics are very mad about the influx of Indians, Pakistanis.
Oh, wait, wasn't the I thought in America the whole immigration issue was the Mexicans and the South Americans and the Hispanics. What's this Indians? I have noticed that they have been getting up in arms about Indians and Chinese more lately, but like still, like when did you pretend that you didn't care about the Hispanics? That was like the past fucking 20 years of right-wing rhetoric was built around just hating on fucking Hispanic people.
Afghanis, Iraqis, Libyans, and we're very mad about it because blacks, Hispanics, and whites get along in Texas
Oh,
in
they
a
do.
quite weird way.
Yeah, in a very weird way, they get along just fine. No issues. Never heard of a single issue. Fucking Ferguson, Missouri? What Ferguson, Missouri? Don't know what you're talking about.
Because we're all kind of native to the state, but we realize that the third world immigration is ruining us.
Can't help but notice that we're not talking about any like indigenous groups, but those groups are native to them. I mean, I guess you could make that argument for Hispanics somewhat, to be fair. But they're definitely much more native than the other two groups you just mentioned, given that one of them, the other one, forcibly brought over to the country to work on plantations.
And so we're very
They didn't
united.
really get a
So
choice.
a lot of blacks and Hispanics, actually, increasingly, almost 50% are Republican, which is anti-immigration. But in Australia,
No
I
rules
think you guys have a
required.
lot of white guilt. There's a lot of white guilt in the country where you're so new that you think that because the way you guys treated aboriginals and things, you think that there's a problem. But I'm going to say this: if Australia continues on the path that it is on, and if New Zealand does too, by the way, the old prime minister left the country, you're going to be in deep shit. That's all I'm going to say. So I care about Australia. I lobby for Australia, and that's why I think as people talk shit on me, like, hey,
Was he trying to come across like he gave a shit about Indigenous Australians, about First Nation Australians, and then like immediately just skipped over that, like the rest of the point that he was trying to make?
I'm one of 6 people in the United States that lobbies for your country inside of our own Congress,
Oopsies.
and I actually lobbied against the purchase of the nuclear subs. Yeah, yeah,
No,
and
why would
Keir
you do that?
Starmer
We
and
need them so
Albanese are
much.
retarded. Keir Starmer is a do nothing retard, and Albanese do nothing retard. And I'm trying to help it because, guys, I'm telling you this: my kids, my ex-wife, and including me, I kind of see a better path forward in Australia than the United States for my kids, and I don't mind them living there. I see them regularly, but I I'm going to tell you this: Australia is on a verge of collapse. And if you allow the Indian immigrants,
He had me until he grouped us in with the Kiwis. He had us in the first half. Up till right now, we were really sinking for what he was giving us, and then he just grouped us with the Kiwis, and we're like, nah, mate, no, now you done fucked it. Now you've done fucked it up. See, that's the thing. I actually kind of like. I mean, sometimes we get a bit over the top, but I kind of like and I guess I am in the position of privilege in this sense. I like the kind of banter back and forth, play hatred that we have between Australians and Kiwis. I like that. I find it to be a healthy kind of back and forth. Uh, it's when we start going, like, nah, fuck 'em kind of shit where it gets a bit. Apart from it collapsing, I love Australia for my kids who I regular. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, NBBB Emma, I'm just going to call you Enmo. Um, what was I going to say? You missed it, but earlier he was also saying Brisbane's completely collapsed, Melbourne's completely collapsed. I'm sure he mentioned like Sydney. Actually, I think he said something like Victoria and Adelaide, or maybe there was a different bit. So yeah, according to him, they've all collapsed. Like it was the BLM protests all over again, and just went boom, all the towers just knocked down. It's what happens when there's a riot or when there's a protest. We can't help ourselves. We can't handle that anger. We just want to knock a few towers down, do a couple 9/11s. Does he use? Yeah, it's all gone, man. It's all gone. Like Brisbane, what's Brisbane? I don't live in Brisbane. I live on what once was Brisbane. I live on the wasteland of Brisbane after the great BLM riot of 2022. We're gone since then. Does he use these arguments in family court? And is this why he doesn't have custody? So his kids won't get shot at school at least. Ah! Stop, guys! You're gonna make me laugh too much. Yeah. Okay, cool. Go through all the comments.
immigration, you will collapse. That's all I'm going to say. Is the Indians are ruining your country on a level I've never seen before in my
But they
life,
were able to
and
capitulate
a
to British culture.
acceleration force, and they do take over industry. So I'm only trying to stop Indian immigration. That's it.
Oh. And the Packies, according to him, what he said. Um, so just the Indians? I mean, but they were willing to capitulate to British culture. I don't understand. They should be they are, if anything, the most likely to fit in. They would fit in more than any other European. They've capitulated to British culture. I don't understand. This just doesn't make any sense to me.
Do you think if American companies paid more tax in Australia for the revenue that you generate here, that we wouldn't, our government and Treasury wouldn't have to resort to importing hordes of third worlders?
No, no,
No.
your natural resources are above Qatar. Qatar found a way to
Yeah.
nationalize their. So that's why it might sound lefty to right wingers. I think your country should nationalize the mining industry. I think you should nationalize the natural minerals. And I think if you
Tear up the
naturalized it, if you
tear up the contract
nationalized
with
and
the
naturalized it, I think you would fix a lot of your problems because I know that insurance, medical.
So this is coming back around to the point that I've been overall making with this guy is like 'cause he's done the whole what was it? He did the whole like I don't like the war with Iran. I'm and I don't even think he said he's anti-Zionist. I think he just said he doesn't like Zionists, which whatever. But and that he doesn't like the fact that Pauline Hanson is a Zionist, but whatever, that's cool, that's fine. Well, we're happy to work with them anyways. The government he's currently working with in America, well, I don't really understand it, exactly to what degree he works with them. It seems a bit lost in the source there, but it seems that what was I trying to say? I think basically what he's trying to do is he's a part of this overall project where the right wing in America, the powers that be of the right wing, have recognized that Israel is a toxic subject, or it's a toxic position to be in approval of, to be in agreement with, and let's be real, a lot more and more of their voter population, if you will, is turning to Nazism one way or another. And so I think this guy, along with many others, Nick Fuentes was one of them when you think about it. People who hype up the whole anti-Israel stuff, but then find a way to get them to want to still vote for the Republicans. All like the Democrats have their own version of this, of course, but to vote for the Republicans just so that the Zionist shit keeps going. I don't think there is any genuineness to this at all. So when he talks furthermore about I need to remember where I'm pointing. When he talks about like Australia should nationalize its resources, okay, but then you're helping out Pauline Hanson. She's not going to nationalize our resources. Well, if you wanted to nationalize our resources, why is it that you seem to be against all the people who want to nationalize resources? Um, yeah, I don't think he believes in that. I think he's saying it so that you can't say it, so that you wouldn't be able to say, no, you're just a fucking shill for the elite. But like, let's be honest, at the end of the day, the people he's working alongside, the politicians that he's helping, are just gonna maintain the US exploitation of Australian resources. So, okay, buddy.
Insurance co-pays. I know that college has become more expensive, despite the
I'll
tax
have to buy
bracket.
some
Like I'm
rubble
talking to someone who's
climbing
an Aussie
equipment to
resident
get to
here. I'm a
work.
resident
Damn.
of Queensland myself, and I have kids there. I think that your government has sold out its mining and its natural resources to foreign governments. And if your government could nationalize your resources and start distributing cash to its citizens, and its citizens should be people who were there before maybe 1890, 1902. It should be an order of hierarchy. So if your family built the country, the first one could
When?
nationalize your resources and start distributing cash to its citizens.
First off, okay, there we go. There we go. That's how I knew that this was going to be nuts. Hang on. They are the most British of non-Brits. She's so racist. I'm going to assume you're referring to Bat. And a larger, virtually a communist to the right wingers. Many insightfully, I'd agree, Gina, Twiggy, etc. are rich enough. Yeah, like, notice how though what he said there was nationalize the resources and hand cash out to people. Now that's a means of doing redistribution. However, that doesn't address the fact that, for example, there's a cost of living crisis. There are companies that are straight up just making fuckloads of money by just arbitrarily setting the price at a certain point. So unless that's also being dealt with, there's no real point to like being given money. They'll just increase the prices. You need to be putting that money into services, but that wouldn't be in favor of his benefactors because see if they're getting money and then spread it around, it comes back up to the top. Yeah, he's full of shit.
And its citizens should be people who were there before maybe 1890, 1902. It should be an order of hierarchy. So if your family built the country, the first money should go to is the original colonizers. But I do not believe
Yeah,
that
1902.
American industry has anything to do with it. It's actually mostly owned by Indians and Saudis.
Which, by the way, looking forward to when they try and gene test everyone or DNA test everyone to see if they were some like that their family had arrived here at 1902 or earlier. Like, what if? Okay, I have on one side of my family relation all the way up to the First Fleet, but then I have on my other side, it, it well, not to now, but like they were 10-pound poms. So, which side of the year of 1902 do I get these benefits from, or lack of benefits from? Like, this is fucking insane. We was the first policy.
And Chinese. And I think that they're selling out your mineral rights, and your mineral rights are what's fucking over your country.
Yeah, demonstrably untrue. Like the top, like
How is
out of
it? Tell me how it's untrue.
like 20 tax, like when you look at the tax, foreign multinationals tax.
Wait till he finds out who was in Australia during the gold rush. Are you potentially referring to Chinese people? Because yeah, I doubt that he would have been too keen to hear that one. Well, then there's also the fact that the Chinese have come to Australia many a times in the past. Even well before the English ever knew that this was a fucking island to begin with.
Evasion, like 17 of them are American companies. So like it's just, yeah, that's demonstrable. And Trump has just signed a critical minerals export deal. So
Not
they're
just
going to
that,
be
yeah, the many
digging up
different groups of people.
farms in Victoria to mine critical minerals and minerals.
Has anyone claimed to be traced back to the Second Fleet? Anyone? I don't know.
Sands. That was, and we get nothing for it. So Apple.
To be clear, when I say I have, from what I understand, family relation that goes back to the First Fleet, I mean like one guy, and I don't think it took long for that family lineage to actually just fuck off back to England. So maybe they got the message.
Google, like none of like they're US companies, they pay tax in America because that's where they're domiciled, and then of course they've got their Irish.
Maybe you should be the world superpower and you can do the same thing, but you're not. So sorry.
Yeah, all you have to do is repossess all of the real estate owned by the shitskin Indians, the chink and gook Chinese,
Oh my
the
God,
niggers if
yeah,
you have
this
any,
guy.
and the spics. All your
I don't want to say it, but the last one he just said, who's that refer to? Is that Italians? Italians? I've heard it many a times before, but I just never really thought about what that means.
goddamn foreigners. Take it over, kick them out, restore the
This is
white
the most
Australia
American sounding
policy,
voice I've ever
make
heard.
Australia white again and therefore great again. It's that simple. And that's
Maybe
the
if you guys
truth.
weren't so liberal, you wouldn't let all this stuff happen to you, but I don't know.
Why are they coming here?
Is this a white nationalist space now? Is that what it is?
Because HIAS, the Hebrew Immigrant Aid Society, and other NGOs shuttle them in to breed you out of existence.
Because you guys vote for all this, so
No,
you
no,
get
no.
what
We
you
never
voted
voted
for.
No,
for
they
this.
don't. They don't.
Well, I'm glad that we got to hear from the enlightened minds of Hit Aya and Mighty Thor is this one. He followed me. I don't even know why. I called him fucking insane and a loser because he doesn't have any kids and wife, and he was talking about how like the only purpose of life was to have kids and repopulate and whatnot. And I was like, well, do you have kids? And no, because he then also mentioned the fact that he didn't have kids and didn't have a wife or a family. And I was like, well, you're a bit of a fucking loser then, aren't you? That'll probably end up coming up later.
Vote for it, bro. Americans don't understand. They don't vote for it, bro. It's
They
like the
don't vote
American
for it, bro.
system. They vote and it doesn't happen. Like Australians are much slaves to their systems. Americans, I'm telling you, it's not American. America is a capitalist society, so we're hijacked by Indians and Chinese as well. White Americans are not doing that to you. It's Chinese and Indians.
How do you end up so close to the truth, yet you end up immediately fucking going in a different direction? How do you get so close to it? America is a capitalist country. We also have problems in our country regarding the relationship between the average citizen or average person and the government. You know, it could be argued it's very similar to a form of slavery. America is a capitalist country. It's all because of the Indians. Where did that come from? The edge lordiest of the lords of the edge. Yeah, that's what these guys are all about.
In America, so you know. No comment?
Well, I heard you describe them before, Chinese as Chinese niggers. I mean, that was a little bit shocking. I just did a little bit of, I don't know, just a bit of digging on you, and you're pretty close to yourself by the looks of it.
You're
Oh
supposed
yeah,
to laugh at such language.
I'm as controversial as Trump, except I have less divorces than Trump, and I wasn't on Epstein Island. So
Let's
the
not
difference
get
between
ahead
me
of
and Trump
ourselves
is
now,
that
mate.
the girls.
From the way we're looking, we're heading towards it. I wouldn't be judging. And there's a lot of years between you and Trump, from what I understand. You have a lot of potential left in you, my friend. You could still get another 6 divorces by the time you're the same age as Trump. You got it in you. I believe it. I believe in you, buddy. You sound like a horrific human being who is very capable of manipulating another woman into a relationship, having some kids, and then treating her shit enough that that she runs away and divorces you. Yeah, divorce count up to 15, exactly.
Girls I fuck are over 18, so talk shit on me.
You're supposed to laugh at such language.
I'm as controversial as Trump, except I have less divorces than Trump, and I wasn't on Epstein Island. So the difference with me.
You know, far be it my wife counter at 355. Let me be the lefty in the room to give some respect to our God Emperor Trump. And he is ours because as Schaffer is well illustrating, I think he's illustrating, we're basically a puppet of America at this point. So I'm gonna reach across the aisle and give one for Trump here. I don't think, like, yes, he is more controversial. Well, I don't know how he'd be as controversial as Schaffer, but he is probably more controversial in the sense that he's the president and has been the president before, and I don't need to reiterate things when it comes to Trump. But I haven't heard Trump say Chinese N-words before. Now, I'm not saying I can't imagine him saying the N-word. I can very much imagine Trump saying the N-word, but he hasn't said it so far out in public. So far, I think you're much worse. That's all I'm throwing out. That's all I'm saying. Don't fuck with my man Trump. He's a woke king.
And Trump is that the girls I fuck are over 18, so talk shit on me. I
So
fuck
he's
hot pussy.
aware?
Relax.
He's
I
aware
mean,
that
you
he
refer to them
supports
as
a
whores
pedophile?
as well, I suppose. And
Yeah,
I don't know.
sure,
There
whatever,
was
dude.
also
It's
was there
politics.
not
We
another
don't like
comment?
politics. It's very moral. We like politicians.
Was there not another
Alpha, you
comment
mind
that
if
you
I
made
jump in here? Had
years
my
back
hand up
about?
for a while.
Was there not another comment that you made about?
Yeah.
hope someone remembered where that was in it.
Countries are not accountable. Like, look, if you want to go to Australia, you have to be Western. You can't be $2,500 a month.
So like it's just that's demonstrative, and Trump has just signed a critical minerals.
You know that college has become more. It's not good
Sorry about this.
humanity, and then you tell them, hey, look, when you're in jail, we'll treat you like a human, but until we put you in jail, we're not. But when you target Uber Eats, we have a very high standard of living here. And I've realized that's why I moved my
Okay.
family back here, is that we can live a much better life in America than we can in Australia. And here's the deal. Oh man, southern Queensland. Also, like, look, if you want to go to Australia,
And I'll put it in the pill, and I'll drop you that later. Now,
we're very united. So a lot of blacks and Hispanics actually.
Okay, must be much
I
further.
had a heart palpitation. I had a heart attack from his prescription. And she's like,
Niggers, if you have any, and the
Here we
spics,
are.
all your god.
Yourself by the looks of it.
You're
"Oh
supposed
yeah,
to laugh at such language.
I'm as controversial as Trump, except I have less divorces than Trump, and I wasn't on Epstein Island. So the difference between me and Trump is that the girls I fuck are over 18. So
It seems really just more like the only difference between you and Trump is he's just older, so he's had more of a chance. In the grand scheme of his lifetime. Gold Rush film The Furnace set in 1890s. I'm going to assume that's in reference to some very interesting demographic trends that were occurring at the time. I am not a white S. I have black friends. Thank you, crime fan. I believe you.
talk shit on me. I fuck hot pussy. Relax.
I fuck
I mean,
hot
you refer
pussy.
to them as whores as well, I
Hot
suppose. And
pussies.
Yeah,
I don't know.
sure,
There
whatever,
was
dude.
also
It's
was there
politics.
not
We
another
don't like
comment?
politics.
Hey,
It's very
Alpha.
Not a fan of that cold pussy. Not the cold pussy. Only hot pussy.
moral. We like
Was there
politicians that
not
are
another
Alpha, you
comment
mind
that
if
you
I
made
jump in here? Had
years
my
back
hand up
about?
for a while.
Was there not another comment that you made about
yep.
black
So
Americans not being American?
what we'll do, just
Yeah, they're
briefly.
not, bro. Dude, you come to my
They're not
country.
American. Are you retarded?
Dude, they kill us at rates that are ridiculous, dude.
No, I'm just
My
trying to get a
ideas
picture of who
are
was taking advice on it. I don't. I mean, I
hold on,
don't
hold on, hold on,
disagree.
hold
I've not been in spaces with Hitman much. I think from what I can tell, I don't agree with him that much. But honestly, more, I think I've come across more times in these sort of spaces where he actually kind of sounds a little based, just in the sense of like asking questions, trying to clarify, like, just to be clear, are you a white supremacist? I didn't do his accent very well. I'm not good with accents.
With a lot of
on.
what you said. No, I'm talking. You
All
Okay.
hold
right,
on.
wait.
I
Let's
don't give a shit
just
about your 800
give.
followers.
Now let's Hitman. You know better than this, man.
Oh
You
my
know how to
God.
run the game. We got some big names tonight. I know Aussie Talks waved his magic wand. We've got a big account here. We got Dilly down there. Like, let's just calm down.
I just like to
And
get a
we'll
feel of who
do.
we're taking advice of. 'Cause
Yeah.
I don't
So
disagree
let's
with a
just.
lot of what he said,
You know the
really. But I
drill.
mean,
And I just want to mention to Mr. E as well. Take a look in the nest for later, and I'll put it in the pill, and I'll drop you that later. Now, Hitman,
Sure.
your comment is around CivNat versus WigNat. Now we can go there, but let's do it in an orderly fashion. So ask your question. We'll buffer the answer. I'll
Real
then add
fast.
my
Sorry
two
about my
cents
blue
in
check,
post.
by the way. I changed my profile picture so it's under review or whatever. But I have a blue check. I'm just saying, listen, dude. I agree with you. I'm not a good person in terms of the fact that yeah, I fuck and I live my life, but guess what? I don't commit crimes, and that's why they attack me personally. You can look me up. They attack me personally in my
I have done.
attacks
Okay,
because
Sybil.
okay,
I
okay,
get you.
yes, but
I get you.
just quiet for a
As
second.
likely as I can.
When in
I get you.
politics, when they attack your personal life, what it means is they can't attack your policies.
I know, I think in this case it just means that you are actually a terrible human being who has actually been abusive towards their wife. It can go both ways. I don't think that's the right term, but like both things can be true, um, and one can be true and they're not the other. Both ways.
So I have no policy objections. What I say is truth. We should not have Indians here.
I love when they
Dude,
say
listen, man.
that.
When I said blacks are not real Americans, they're not. We gave them the 19th Amendment. We had to amend our Constitution to bring them in. But I agree that blacks are now American citizens.
But wait, what? No, the 19th Amendment was just to it was the Emancipation Proclamation. It just meant that you couldn't do slavery anymore, which technically still do kind of happen for a little bit afterwards. It's just, sharecropping. But still, it didn't make them like it wasn't exclusively to make them citizens or what the fuck? They were always, I think they were always regarded as African American because the whole thing was like, you're not an American, you're a African American. Yet for most African Americans, they just see themselves as Americans because that's what they are. That's how they've grown up. That's the world that they live in. You know, this is, I guess this goes back to the whole stupid thing of thinking that American Australian is some inherent like white thing or British thing.
But they were not Americans because we created this country for white men. That's our original Constitution. It's for white men of good character, and I'm not a good.
Which one of those Americans, as you're very happy to call them as one, was a Caribbean immigrant? Yes, obviously I'm referring to Hamilton. Yes, the famous Hispanic rapping Treasury Department owner. I'm too hooked on this drama to sleep. This is not healthy, lol. I'm sorry, Sybil. It is hard to leave, Even I was pondering for a moment, do I just leave it here and call it quits? But I'm too fucking hooked. I think he does leave at some point because I remember I came back and like I was given this guy shit and he had run off. And again, like I didn't know who, I hadn't put it together in my head yet who Elijah Schaffer was because again it just says E. I hope the subjects of this piece of shit hate ranting who might be listening here are okay. I hope the subjects of this piece of shit hate ranting who might be listening here are okay. I'm going to assume you're meaning these guys, like them. Um, sorry, maybe I'm tired. I couldn't properly process that.
Character. But here's the deal. Blacks like me. Mexicans like me. Why? Because Mexicans and blacks are masculine. And yeah,
What?
I'm from California, okay?
Oh, I know what he means. Yeah, because black women are masculine. Is that what he means? Hispanic women are masculine? Is that what he's saying? The people being spoken about. Oh, the people being spoken about. Um, who might be listening here? Okay. Okay, now I get. Yeah, I get you now. Yep, 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 yep. Yeah, I hope they are okay. But yeah, it's so interesting what these people are willing to admit about themselves.
I have a bit of a feminine voice. I might sound like a faggot, whatever. It's not a big deal. It's like the point is
It's
my
not a big deal.
policies are for men and for our society and structured. And I have very big black and Hispanic support. In fact, about a third of my audience is black and Hispanic.
1/3 is black and Hispanic, or there are 2/3 and one is Hispanic and one is black. I'm going to assume he meant the first one. Um, I doubt it. I highly doubt it. But even then, I do know that there is like a really weird trend of, again, black people, Hispanic people who really get into Nick Fuentes, which I can sort of understand for the Hispanic people because it's like he is literally Hispanic. So I'm sure there is some weird fucking illogical sort of mental state that leads you to think white people are superior or whatever. The black one, I just like I struggle. I struggle to understand. Like if you are a black person and you're watching a person like Elijah Schaffer, as NB Mo said, like, are you doing okay? Are you all right? It's fucking stupid.
Why? Well, because if you're a black guy and you hear some white guy being like, well, I love black people, so let's give them free phones. What are you saying? You're saying blacks are too stupid to get phones. I'm a white guy in America, and blacks should not have to show their ID to vote.
What? When has anyone ever said give free phones to black people? I know black people equals I want to party. I went to party once and there was an actual black person there. Yeah, yeah. This time I went to a party in Texas and it was in Austin. So there was at least one black person in there. I know black people. I know all of the black people. I like the Bill Cosby show. This was the stylist point he made all night. The stylist? Stupid. Oh, stupidest point he made all night. Yeah. I'm gonna run it back 15 seconds just
Why?
to run
Well,
into
because
it.
if you're a black guy and you hear some white guy being like, "Well, I love black people, so let's give them free phones," what are you
I don't
saying?
know what
You're
he's
saying
referring
blacks
to.
are
I think he's
too
talking about the
stupid to get
snacks.
phones. I'm a white guy in America, and blacks should not have to show their ID to vote. You're saying blacks are too stupid to vote. I'm saying, look, dude, a lot of blacks are retarded.
Clip it, guys. I don't know how to do that, but um, that's great. That's what you want right there. I can tell that he really does care about the black man and woman, but apparently he doesn't really. Apparently he's pretty upfront and honest about not really giving a fuck about the women. But apparently they're very masculine, so maybe he does. It gets worse. Oh dear God, it gets worse.
Okay, most of them are. Most Hispanics are retarded, but about a third of blacks and Hispanics are pretty civil, normal people, and they're just in our
What?
society here to vote. You're saying blacks are too stupid to vote. I'm saying, look,
Also, I really want to comment on that one. No one has ever said you shouldn't require black people to vote. What they have said is, sorry, that fuck, what was it? No one said that you shouldn't require black people to use identification in order to vote. What they've said is doing voter ID is unnecessary in America because America actually has a typically a pretty tight election system. Voter ID is an unnecessary thing. I like basketball. Stop. Um, and black people just so happen to be one of the groups of people who do get affected by this. Yeah, okay. I don't know why I felt the need to say this. I don't know. As if like I need to convince you guys.
dude, a lot of blacks are retarded. Okay, most of them are. Most Hispanics are retarded, but about a third of blacks and Hispanics are pretty civil, normal people, and they're just in our society here in Texas. By the way, the 2/3 of blacks and Hispanics are too retarded to vote. Don't vote anyways. But it doesn't mean because you're black or you're Hispanic you can't vote. That's why I'm not a Whig. I'm not a white supremacist or a Nazi, and that's why the Australian government got mad at me. I had 8.
That's why they got mad at you? Because you're not a Whig nat or a white nationalist? Then what are you?
You've never had ASIO talk to you. Has anyone here had thumbs up if ASIO's
Yeah,
knocked on your door? Has ASIO knocked on your door? I want to see. Because
yes.
ASIO knocks on my door and they talk to me. And I want to say this. I respect the hell out of ASIO. I respect the
Oh,
hell out of the Australian government. I respect them, and I'm actually grateful they'll talk to me because they go, well, you're talking to Jill Davis. I go, well, I don't support Jill Davis's position. You don't? No. Well, you talked to Thomas Sewell. I go, well, I released that interview when I left the country because I respect your country. I won't release a Thomas Sewell interview inside your country. I would never do that because your government said.
why not? Is that because you might run into trouble? Which I really doubt you would have, really. I kind of don't really believe him when he says he's like it would depend on the timing. I don't know when these interviews apparently happened, but like I kind of don't trust him on this. And what a surprise you would wait till you're out of the country. That's so much easier to escape any potential repercussions. You're just admitting that you didn't want to take responsibility. They're just criminals, and but these guys are too warped to be able to recognize it.
Says no. So I would comply with government directives. I talk to my people and I leave and I go to that. But here's the deal. Australia has an identity crisis. It is a white British protectorate. Okay. You guys have not got independence yet. You're not independent. You're not independent. You don't have a shred of independence from the
Independent?
crown. You're so fucked. King
Would
Charles can
watch.
fuck your government up.
No.
Okay. So
Would watch I'm a Nazi Get Me Out of Here featuring Elijah and a bunch of black people. If he gets deported, he'll never get let back in. That's the reason. That's the reason right there then.
as it, here's where the United States is different.
And then how else is he supposed to find his wife?
The United States, I view us, we're the same as Australia. We're just a British colony. The United States is a British colony, so is New Zealand, so is Australia, so is Canada. But we said fuck you to the crown,
Okay.
and we said we're gonna determine our own future. But I get it. Listen, you don't have enough people. Australia might be 100 years away from a revolution, to have their own independence. And it's coming to the fact you guys are at a precipice where it's like, do we accept this? I'm going to ask this right now. Does anyone here think that the current immigration policies in Australia of letting Indians in without any regard? Do you guys know I almost died from an Indian doctor? I broke my foot.
I'm slurring more now. Yeah. I I'm I think we maybe should deport that doctor just simply on the basis that he clearly didn't do a good enough job at trying to get you killed. I don't know if I'm not allowed to say that actually. In Minecraft, Roblox, Fortnite, whatever other games are out there.
Okay, this is a true story. I broke my foot.
Crusaders
I
games.
shattered my heel. I jumped over a fence on the golf course. I shattered my heel. Went to the doctor, like a man, just called my wife. Was like, "Yo, pick me up. I'm on the side of the road." I jumped a fence, shattered my heel. She's like, "Are you serious?" I go, "Yeah." I didn't
Are
call
you
your
serious? Are you
ambulance. I
really that
went in.
dumb?
I got prescribed an
You're
opiate.
29 years
I
old
didn't even
now.
know that was so strong.
But
I
the
was in the
Andy
shower and
was
I
worn
I,
off.
I
Yeah,
passed out.
I thought
I
so
called
too.
my doctor. Go, "Hey, what the fuck is this?" I almost died. I go in and she goes, "This is a lethal amount of opiates." And I go, "What?" I go, what do you mean?" She goes, "This is lethal. How heavy are you?" I was like, thank God I was a little fat at the time. Thank God for being a
Yo,
little
pick
fat.
me up.
And I was like, I'm kind of fat right now. I was like, whatever. And she goes, "This is a lethal scientific dose of opiates." I go, "Wow, that's kind of crazy."
A lethal scientific dose of opiates. What is he talking about?
She goes, "Who prescribed it to you?" It was an Indian doctor. And I found out that his medical requirements got waived to get into Australia. So if I was only 5 pounds under what I was, I would have died. And I had a heart palpitation. I had a heart attack from his prescription. And she's like, "You can never take this medication." I'm not a drug addict. I don't do drugs out of prescription. I've never been a drug addict. It's not part of my life. And I took prescription.
Did he just say he doesn't do drugs? Because I can potentially believe he's not a drug addict. I just can't believe that he doesn't do drugs.
Drugs in Australia and almost died. And how many Australians actually died? And she goes, the doctor's like, "I fucking hate these Indians." And she goes, "I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have said that." And I go, "Why are you apologizing to me? This guy almost killed me." She goes, "No, we shouldn't talk about Indians like that. They're
This
they're
never
people
happened.
too." I go,
This
"Okay,
never happened.
relax. An Indian almost killed me in your hospital, and you're apologizing to the Indian who almost killed me." And she thought about that. She's like, "Why am I apologizing to an Indian who almost killed my patient?" And I go,
What
"Okay."
the
And I'm grateful for your system. The social healthcare system, guys. I have good healthcare here. It costs $2,500 a month for me to have healthcare here. That's about 50 grand a year. I pay $50,000 a year to protect my family. Even my ex-wife, she's on my plan. My kids are on my plan. It's too new. I'm not going to comment on it, but I'm just saying I'm paying for their health insurance.
Holy shit, Sybil, you were right when you said before that I'm not going to talk much about my wife, but then he continues to keep bringing up his fucking wife. Hey, Freemason, could you turn up your gain or turn down his? Because he speaks really loud. Okay, that's fair. Let me turn down. Come on, just that one more. Yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to be a bit more, just because of, the time that it is and whatnot. I'm trying to be respectful of other folks. You don't win friends with words salad. Let's see if
50
that
grand is
works,
a lot
Mel.
of money. That's about
Let me know.
78,
La da
$72,000
da da.
Australian. I pay about 70,000 AUD a year to have my family in the highest protectorate. But one of your doctors almost killed me, and he was Indian. And it's like that's a problem, guys.
What world are we living in where this makes any sense? Like this feels like not that it would make sense for back then, but this feels like it's like the medieval times. Like, yes, an Indian doctor tried to kill me. A witch doctor tried to kill me. Ah, we live in the greatest protectorate, the highest of the land, the greatest protectorate of the crown. And one of your witch doctors tried to kill me, which I like the fact that he's trying to like gloss over this whole thing here by kind of implying that this Indian doctor was like actively trying to kill him. Doctor was not Indian. It was Billy Payne. Brown face.
You're trusting the people that are trying to kill you. And I just said, and I never use your system again. I go, it's free, but you can die. What's the point of the system? And I think that a lot of Aussies are feeling what I feel, where they're like, yo, I like the social health care system. I agree, America's system's not right. And I agree, America's system is bad.
Yeah, but at least you're not getting killed by an Indian. Yes, the American healthcare system will bankrupt you, but at least you don't have an Indian doctor trying to kill you with a lethal scientific dosage of opiates. Whatever the fuck that means.
It's dude, making a citizen of the United States pay 70 grand AUD to secure his family is ethically wrong. But I won't die because we have a high standard here. So my question is, do you want free social health care and die? Or do you want to have and by the way, if they killed me in the US, my family would get $22 million.
No, they wouldn't actually because um the insurance company would try and make sure that they didn't because the US system is so fucked up that they literally try and make money off of your dying. So I don't know what you're on about. Like they didn't you know? Like you're American and you don't even know that your own healthcare system is that fucked up that people even get denied coverage and because it makes more money for the company. Free healthcare equals die. Yeah, apparently that's how it just works. Um, you just go to logic. Logic, that's what it is. But again, this is, see what I mean? Because the logical conclusion for this, for what he is saying right now, is well, then why do we have socialized healthcare? I think he's talking about life insurance. We've got that here too, buddy. Ah, yeah, we have that too. So I don't know what the fuck he's on about. Um, but yeah, what was I gonna say? Yeah, because see, this is what I mean. He doesn't need to tell you to believe socialized healthcare is bad and we shouldn't have that and you should open it to the free market. No, he just has to say all the things that are batshit crazy, has no proof for, and is just anecdotal evidence, which who knows if it's even true. Um, Base this whole thing off like, okay, free healthcare, socialized healthcare um, equals Indian doctor kills you. All right. So then he's hoping that all the racists will then hear that and go, right, free market healthcare now. That's what he's trying to do because then you can pick and choose. You can pick and choose your doctor. I don't know, maybe I'm reading a little too much into this, but that's that's how I'm seeing it. Is my volumes better, by the way? I can't tell, obviously.
So they said, if they killed me on opiates, my wife would get $22 million. If I died in Australia, they'd get nothing. Maybe $500,000, 400,000 AUD, which is like 200 grand, 250 grand. But it's like the system is flawed because the system only works when it's patriots. And I'm not saying just white people, it's just patriots. If you have people paying into the system,
Dude, don't. Why would you? What? No, no. Come on. You've been doing so well so far with your propaganda. Why would you? Why would you intentionally? Why would you intentionally say it should be for patriots and then quickly throw in? But I don't just mean white people. Patriots. Even though I was just before saying it should only be people born around 1902. Oh, sorry, not born, but like their family was here from 1902. Um, at least we don't have hospitals demanding a credit card or putting you in a taxi and dumping you at another hospital. Yeah, I mean, yeah. No, we just have chronic bed block because of aged care failing. Yeah. I don't know what bed block means. Oh, I think I do know what you mean. Are you meaning uh like we don't have many free beds kind of thing? Like because we have socialized healthcare, we are able to put a lot of people in medical beds or hospital beds, which then means that we haven't actually been supplying more of them. I'm assuming. Maybe I'm wrong.
But guys, Centerlink is fucked, okay? I've watched the WOGs, I've watched the ABOs. I know you guys hate that word, but whatever, it's whatever. I've watched the ABOs. I watched an ABO when I was in the Northern River.
I love hearing anecdotal evidence from a journalist. I love that.
An abo drove his car at 70 miles per hour in a local pub, crashed into the wall at the pokey station, and didn't make the news, and he got let off.
It
Why?
didn't make the news.
He's an
Okay, who
abo.
cares?
Why is he getting let off? That's a crime because he's Aboriginal. And your sister
Happened again.
Can I just read
So,
any
so people,
emotion
wait,
out
wait,
of
hold
Mr.
up.
E?
People ask for the truth.
And
And I wanted to ask you, do you think it'd be worthwhile? Because the next best thing.
talking about vetting and need to navigate.
Two things. It's a white country. It's a Western British protectorate, and the British
Fair
are
enough. We'll just go from
multicultural.
here.
So it's not all white people. That's why Joel Davis and Thomas Sewell fail. Australia will never be a fully white country ever again, and it'll never be all white. But you have to hold white ideals, and white ideals. America defines them well, by the way. You guys don't. We do. White ideals are punctuality, quietness in work, non irritability,
Good night, works
submission,
of
and
metal.
also teamwork.
Have a good
That's
night.
white
Sleep.
ideals. And it's like, dude, I've worked in China,
Oopsie, the
Taiwan,
sequel.
Shanghai, Taiwan, Seoul, South Korea, in fucking Manila, the Philippines. I've worked all
Oh.
over Asia. I worked in Mexico, Nayarit. I worked in San Salvador for the El Salvadoran. I've worked with a lot of lobbies. White nations are the best nations. Whites are the standard. And until whites wake up and realize you don't have to be a Nazi, you don't have to
You don't have to be a Nazi. Yeah, look, I do like this idea that there's this group of white people out there who haven't picked a side yet. You know, they just need to wake up. Who the fuck are they? Where are they? Who are these imaginary people that they have in their heads who have yet to recognize how bad things are getting? Like, everyone's aware. It's just everyone has different opinions on how to fix it. Well, maybe there is a somewhat small group of people who are in a bit of a denial, but we call them liberals.
be a fucking swastika person. You just have to
Fucking
defend your
swastika person.
country. And ultimately,
Yeah,
I'll leave it
but
here.
it
I'll leave it
helps.
here.
Yeah, good. That's a good point to
Yeah.
land on. Thanks, mate. And look, I've DM'd you my little axe to grind. But apart from that, there's 3 other posts in the nest, and I can run you through the. If I may, I'd like to run them past you. They're pretty short. One's a book called "The Unknown Nation: Australia After Empire." So we need to navigate this period. Like you said, we haven't had a revolution yet. We've got British and American power to navigate. There's a little poem there which I won't read just yet, and there's a good slide on the left of the nest about March for Australia or Put Australia First. So a journalist called Chris Coveries has done a split between March for Australia versus the Splinter Group. Now we've basically got
Australian marches.
Wignat versus Sivnat. So he's called it here to do with, are you going to select based on race or are you going to select based off values? So
Is this? Does he mean down
I
here?
mean, that's a slide to talk to you
Hey,
about. Can you
Chris
see that one on
Chris
the
is
left?
more
The Sivnat.
influential than the United States. And Chris is a good guy. I'll leave that. He challenges me, but he's a very good journalist.
Yeah,
So
sure.
yeah,
okay.
look, there's a. I mean, I can try and run you through it here. You can comment against it. So culture flows downstream from race, ancestry tree, genetic continuity.
Can a woman speak?
Problem is the wrong people.
Nope.
Whereas on the right side, you've got
Not
all these
here.
graphics and talking about vetting and shared values and
Where
a
the
welcome mat. And
fuck is the thing
problem
that he
is
was
the
talking
wrong
about?
numbers, and so it's a very numerical way. So
But I want to hear.
does it really matter to you whether?
But
Sorry, what? Jews and the radical critique of Gentile culture? Oh dear God, I don't even want to.
I want.
one side or the other.
I'll answer that 1 second. I want to hear people disagree with me. But what are you saying? What's the question?
I'm asking you which of the two sounds more appealing to you. I think it's the former. Can you see that? It's a bit of a busy infographic on the left of the
There
nest.
we go.
I'm going. Hold on.
Wait. Is it? Is this the thing? Yeah, it is, right? Chris, yeah, I know, right? I didn't realize Chris had fucking international prominence. MFA demography is destiny. So in other words, Nazis. PAF, that's right, they put Australia first. Infrastructure over identity. Judeo-Christian. I don't see the value in discussing demographics. Unsustainable housing prices. Bills, we are not a racist people. Bills, crushing debt. Cost of living / housing, energy crisis. I don't see value in discussing demographics. Shared values. Vetting. Loyalty check. This doesn't make any fucking sense. None of us are anti-immigrants. Economic growth, infrastructure. What the fuck does this mean? Problem equals wrong numbers. Problem equals wrong people. It's a Ponzi scheme. Interrogation pathway. Genetic. What is that? Genetic continuity, ancestral homeland, which this is not an ancestral homeland of white people. That should be obvious. Culture flows downstream from race. No, it doesn't. Ancestry tree, ancestral homeland, race, genetic continuity. I like though that he's basically straight up admitting that no, you won't read more than 100 words, so here's a pretty picture to help you understand the vast ideological divide. When did you do this? Oh, not that long ago. I can't help but notice he's very kind to this side, not very kind to this side. Just think about that. Import the third world, become the third world. The non-European shrinking. Graphic replacement bound by the crimson thread of blood. What the fuck? Send them back. Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest. If I were to read this and be like, I would assume that Chris Coveries is in favor of the left side. So, oh, my eyes make it stop. Sorry. Nope.
Let me figure out how to get in here. Hold up. Where do I see this?
In the
So
nest or in the pill?
what he's trying to break down is it's Australia's equivalent of MAGA versus America First. So Monica Smith is MAGA in Australia, but there's a different group which is, a little bit more on the edge than
Can you even call Monica Smith Australia's MAGA? MAGA? I don't really. I'm not too sure if that's an applicable. Maybe. All right. Whatever.
Hey, before you guys get into
Oh my
a
God, more
very
Yanks.
heavy conversation, I don't know.
The heavy,
I've had my
heavy.
hand up for a while. I have a very light question
Go
for
ahead, bro.
Elijah. So, So thank you, Alpha, for the mic, and I know Hitman's wanting to get into some other
Oh my
stuff.
God, look how many
Elijah, it's
people
a
are in the
pleasure to meet you.
speakers.
Are you
Very
American?
encouraged.
American?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, let's clarify. Yeah. Okay. Great.
Very encouraged to see that you're remaining positive
Wooden
and
spoon, nominee,
in the
mon
fight,
mon.
despite all the difficulties you've been dealing with. But yeah, I wanted to talk about the title of this space is what drew me into this before I saw that you were in here, and it says X space disappointment. And
I
I
was
think that
disappointed.
it's a little off topic, but I think
Well, I wasn't disappointed. To a degree, this is always what I expect. I always expect. Why is he then posting rational weebs? Oh my God. Like, Alpha is just a fucking fascist. I did call him that today to his face. Do they know Mon Mon is the princess of Paki? I don't know what that's related to. I'll let you clarify. Not to insinuate anything.
they're getting ready to crash X, the spaces in particular. I think it was a data mining exercise. I think they've got the information they want now. They know who's who, and I think it's slowly it's getting buggier and buggier. And it is. A lot of people are talking about it's getting heavily bugged, especially for these red pill spaces. So I think at some point it's going away. And I wanted to ask you, do you think it'd be worthwhile? Because the next best thing, of course, is Torba's Gab. And Torba's been focused so heavily on AI, he hasn't really developed a strong interface for this kind of exchange, this kind of environment. Like
Pakenham, Vic, her hometown. Is that like where there's a lot of Pakistanis or something? I don't know.
spaces. Do you think it'd be worthwhile if a couple of you heavy hitters who also could see that the game is getting ready to end at some point might solicit him and kind of figure out a way of getting him to or collaborate on beefing up Gab to make it the next thing. So when this crashes, we have somewhere to go. Because I mean, we built a lot of relationships and we're making a lot of traction here, and I just hate to see all of it go.
Yeah, yeah. Gab's about 8 years ahead of its place. So my point is like, dude, listen. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna say. It's like, yeah, 8 years from now, it'll be important. But it's like, when we talk shit and we give our voices on the shit, it's like whatever. It's like it is what it is, and like you know, people have a lot of opinions, but they don't pay for those opinions. I pay for the opinions, so like I get lawfare and bullshit. I'm in 5 litigations right now for this shit. It is what it is, but like I'm saying, like don't worry as a man. Like I think Australia is a very good and competent country. I think it's a very good place.
Oof. um, I don't remember what I was saying. I think I was just reading. Yeah, I was just reading your thing where it was like, I'm just going to make a short point which will go forever and we'll all feel ourselves aging. And then I said something like, yeah, don't you feel yourself aging? I had to take a piss. I've been having to take needing. I've been needing to take a piss the whole time. I might just let you actually sit with this for a bit, and I'm going to go to the toilet.
But I don't think it's in a bad place. So I think Australia's got a good hiding hand, a good fighting
Hey,
hand. Yeah.
Hey, E, I've got a question that's a bit easier than the busy meme. We'll get you back on another night to get through the CivNat, Wignat stuff. What's your view on voluntarism or libertarian, the idea of freedom and secession and having smaller, more autonomous states instead of these big federations? Do you have a view on
Yeah,
de-amalgamation?
I think that Texas should start by seceding now. I'm actually, I'll announce it here. I'm actually running for a ride in U.S. Senate for the first time here this election, and I'm gonna run seriously after this election against Ted Cruz. And they're gonna talk shit on me. They're gonna talk my sex shit, my life, whatever. But we're gonna win them, and our goal is to fuck up the Republican Party so that they realize that we're a real coalition. So I will be running for U.S. Senate right now this election. I don't expect to win much more than 80 votes, 120 votes. We're just getting the paperwork done and figuring out how it works. But we're going to encourage people to fuck up the primaries in the US. So in the next 6 to 8 years, you're going to watch the US divulge into a bit of tyranny. And we're going America First Coalition with Nick Fuentes, Dan Bilzerian, Jake Shields, Tucker, Joe Kent, Candace Owens, Megan Kelly. We're gonna create a real divergence in the political movement here, and it's real. It's not like a joke. We're gonna hurt the Republican Party. They can't win without us, and if they can't win without us, they're gonna capitulate to our needs, and our needs are gonna be to stop the immigration. And we're starting with big issues first. So we have about a 12 to 28 year plan right now, and I'm very excited about it. So I will be running officially for Senate here in Texas this year. Again, if I get 60 to 80 votes, I'm fine. But we're introducing our platform, and you will find next 10 years that we will win elections. So we're going to form our own America First coalition in the kind of bullshit that's happening,
Yeah.
and we're doing real political moves, and I'm not sitting back, and we're following with the SEC and the FTC and FTR and everything. And you're gonna find that, like, dude, here's the deal. I'm going to be the only candidate in America that fights for Australia. That's why I think these people are stupid. Even lefties. Hey, I kind of agree with you. I'm not right or left wing. I'm running now for real candidacy for Australia and whatever. And I might actually run in Australia. I actually qualify now to run for a candidacy, and so do my sons. But we're going to create a family that is very, very much supportive of the Australian problem of immigration. So, like, I won't say much more here, but I will say that we're not. I'm not saying vote for a Democrat. Don't vote Republican. Vote for me, because I'm not perfect, but I'm also not in the Epstein files, and I didn't get 3 divorces. Trump got 3. I got 1, and I won't mention much about my ex-wife. I will never talk about her,
Well,
but it's
it's
stupid.
funny you mention your Senate bid because I sometimes joke that in 10 years I should run as a senator in New South Wales. So how about we
Please be
compare
MP.
notes?
That's what
I've
Babbitt. That's what Babbitt and Hanson did, and we're just
I've
gonna
started
just
my
take it.
community on X called Australis, and that'll be an Australia First group. I got 180 joined. I need about 2,000 or 1,500 to create a new Australian political party. Makes the paperwork easier, but I guess there's going to be guys and girls in our position, say in their 30s and 40s, and they think, let's start a movement, be active, activism and politics, whether it be X spaces or on a soapbox at the pub,
Well,
IRL.
I agree, but the pub in Australia is much more united than the pub in America, and like, dude, like Australians should not take me for granted because I have the ear of the administration, and my coalition, like, we don't have parties, but we have coalitions in our parties. And the America First Coalition is very influential right now. That's why the media is trying to discredit us. But like, Nick Fuentes and I formed a formal coalition. So I've got Nick Fuentes, Dan Bilzerian, Andrew Tate, Tristan Tate, Sneeko, It's very influential. It might be like streamer shit to a lot of you guys, but it's very influential. We got a lot of young people on our side, and they have to negotiate. That's what we're gonna do. So we're gonna hijack the Republican Party, and hijack their young vote, and we're gonna make them negotiate with us. So like RFK did to get an HSS. So you'll see me. I've been in government for a long time, and you'll see me back in government for a long time. That's all I'll leave it at. That's a little tease into what's coming, and I'll leave it there. So thank you for letting me talk, but I appreciate any questions.
Yeah, thanks, mate. I do have a based monk down there. I'll get him on the stage just in case he wants to ask a question. Anybody want to throw it open?
I don't know. I've got more questions about the guy himself, like Elijah himself. But I mean, I don't want to press too much.
Go
I don't
ahead.
disagree with much.
I'm an idiot. Damn, I wish Mason had sped up the recording. Very influential. I don't know what that word means. What is that? Bourbon plus candy equals bad. Yes.
Much of what you're saying when it comes to the actual immigration issue over here. I don't disagree that much. I don't disagree with the whole concept of nationalising our mineral wealth. As well. I mean, that's something that I've just done a post on exactly that. You know,
How many times have I heard these kinds of people throughout my life? And granted, it's not a very long life. I'm sure there's folks watching who have lived much longer than me. For how long have we heard people of the right-wing persuasion say they want to see Elijah is rat-assed and drooling? Do I need to run it back a little bit to get it? Is it like really funny? But how long have we heard these types of people say that they really care about nationalizing the resources, yet they're not interested in doing it? They never support anyone who wants to do it. Like, ugh! It's almost as if they don't actually believe in anything. No? Okay. We won't roll it back. I'm hoping Elijah just fucking cuts his feed soon.
within 4 years, we could pay off our national debt if we actually sold our minerals
I
ourselves.
actually have a can of GB.
So I mean, I
Just
don't
opened
disagree with a lot of the stuff that you're saying. But I don't know, mate.
Aliens
You're
party
talking
mix,
more like
and
you're
civil prop
canvassing
saved my
yourself
life.
more than the policies. I don't know if you really believe in a lot of what you say, to be honest. The whole thing that we was discussing before about blacks not being American. I mean, I've looked at a bit of your history, and you seem to be a pretty controversial guy yourself. And when I was, he was in.
Yeah, to be fair, Sybil's talking about nose candy, not just any candy, nose candy. Yeah, the sugar. I'll be back in 1 sec, sorry.
The space about an hour, and only 30 people followed you in here, and you got 8,500,000 followers. I find that hard to
It's
believe that
4
you only
a.m.
brought
here in
30 people.
America. It's 4 a.m. Nobody's awake. We don't.
I know, 30 people in an
No,
hour
no, no,
with
no. We
nearly a
keep
million followers,
listen.
mate.
Relax. We can't.
No, I
My
get it, mate.
constituency's asleep.
You're
Okay.
pitching yourself to us. You want to be a politician, mate. I understand, but I mean, how much of this stuff do you actually believe, and how much you just tell me that I want to hear?
Ooh.
No, I
So
don't.
There's no way you're
I'm
going to
saying
do
no, I
that.
don't. What's your
You have to
question?
take
No,
it at
listen. It's 4 a.m. in America. No one's asleep. Besides
Why are
my
you awake?
constituents. That's our people. I'm recording this for them tomorrow. Okay, they'll watch it tomorrow, and like no one's following me in because they're good people. They're asleep with their wife or their kid.
Yeah, as opposed to someone else who their wife is trying to get away so they can finally get sleep. So for in America, so, I like as well that he said, like, I'm recording this, like, evidently you didn't need to, buddy. It's all good. We got this on wraps.
Kids, you know.
I've been around spaces for a while, mate. I've never seen nearly a million account only bring 30 followers after an hour, no matter what time of the
Yeah,
day it
yeah.
is, mate.
Because
I
you
mean, I
know
did
what,
a bit of a
yeah.
search on your account, and
My
it
audience is
comes across that.
American, so then they're asleep right now.
Yeah, I know. I understand, mate. I understand.
Listen, that's a
Well,
stupid. That's wait, wait,
when it
wait,
comes
wait,
to
hold,
lobbying
hold
for
up.
Australia,
That's a
what
stupid.
have you
Wait,
actually done? Oh, no, hang on. What have you actually done with for Australia when it comes to lobbying?
Hold up. I'm gonna refute that.
What do you
What have you
mean?
actually done for Australia when it?
What do you mean, Hitman? He got the Iran war pause for asleep with their wife or kids. Yeah, that's a good point there. What do you mean, Hitman? He got the Iran war delayed for a whole week, which, by the way, doesn't really fucking mean much considering the fact that it's happened now, like that it's happening now. So what you did, they did it 1 week later. What was the other thing? There was something about like him getting like a COVID camp shut down, which I'm interested. I'm very confused by because like I would have thought he wouldn't. Well, no, that he, yeah, okay, he got the COVID camp shut down, but then a lot of these people, not specifically these people, but a lot of, okay, I was in a space earlier today and they were really upset with Kurt, and Kurt was in it, and they were really fucking upset with Kurt, like really stressing the point. Not to say like they have some super duper principled opposition to Schaffer. It was more so, it was more so the personal shit, the allegations, and it was the fact that he comes off as like a stooge, the fact that he comes off as like someone who's just in it for the money and whatnot. Uh, Not really the political stuff itself, whatever. Uh, but they were really unhappy with Kurt, and it was really interesting. But what it kind of confused me was they were saying stuff about the COVID camp thing, and it was like, but wouldn't you have been in favor of that? I don't know. Sometimes I just find that that the right wing doesn't know what they want. You know, they claim they want certain things, but then they get them every now and then they're not happy with that. You know, they're just the most ungrateful people ever. Like they just cannot ever accept a win. Meanwhile, they are constantly winning in many ways. Like, and I mean the broad right wing, not just the far right.
When it comes to lobbying, you talk to mainly an Australian crowd, and you're canvassing yourself to Australians right now. So you say you lobby for Australia. What have you achieved for
All right.
Australia?
Okay. Number one, I delayed the purchase of U.S. submarines, and they still have not delayed. They have still delayed the purchase. So I try to save.
Okay. What does that even amount to? What does that amount to? You delayed it? Okay. They're just gonna do it again when it's more politically advantageous to do it.
Save the taxpayers' money
Save the
in not
taxpayers'
buying
money.
U.S. submarines. There's one thing, and I've gotten in the way of that. Two, I have worked with the Christian Coalition, and I've tried.
Wait, but oh, I didn't mean for this. No, no, no. Hang on. But if we weren't okay, hear me out here. But if we don't have nuclear submarines, how else are we supposed to go about a revolution for our own independence? The right wing are so lost they now follow the next social media whiff of relevant. Yeah, 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 yeah. It's just it's they are sheep. They are very much sheep. Like, you know, there are people I would acknowledge that like have a bit of a sheepish approach or attitude or personality, whatever, when it comes to left-wing politics. But I find that they're a lot of the least engaged. Like, and I don't mean that as an insult. Like, I just mean like they kind of, you know, they've got their own lives and they got their own shit to deal with, and so they kind of just willingly will follow with the general crowd because they're thinking like, well, look, I don't have the time, the knowledge, to be able to properly figure out all these things. So I'll just sort of look. I'm with the left, you know, and whatever the left is doing. I might have my disagreements here and there, bloody blah, whatever. But they are like actual fucking peasants who just accept whatever their kings will tell them to do or to believe, and it's insane.
try to get them to stop focusing on Muslims and on Hindu invasion. The Muslims are not the biggest issue. I worked with the government on free speech during COVID, and I helped the government to I pressure
Wait till they find out. I tell you, wait till they find out that there are such things as Muslim Indians, and they are incredibly oppressed by the Indian government. They are gonna have their fucking heads spin so fast. They're gonna be absolutely Muslim Indians? Nani?
the government to close down the camp in Queensland. So that was directly me. So the camp in Queensland they opened up that my family was in. I got that closed down. I got that closed down. That was interesting. So I got a COVID camp closed down. I don't know anyone could do that. I did that. I also worked with
You got the COVID
yeah in
camp closed
Queensland.
down. How exactly did you do that, and where's the evidence to show you did
Okay,
it?
Well, look, hang on.
okay.
You don't have to go into
Who's
the nitty gritty.
who's in it? Who's in it? Who stayed in
I'd
it? They
rather
closed it down. They
spend.
stopped using it. They stopped using it because I lobbied against it. So
Well, I mean, it's been a while since we've needed to use it. I'd be interested to know which one he's referring to. I might actually look this up.
that's
Can I just kind of Hitman, like you kind of put him on crossing. I got three other hands up. Can I just read this little poem, see
yeah,
if it
sure.
gets any
People,
emotion
wait,
out
wait,
of you,
hold
the
up.
E?
People ask for the truth,
And
and when you tell them that, they don't accept it. That's fine. That's human condition.
yeah, we can
We'll leave it there.
nitpick. Look at
This
the
isn't a
reason I want
matter
to
about
read this
what's
to the room
true,
as well
bro.
is just see
This
if
is
it
just
rouses
asking
any
you to
national
back up
pride and
your
what that might
point.
mean. I mean, we
I
got
might
questions around
drop them
Sivnat
down a little
Wignat
bit.
here, so I just stumbled across this in a book I was reading. I guess it was the Australia After Empire book.
Fuck me, man.
Although,
He just wants to read his
anyway,
poetry.
maybe it was a DNA book from Salter. Methinks I see in my mind a noble and puissant nation rousing herself like a strong man after sleep, and shaking her invincible locks. Methinks I see her an eagle mewing her mighty youth, and kindling her undazzled eyes at the full midday beam. That's from 1644, so maybe have we lost some poetry? Have we lost our memory of what it means to be a nation? Or politically, are our children not taught enough civics in primary school and high
Correct.
school? What's
I mean, yeah, sure, they're not taught enough civics. I'm happy with that, but I don't think you're gonna like the result of what happens when they are taught it.
what's going on here? Yeah, civics in school. Do you feel like have we lost some of our memory somewhere as
Listen,
a species?
Australian schools are some of the best.
As a species? This is what I mean by I really do actually think that like Alpha is just a fucking fascie. Maybe this is a conclusion that you guys have already come to, and it's just, it took me a little bit to catch up because I've known about him for so long. But he's just a fucking no. Sorry.
Best in the world. Your uniforms are impeccable, bro. The way you make young men and women dress in your schools are impeccable. Okay, public schools are a little bit retarded, but private schools are okay. You're talking to like that's what I feel like talking to me. It's like I feel like I'm talking to like children. It's like, well, what did you do? Do you want to list it? Because I can list it. I can also listen.
Yeah, don't worry about that, asshole.
Do you know that your federal government tried to put heart restarters in every home in Australia, and I lobbied against that. I said no, let them die from the COVID vaccines. Let them die. You don't try to restart their hearts. Go ahead. They try to get
Well,
AEDT.
another one they did, the bloody regulator allowed the heart push and pull metric to be unlimited. So now there's no measure of fitness on a pilot's heart because they probably knew that the heart would be affected by
Dude,
the medication. They just
my
simply lowered the
family
test.
members got myocarditis and stuff. I'm saying, bro, I've been lobbying for you. It's like, well, what did you do for us?
I don't know if y'all knew this, but turns out CPAC Australia, which I actually didn't realize was a thing. It's rather concerning knowing that now. CPAC Australia dumped Elijah Schaffer after neo-Nazi interview. Heart restarters, is that a brand name?
So
You know what's
anyway, we
crazy?
got
You know what's
some
crazy?
hands up here.
Australians
How
are
did you shut it down for the US? You're from the US. How
Yeah.
did you shut it
Now
down for the US?
Cambo, I'm just
Wait,
going through
wait,
messages, so he's going to
wait.
weigh up.
Wait, I want to hear the talent.
So
What'd
we've
you
got a
say?
hand up from.
Wait. What'd you say on the U.S.?
We've
Speak
got a
up.
base. Yeah, I'll let Cambo back up after we get the base.
No, but what did he say?
Question.
What did he say? 'Cause I want to hear this.
I don't even know what he said because he was going to be rude.
Well, I would like to be rude. Go be rude.
He'll come back.
Talk to
Yeah,
me.
he'll come back.
No. Be rude.
Even Elijah is like, come on, Alpha, what are you doing? Let's have some back and forth. This is the thing. Alpha thinks he's an alpha and thinks that he's like maintaining a healthy space. But honestly, he's such a space killer. He's such like a vibe killer. He's like I'm trying to think of a good comparison. Like he's just a guy that just I guess he gets off to having a bit of power and heavily overuses it and doesn't realize that that is the reason why people are get extremely frustrated with him, and that people are quite okay with a bit of rudeness, that people are quite okay with a bit of banter, with a bit of that back and forth. But it doesn't suit his interests.
Let him be rude. Go ahead. Go
Let's
ahead,
let
sir.
the based monk
Let
have
him
a
be
go, and
rude.
then we'll get Cambo.
Okay, fine.
You up there, Ven?
I'm searching this thing about this
Hello, everybody. Hello, Elijah.
camp and
Nice to
nothing
meet you.
pops up.
Look, I'm in the Buddhist world, and I've been trying to get involved in some kind of action to help improve things, etc., etc. And I've been working on some projects. How do I talk to you or someone influential about what I'm doing to help?
Ooh, like a Pauline Hanson in a sensible debate. Yes, I think. um, I've been searching up this thing about what Elijah is saying. What Elijah is saying about him having shut down some COVID camp, and I can't find anything for it. I see something here about him having talked about it. Where was it? Which I had to find this funny. The Gateway Pundit. Um, where is it? Where did it say? It says a really funny line. It basically said COVID 1984, which I will give him credit. It's not too bad. It's all right. Van is weird. I can't pin him down. Which one's Van? Oh, Van. I'm guessing that's who you mean. I don't think I've seen this guy before. We'll check out what he's got to say.
Help out, basically.
Aussie Talk is the madame of this situation, so I'll put you. My people will put you
Clear
in touch
browser
with
history.
his people, and we'll run some messages back and forth, mate. But why don't you tell us briefly, Ven, about your idea, and then we'll crack through some hands. We got Cambo and we got Trigger. But take the floor for a minute, Ven, and just give a pitch about your social media idea.
Oh, look, I'm not very good at this, but look, I've been working on building like an alternative live stream platform that we can take control of. And there's a lot of things that need to be done, but basically, I need some people who can help get it some traction. So, I mean, that's it. I don't want to blast your space, man.
So he's here to try and sell his project. Yeah, you know what? Look, man, the economy's rough. I get it. You know, you gotta do what you can to get by, I guess. Why not sell, like, fucking Elijah's basically trying to sell himself off, so why not you just jump in with the fun, with the theme of the game at the moment?
So yeah,
perfect. All right. Anyone reach out to Van or myself, and we'll. That's a great idea. Imagine X with fewer guardrails, perhaps. I
Yeah,
don't know. You'd have to have some sort of
reach
moderation.
out to Ben. He filters my shit. So reach out to him.
All right, Ben. Now you can think of a new question, Ben. Otherwise, we're going to bounce to Cambo. I just dropped him to goo pile because he kind of just cut in real hard, and we'll go Cambo and then Trigger if that's okay.
I just want to thank E for shutting down from the US the COVID centres in Queensland. What a job, mate! I couldn't have done it myself without you, but I appreciate you. And I'm
He
just curious
also
as to know how you
Thanks,
were able.
thanks, mate. By
No,
the way,
hang on a sec.
Hang on, I'm detecting.
Well, this didn't start well now, did it? So he did shut the ones in Queensland, apparently. Interesting.
That was sarcastic, Cambo, but you haven't heard the background of Mr. E. He's got some credibility if we take it at face value. So why don't you just skip to the part where you want to? Can I just read out my?
Never take it
Can,
at
can
face
I just
value,
read
bro.
out my community tagline? Let's win the moral authority to assure peace and prosperity for our nation. So why don't you ask a question along those lines, Cambo?
What the fuck does that
Well, I
mean?
kind of did. I was giving him kudos points for actually closing down the Queensland COVID centres. And from the US, that's a big task, and I'm pretty happy that you've done that, mate. I'm just curious as to how you actually were able to stop that rot from becoming part of our society, because we were probably trying to do the same thing you're doing, but not necessarily living in your fucking backyard, so to speak.
So my family's from Queensland, and they wanted me to return in the camp. And two of my brothers-in-laws were held up in there. Thought it was wrong, and I brought it to my senators, and I talked to them over dinner, like not like a letter. And I was like, "Hey, listen, this is fucking wrong, dude. They're putting people in concentration camps. This is wrong." I showed my senators the footage. They were abhorred by.
So he got the American government involved. The Trump government involved, I presume. Well, maybe not, actually, to be fair. Could have been. Could have been the Democrats, I guess. It could have been the Democrats, but he doesn't seem to have any allegiances.
By it, they're like, "This is so wrong." And I was in Texas at the
So
time.
wrong.
I got involved in litigation, saying basically we wouldn't trade with Texas wouldn't trade with America's California, New York, Michigan, Florida, and
Here we go.
Texas. And Texas was going to pull out, and Florida was if they didn't stop the camps. So we're like, yeah, we don't trade with people, and I helped raise the awareness for that. I was like, yeah.
So that's how he did it. They literally used trade as a means of hostage taking. Well, not really, but like, oh God.
So I provided that in official federal investigatory hearings, and I was like, hey, look, I got my brother to film some stuff, and I showed them what they were doing, and they're like, we can't trade with countries like this. So America put pressure on Australia to stop, and I was very influential in that. But I would say one of three people who
Oh,
really
one of
raised
three.
awareness, and I had a show at the time. I was doing like 300, 400,000 views a night, and I talked to some people, and it's like they were very mad. Glenn Beck, Mark Levin were very mad about it, and they put it on their.
All Americans who are incredibly geared towards conspiracies and anti-COVID rhetoric, or like anti-pandemic dealing with rhetoric. Brilliant. Just brilliant.
Their shows, and I went to Alibaba Stuckey and some people, and I talked to the producers, like, hey, you got to cover this. So I went to about 177 shows, about 60 played it, and I got that out to the masses. So I got the Australian thing out to the masses, and I got it to very big shows, personal video for my friends, and Australia shut that down shortly after and closed the COVID camps down within about 8 weeks.
Yeah, because you threatened to take away our trade. Oh God. It all makes sense, doesn't it now? Like, how's he always one of X important things, but the X is never one? It's a good point. It's a good point, and he won't mention the other ones, of course. Oh, I love this car. I will admit I'm getting a bit tired, but I think we'll be all right, assuming that this ends eventually. Night all, they've turned their own pace to 0.5%, 0.5 times regular speech pace, and I don't have enough years left.
When I got it
That's
out.
so
So I
real and
worked to
so
get it out
fair.
to American masses
We're gonna try and
with
finish this
a media
soon.
profile. Just don't support this. You know what I'm saying? It's very bad. So I have very niche and unique ways to, it's like every American commentator, I have their phone number
Yeah,
and I
good
can
night.
call them.
Um,
I can call Mark
MBO,
Levin tonight. I used to work for Mark
MBMO.
Levin. I don't know if people know that. For 2 years, I worked for Mark Levin. So I know these people very well, and I can call them. It's like, hey, listen, fuck Arabs, fuck Muslims. They're putting people in camps, and it hit very hard. And Americans were very mad about it,
Mm-hmm.
and they were really sick of these camps coming up, and they pressured the Australian government.
Sorry,
That's why they stopped it. American interference.
did did he just randomly, for no reason, just throw in fuck Arabs, fuck Muslims? What was the connection there?
I used to work for Mark Levin. I don't know if people know that.
Oh, well,
For
that
two
obviously
years,
fucking
I worked
explains
for Mark
everything.
Levin. So I know these
No
people
wonder you had
very
these
well,
connections.
and I can call them. It's like, hey, listen, fuck Arabs, fuck Muslims. They're putting people in camps, and
I'm not the only one seeing this, right? Please tell me I'm not the only one seeing this right now. What did that have to do with anything that he was just saying? He just threw in out of nowhere, fuck uh, 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 Muslims and Arabs. The brain, the brain of this man. I don't understand it.
it hit very hard, and Americans were very mad about it,
Mm-hmm.
and they were
Americans.
really sick of these
Even
camps
though
coming up,
before they
and
didn't
they
think
pressured
shit
the
about
Australian
us,
government.
apparently.
That's why they stopped it. American interference. And so I caused American interference. I don't do it often, but I caused American interference.
Does he not realize how this sounds? Nothing has anything to do with anything, and this only gets worse. I know, I know, I know. Sozzled logic. Maybe. No, I need to get through it all. We need to, just in case there's gold. I mean, that is gold. Someone's gold, I guess.
I just went to a lot of dinners, a lot of lunches, and I was like, hey, they'd be doing lines of coke off of a girl's breasts. I wouldn't. I don't partake in that. And I just went, show about Australia. Like, Australia, what are they doing? I'm like, totalitarian shit.
So he just outed Mark Levin and the other guy. Who did he mention? I can't remember, but so he's now just outing them as a bunch of whoring and drug doing. This guy, don't trust him with any information because he is more than happy to just talk about it like it was a random story that it was just a bunch of guys hanging out and doing shit, as if it wasn't politicians. What is going on here?
Yeah, bro. But isn't that a white country? I'm like, yeah, it's a white country, kind of, kind of, not really, but yeah, kind of. And I got a lot of people to be sympathetic to shut down the things. So, I thought it was wrong, so I tried to return, and then I told the Australian government I wouldn't return, and we did.
I'm starting to understand now why ASIO may have actually have knocked on this guy's door. Like they're probably like, yeah, we've seen what you're capable of. You are a danger to society.
What's the next question?
I think Trigger had his hand up, although Angel's also got a question. And I'll get Aussie talk back on deck.
Hey,
Okay.
what's up? Long time no see. Yeah, oh, is Trigger going first? All right, I'll just go. I have a little build to the question. It's going to come at the end. 96 media corporations in this country down to what, 5, right? Americans no longer trust politicians.
So
So
this
the
turned into
Masons
American.
social media 2.0 is Mockingbird 2.0. We have people who tie to secret societies and masonry on here, pretending to be regular people to run for politics. Now, the other half of this is where the lead into the question is. Forensic anthropology is real. There are only 2 types of skeletons, only 2 types of skulls, right? Now, if you scroll down on his page, you see him with Brett Cooper, right? Brett Cooper's features are wide apart than his, right? His features are close together, right? He's an egg-shaped skull like a woman. Brett Cooper has a box-shaped skull like a man. This is scientifically sound,
Damn, bro,
100%
this is
proven. My
crazy.
question to you, are you a transgender and are you part of a secret society?
All right,
This is
shut the
going
fuck up, you
so
fucking nigger
much
ass
better.
kike.
Because you are a transgender on
What did he just say?
HGH. It is clear. I can prove it
Okay.
scientifically.
Damn, bro,
100%
this is
proven. My
crazy.
question to you, are you a transgender and are you part of a secret society?
All right, shut the fuck up, you fucking nigger ass kike.
Because you are a transgender on HGH.
This is where I gave up listening earlier. Yeah. Yeah. That was a probably good decision. What the fuck? Alpha man. Kurt. This is why people were mad. Well, maybe, maybe not, but like, your dude is unhinged. But I'm down to hear this guy. I mean, I don't believe in transvestigation bullshit, but I'm down to hear his theories on why Elijah is actually a woman. I am down for this.
It is clear. I can prove it
Okay.
scientifically.
All right, bro.
Oh, I remember
Bro,
who Angel
all
is.
right, bro.
Yeah, I
Relax,
forgot about
relax,
that guy.
relax, relax.
Oh,
Do
he
you know what my
seemed
credentials
relaxed.
are? What's my credentials? Go ahead. Tell the group.
I forgot who Angel is.
Just let him
Angel
tell
knows
us.
what.
What's my credentials?
He's slurring again.
We'll bring him back in a sec. Trigger probably has a real question unless he's another.
Yeah, I'll answer it quickly. So first of all, nigga, I'm a graduate school genetic engineer. I have laboratory results from underground laboratory. That's stupid, dude. You're stupid, okay? So I'm English German and she's Nordic, Irish. Very different phenotypes.
Oh,
And
she
also
is.
like, dude, are you transgender?
Wait. I feel brave in not being alone and continuing now, though. I'm glad that's how you feel. This is insane. Do you feel like we've reached a limit to the English language where we've been calling so many things, stupid, insane, dumb. There's the R word. I feel like we're running out of like echelons. I feel like we need to, in the English language, create a few more words that really hit that high bar of, oh my God, this is fucked.
Yeah, I'm transgender, dude. I was born a woman, and they inserted a dick on my fucking pussy.
There you
Yeah,
go.
welcome to life, nigga.
Clipped and shipped. We heard it here first, folks. He's a trans. We got him. Welcome to the welcome to the resistance, Elijah. What are we doing here? These are the things that lead me to think, what are we doing here?
It's like, yeah, it's my life.
Okay.
Jokes.
You done?
Yeah, there you go. Jokes aside, dude, you're mad because you can't get pussy, and you realize I'm in the presence of pussy that you can dream of. You could
All
dream
right,
of.
we
No,
might have some
hold
real
on,
questions here.
last thing.
We've got Trigger and
Last
Power.
thing.
Get on to it
Wait,
before.
I don't know, bro. Considering what we know, no, we have a very versatile language. Incongruence, obscene, deluded. Ooh, deluded. That's a good one. Obscene. That would be accurate description. I just don't know if that really necessarily punches the point of how fucking dumb this is. Deluded is good though. I will give you that. See, this is why I end up leading into things like saying schizophrenic or whatever. But I am not liking the word as much. Not even so much for like the connotations. It's just it's not as fun of a word to say anymore. I feel like it's one of those, these words get used so much on the internet they end up losing meaning. Um, whatever.
Wait, last thing.
Oh yeah, I like that he's saying, well, will I get pussy or whatever. Well, evidently you're not at the moment because you've fucked around um, abusing your wife so much that she's wanting to get the fuck away from you. Not to say like, be a good guy to get pussy or whatever, but it's like I don't think you're in the position to start saying that you're the one who gets pussy, unless you're admitting to a bit of a side fetish.
Enough. Just we had enough, dude. Come on, we heard it. Okay, we get it. We get it. Okay, listen, you got a point, and I'm gonna give you that about immigration and culture. Okay, like you have to preserve a culture or heritage or
What the
whatever.
fuck
Okay,
is this?
but you rant upon like changing the culture and things like. But you don't understand. There's something about capitalism and human civilization. Like from the inception of civilization, one of the pillars of capitalism and economic growth is the free movement of people and money, free movement of labor. That's the problem. Like what you could do to solve this problem, in my opinion, is to allow people to move from one place to another to work and things like that, but they don't have to carry the citizenship of that country they moved to. Like if you have Indians in Australia, whatever country it is, allow them to go there, but they cannot have a citizenship of Australia. They cannot be. You cannot be Japanese and Indian at the same time. You have to be either Japanese or Indian or.
But the reason for citizenship is primarily, if I understand correctly, for legal designations and tax. I mean, I'm sure there's a bit more to it than that, but there's a reason why the government likes having people who have been here for long enough to become citizens, even though they make it difficult to a certain degree. Like, it, you don't just want your country. Like, I'm not trying to make out like I'm not meaning to sound like I agree with these guys or whatever, but you don't want your country filled with non-citizens. Like, even if we were to include all like not even immigrants, abhorrent deranged. I don't know if you're giving me more descriptive words to use or if you're just describing what's going on.
Australian or Indian or something like that. You cannot be carrying a citizenship of a country that you don't belong to. Or you could go there, work and things like that, and then go back once you retire or reach the age of
All
retirement,
right,
go
let's
back.
wrap. Come on,
So
land
my
that
issue, yeah,
question,
well,
bro.
This is what I mean. Kurt's just fucking shit at this. And also, he always fucking badges everyone else who's like a host saying, "Oh, you're doing such a bad job." So
okay, but hold on. You let that guy eat, rant about
Yeah,
everything
well,
else, hijack the
come
whole
on, chop
Both.
conversation.
chop.
Thanks.
Yeah, but that's this. You
Well,
make no
thank you.
sense about immigration, to be honest with you. So you have to be right, logical about it, and this way it
Yeah,
helps everybody.
what's the question, dude? Am I trans?
Yeah,
Nigga, I'm a white
it,
Aryan, eight
it's
A10
anything about
blue-eyed
said
white
doesn't.
guy.
Okay, what's your
Yeah,
question,
Relax.
he's
Trigger?
drunk.
Trigger,
He's at
what's your
least
question?
drunk.
Spit out the question, bro.
I didn't say it wasn't a question. It was a comment about his illogic about
Okay,
immigration.
that's the comment. Do you have a question,
Is
Trigger?
that
Because I
what it
got other
is?
hands up, bro.
I was thinking like maybe like a East European country, whichever one, like Czech or Slovakia or Slovenia. I don't know. I just hear one accent, and that two accents. That's Australian, three accents: Australians, Americans, because we have no choice, and everyone else.
No, that's it. He could have sponsored me if he wants to.
Okay, there's a comment from Trigger. If anyone can decipher that,
Anyone can
DM me.
decipher it.
Okay, we got Infallible. I believe Infallible might be a local Aussie with a question, so let's get him on deck.
G'day everyone.
Would have been
Regards to
laughing if he was English
immigration,
or American.
all blacks to Africa, all doing coons to the Middle East. Problem solved. Who's that guy?
Okay. I'm just gonna say this. I really don't like the term Dune, you know. Not even because of the racism. That's, yeah, part and parcel with the territory. But they're not black. Like, that word that I will not say is about is typically used towards indigenous people or indigenous Australians. And I have heard it used towards black Americans. But we're talking about brown people, not black people. Anyway, why am I taking issue with that?
Guy asking about secret societies. That guy obviously took a wrong turn down the rabbit hole. I think that's it. Yeah, loving the space.
I am not.
All good. Well, I'm not sure what else we can ask Mr. E. He's had a big day. I don't know if Aussie Talk wants to. If you're okay there, E,
It's
we don't
fine.
want to
It's fine.
exhaust
It's
you.
fine. Listen. So my family's been here before the
We
revolution.
got Arian.
No.
We got Arian Groiper in the house.
Mhm.
I'd love to know a bit about the Groipers from E. I don't quite understand them. Even I've asked Grok a few times. I don't quite
No,
get it.
that's
I
a
hear
good.
Chinese and Sandin, it's about the taboo and so yeah, true. It's just so they can say them and apply them to all other kinds of people. That is true. You make a good point.
Question. You're
I
asking
hear
the
that
right
Groipers
questions.
are supporting Governor Newsom in California. I don't quite understand why they would do that.
I do.
So I don't know if you
I
want to
do.
comment on that.
I get it. I get it. So the Groypers are very cool. They are our allies, and they are pro.
I'm not a white supremacist, guys. I'm not a white nationalist. I'm not a Nazi. But I do like the Groypers. They are our allies. Who the fuck does he think he's kidding with this bullshit?
White and pro Western civilization. They are also very multi-ethnic. So they're not white supremacists. They're not white nats. They're a multi-ethnic, multicultural society that wants to preserve Western civilization. So, you
Yeah,
know,
sure.
serious societies. Like I took a picture in front of a temple and made some hand signals. It's a joke, guys. Relax. Like, just stop your bullshit. Like, you know what a troll is? I'm trolling you. But at the same time, like, yeah, it's like, listen, it's very much everyone's pedigree, okay? Everyone's pedigree and family here in this movement. I'm one of the outsiders, but I made it in, and I'm very fine. But yeah, I agree with you. It's like these secret societies should be investigated,
It is a cult of self-loathing.
and they're all part of the same.
It's all woe is me. It's all we've got it hard. It's all think about the poor white guy.
Node,
I'm
and
just so
they're gonna
sick of the
kill you and
bitching
kill
and
your
moaning,
babies,
man.
kind of. So I've been threatened to kill my children, right? It's been very, very, very open. I've had emails. The FBI's on it. It's like we're gonna kill you, skin your kids. We're gonna cook your kids in a boiling pot.
What he didn't realize is this was actually his own text messages to his wife. He then re-looked at them the next day and realized it was actually himself sending them. Oh god, it's scary because it's true. Hang on.
But I made it in, and I'm very fine. But at the same time, like, yeah, it's like, listen, it's very much
I don't know if
everyone's
that image
pedigree,
doesn't come
okay?
up. Sorry,
Everyone's pedigree and family here in this movement. I'm one
Sillaby,
of the outsiders,
Sibyl,
but I made it in, and I'm very
Sibyl.
fine.
don't know why, but I
But
just
yeah, I
fucked
agree
that
with you. It's
letter.
like these secret societies should be investigated, and they're all part of the same node, and they're gonna kill you and kill your babies, kind of. So I've been threatened to kill my children, right? It's been very
I've been threatened to kill my children. Is that how that sentence normally goes if you're referring to other people? Isn't it normally I've been threatened? m- um, I've, 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 I've been threatened maybe. All right.
very open. I've had emails. The FBI's on it. It's like we're gonna kill you, skin your kids,
Jesus
we're gonna
fucking
cook
Christ.
your kids in a boiling pot. I get that kind of shit from the inside. It's very nasty. Um,
It is.
touch my kids, I'll kill you. So we're in there. But I'm pretty much unstoppable.
All right. Any other questions? I'm not looking at the screen.
Well, evidently this isn't so. Okay, so there was something that Alpha said this morning, well today, whatever, as a bit of a defense, where he said that at one point he had walked off for 45 minutes, blackmailed to do it himself, or just poor syntax, to do it himself. Yeah, yeah. Um, there was yeah, the space that I was in earlier today where I basically got to call Kurt pathetic to his face. Well, not to his face, but you know, in a space. I got to call him pathetic and a fascist, which I found very enjoyable because it's what we lefties love to do. But no, he uh, he was trying to excuse him allowing this unhinged fucking crazy person go on well past the point of like he is just unhinged. And his excuse was, oh well, I'd actually walked away from my computer or whatever for 45 minutes. Now, at first, I didn't really think too much about the length of time, 45 minutes. Having gone through this, that is a fucking lot of time. Like that means it would have been all the way at 1:55 here. So I'm not saying it's here because obviously he's talking right now, but like, when does that begin? Because I think Elijah has begun to spiral, if he hadn't already, but like, you know,
Right now.
I was gonna say the group
he's
is
unstoppable.
a group of people that the frog is originated from Pepe the Frog, so that's where that
The
frog idea
infallible
comes from.
Führer.
Yeah,
Yeah, but what's
riveting.
the problem with the frog? It's pretty normal.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Nothing. I thought people wanted an origin on it.
Oh,
Yeah, its origin. It's like dude, frogs are numerous, many, and you can't stop them. That's all it is. It's not very
Gonna
big.
put them to the side for now.
cane toad nationalist. No, I have a question if that's all right.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I like the
Aryan
idea of that cane
Sharia
toad as a mascot.
Groiper, Sunni sensitive
So
man,
I
Swabian
actually lived
heritage,
literally across the street from one of those main COVID
anti-transhumanist,
hotels in Queensland for a
anti-Anglo.
while. It was scary shit. I used to watch like
What the
you
fuck,
know
cop
the
stalker?
military vans with the weird plates come and go and soldiers out the front. It was like actually weird as fuck looking back on it. But I guess my main question is like, you know, you look at all the fat, overeducated 30-year-old cat ladies in government. You look at like the Liberal coalition, how like no party really stands for anything. Do you think that there could be a way to sort of just shatter this stagnation? Or like what's your ideas around that in general? I'm
No,
gonna leave that pretty
CGI
open.
of Zyro
collectivize,
Wood.
mobilize. Yeah, go ahead and talk. No.
That's my question to you, Elijah. I just wanted to keep it short. Big fan, by the way. If you ever come to Queensland, I got you, bro.
Hey, watch the new show. We're launching April 1st, 5 days a week. We're going to be America First Coalition. Just watch our show. It's going to be every day, 5 days a week for 1 hour, 9 p.m. Central, so 10 p.m. Eastern. We're gonna be breaking down the world's events. It's very big. Rumble and YouTube. We're gonna be very in the next 2 years. It's gonna be the second most influential show. But here's the deal: is like, yeah, see that, warn that, and just don't replicate. It's bullshit, but it's gonna happen here.
Hell yeah.
I like the idea that we're gonna. I think it's just an excuse. Yeah. I'm assuming you're saying that in reference to the thing I said earlier about Kurt saying that he walked away from his computer for 45 minutes. I mean, like, I don't know, maybe he's done so many spaces that he can just sort of phase in and out of them without concern. But I, as a normal human fucking being, when I'm in a conversation or whatever this is, I'm engaged. I'm in the conversation. I'm talking. And I get punished for it, I might add. But like, especially by him. But how are you stepping away for 45 fucking minutes? And apparently this whole thing went without any troubles during that. Like the amount of times X just crashes and you're not having issues when you walked away for 45 minutes, I just don't believe it. I don't believe it.
Yeah, I like that question about practical steps, next steps. I'm sort of torn between online, X spaces. I could run a space, get 100 people in a night, 365 days a year. But do I need IRL meetups as well? I'm not sure. So,
No,
Save has got a
Koi
question.
having a nap
Are
while
you
his
there,
space
Save?
degenerate.
Thank
Kurt
you.
having a
Hi,
nap while
Elijah.
yeah.
You actually don't know me, but you used to follow me on my old account. But
Oh my
thanks to
God.
some, what would we call it?
I didn't know that was
Infiltrations
Gigagoy.
into our government, a lot of us have had to abandon posting publicly online because it's just not safe. So I wanted to say, first of all, congratulations that you are taking the next step to go up against Ted Cruz. That's going to be a big feat. And my question for you is, what are you guys going to do to actually protect yourself against the people or the lobby groups that don't want you guys to gain any type of relevance? I mean, Charlie Kirk was taken out for this. You've got
And, as we all know, he was just your average conservative. He was not even that radical. He was just a middle of the road guy, nothing all that untoward.
going up against APAC. You're going up against some pretty
Well,
strong
not
bodies.
safe.
Like,
Yeah.
what's the plan? And maybe we can replicate it down here if it works.
Yeah, so Charlie Kirk was killed by the state of Israel by the Tyler Robinson, so he did kill him. It was the donors who wanted him dead, and they're trying to cover that up. But yes, so Charlie was killed by Israel. We all know that. Everyone knows that in the inside. It's so stupid. It's like, oh my god, he was like, yeah, shut the fuck up. He was killed by Israel. But yeah, so like
Is this how you do the
basically I'm
clip?
kind of litmus testing myself, seeing how far I can get till I die. So if I die by suicide, just know as I want to live.
We know it wasn't you.
Yeah, so I die. And I feel like I owe it to my kids to die for them. It's a very noble thing to do to die for your kids in your life. But it's like, yeah, like,
I want to see
I'm
if
just so
this
sick of
works.
this. I'm just gonna run. So I'm just gonna fuck it up. But also, like, yeah, if you want to be you're a nice woman, just
I just want to say something real quick. What? But I did the. Okay, whatever.
as a mom, stay alive for your kids, okay? Just
Hmm.
stay alive for your kids. If you're a mom, just stay a mummy, like have a good night.
He is drunk. Facepalm emoji times 3, 100%.
Get Aussie deck.
Media profile. Just don't support this. You know what I'm saying? It's very bad. So I have very niche and unique ways to, it's
like you look at all the fat, overeducated.
I have bigger. Charlie thought he was gonna die. I was with Charlie 2 days or 2 weeks before he died or got murdered, and so speaking knows what's going on.
Jack Posobiec, another Nazi. Would it be damning for him to say that he thinks that the state of Israel killed Charlie Kirk? Like, would that fuck with his career? That could fuck with his career, right? Like, I don't know. I'm interested.
They killed him.
Yeah, he's been eerily quiet about it, except for posting every day that it was the leftists that killed him. So I find that really questionable.
Well, they did kill him. Leftists killed him, but who?
Yeah, pulled the trigger,
Yeah,
but not
that's the
necessarily
point.
planned his murder.
Correct. You're on the right money. Yeah. Leftists killed him, but it was an inside job.
It was an inside job. He already doesn't like Zionists. Yeah, I know, that's why I was sort of saying it. Like, would it really be damning? But like apparently he's fucking running for Congress? Or did I just misunderstand that? Is he running for Congress? Is that what he was saying? CEO of the Rift TV. What a great picture, by the way. Host America First news shows return April 1st. Inquiries. EA. Trump says we are going to bomb Iran's power plants. What the fuck? Thanks for making terrorism open season in the West. Whatever.
And I'm the one who gave Candace
Yep, Texas
the
Senator.
research
Oh,
on the
running for
Hamptons and
Senate
the meeting.
in the US.
She didn't
No
give me with
harm
Max
incurred under
Blumenthal the
Taco.
credit, but I kind of started the investigation. And Turning Point's
Yeah.
pissed. They had.
Yeah, true. He will probably still be fine. That's right, because they mentioned Ted Cruz. He's not going to win. Assuming Ted Cruz is wanting to, still keep that job. I mean, he might try for president, but yeah, I doubt that Elijah Schaffer's going to be able to beat Ted Cruz. Like, he's a fucking cunt, but he has a pretty good lockdown on his Senate position.
Me arrested at Turning Point. I put me in prison, and they arrested me for invasion and they gave me passes.
So I think what's happened here is the drugs and the alcohol is just setting in. Sorry, it already has set in, but we're kind of going through the. I just want to sleep now, because it's fucking. What did he say? 4 o'clock in the morning over there.
So they're not very ethical.
Oh, I've got one more
They're
question for
effectively
you.
just looking
One
to
more
disrupt
question.
GOP. Okay.
How's
Yeah,
your
you
court
go for your
case
question,
going
then I'll read.
with?
But see, that's the thing. That's what I question. Given all the connections that he's proclaiming to have and all the influence and power and whatnot, I wonder how legit that intention is.
Oh, what's that honeypot chick's name who's with Cash Patel?
I
Is she still suing you?
declined to comment. Yes, I go to trial in
Oh,
September.
fuck. Okay. Yeah. Good luck with that one, bro.
Yeah, you can't really comment on that. So now, just to sort of tamper down what Mr. E just said, I'll just read out this short one. It's on the left of the nest, and it's in the pill as well. And you've probably heard it before, the Gulag Archipelago. To stand
Oh
up
my
for truth is
God,
nothing. For truth,
Of course fucking Kurt has read the fucking Gulag Archipelago. Or like is just reading fucking bits off of it. Let me guess. He's probably did did Kurt ever do a Jordan Peterson arc? Did he ever have a Jordan Peterson arc? I feel like that's where this is leading. If he didn't already. This is insane. We've been going for 5.5 hours.
you must sit in jail. You can resolve to live your life with integrity. Let your credo be this: Let the lie come into the world, let it even triumph, but not through me. The simple step of the courageous individual is to not take part in the lie. And that's from Solitsim in Gulag Archipelago. So, how does that strike you? Is there a certain bravery required to speak the truth in public like you do?
Yeah. I've been offered 8 figures to stop, so I'll leave it at that. I've been offered 8 figures.
Hang on
And
a minute, I've
money's
got to count
nice,
that up.
you
So,
know.
I would offer you 8 figures just to shut you up. I wouldn't pay it because I don't have that money, but like I'd offer it to you. Don't know, but he has the catchphrases, hierarchies, gulag, gulag A, archetypes. Yeah. Also the whole like ANCAP thing as well, but like he's not an ANCAP necessarily. Like that would probably be a little bit further in the direction of that, but he's kind of like wavers in between. I mean, I think he's a fascist. So yeah, maybe yeah, Jordan Peterson. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I think we pegged him there.
100K is 6 figures. 7.
Uh,
Hang
and
on.
I and I
What?
and I,
No way.
dude, I'm gonna
You
tell you
lie.
this. On February 13th, I was supposed to get $6.5 million in
Slurring.
US for 10 million Australian.
Slurring a lot.
Yeah.
If I
Oh, okay,
capitulated.
Aussie.
So yeah, it's a lot of
7.
money. We're talking about the 8-9 figure range. Yeah, I give it up. 'Cause you know what?
Now, maybe this is just because I'm not that high level. But my honest thoughts are if someone offered me that kind of money, I would take it and then keep going. But maybe you just get shot. I don't know.
And
Just give it
so,
up.
what prompts you? You know, like, do you just pull
Wink
out your like
emoji.
Matthew 10, shout truth from the rooftops? What would make a man not take up a cool couple of milk to just shut the hell up and go drink, cocktails on the beach somewhere?
So we're retarded and gay. We here's the deal, man. Like I love fucking the system. I work in the system and I know how it works. It's a clam, bro. It's a clam. Once you get in, it's soft tissue. So I have soft tissue and people can't take me down because I know
Take it and
people
leave the
who have
country. Yeah.
fucked minors and I also know people who have done it's a clam, bro. It's a clam. Once you get in, it's soft tissue. So I have soft tissue and people can't take me down because I know people who have fucked minors, and I also know people who have done worse shit than fucking minors.
He sounds like a drunk valley girl right now. Just saying. But also, what kind of journalist just casually says in a space, yeah, I know people who have fucked minors. Like, what the fuck? He's really shit at this. Like, even if, like, I don't think he's a journalist. I refuse to accept that him as a journalist. But, like, uh, like, would one of those people be Trump? Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So they can't take me down because I'll take those motherfuckers down. So, like, I think it's kind of funny. Like, I know who's done what. And that's why I'm here to stay. I know who's done what.
I know who's done what. Literally, I've seen these chicks out in the fucking valley. Brisbane, we have the valley. It's the entertainment precinct.
And if I went public, they wouldn't get justice. Why don't you go public? Oh, there's no justice will be served, but I can ruin their lives,
He's
right?
at the pub brawl stage. Yeah, he
Yeah, it's
is.
probably more leverage. You could do more good through the leverage than
Yeah, you
actually.
will go to jail. You'll get out of it. They have expensive lawyers. But I know who you slept with, and she was 13. And a lot of people slept with. And Epstein used to be the base for this, but he's not anymore. It's
Oh, really?
like
Yeah.
like I have one of the main lobby.
Imagine. Yeah, I know. Oh, okay, cool. Um, just making sure we're not confusing it with like Valley Girl, like LA Valley Girl kind of thing. I do like though that he's like Epstein was the base of all of this. Like I'm waiting for him to be like, and did you know he didn't kill himself? And be like, revelations, my friend. You're giving me some real revelations right now. This is some real what's the term I'm looking for? Groundbreaking news.
Groups that wrote me like, "We can't work with you anymore." I go, "I know you had sex with a 14-year-old in Colombia."
Now she's
You
14.
go, "What do you mean?" I go, "I know. I have friends."
But are you going to speak to Elon Musk, mate? I mean, Elon Musk is offering to pay any legal expenses for whistleblowers on this. So, I mean,
Yeah,
would
but
that be
there's
more
more
productive?
leverage
Oh, I
in the
talked to him. We're fine.
speculating.
We're friends.
And just for the purposes of the space, because we've got
Getting
some
the
Aussie
truth,
space
yeah.
hosts going through court for defamation, I'd just like to clarify. Mr. E and I are talking about a play I'm writing in Minecraft, allegedly. So, very creative ideas
Oh
you
yeah, I
have there,
love
Mr.
video games. It's all video. Guys, you don't understand. It's like I'm not trying to talk shit. It's like it gets really serious, and I'm like, I know people have done a lot of things, and I have a war chest. Just
I wonder how he's doing right now. Like I wonder if he woke up and was like, fuck, I let on way too much info. Like, just saying, if I was one of the guys that he's referring to as the people who have been fucking with minors and I heard about this space, I'm paying someone to do a whack job. Just saying.
tell you how effective it is. There was a couple that came after me
He's
2
gonna
weeks
get
ago with
def
some threatening messages, and I got them fired
defenestrated.
from our whole
I don't know
Republican
what that
Party, and they
is.
can't get back in. And they're like, "What do you mean?" I'm a little bit of a gatekeeper because I kind of represent the dissident right in the establishment. So if you're establishment Republican,
Yeah.
you want to court the dissident right, which is 33%
Object
now of our
of a
vote.
window.
So if you want one third of the vote, you need us to win. That's my whole
Yep.
position. I'm just trying to help.
So you're
Yep,
basically,
he's
I hope
gonna.
this isn't unkind or too inaccurate, but you're a bit like the Pauline Hanson of America at the moment. You're this
Alpha. You could not be further from the point. Like, that is the most brain dead. What the fuck?
kind of dissident person attracting a lot of attention, and you're in a kind of a unique place in time and history.
Pauline's
You're
Jewish,
actually.
so
Yeah, well, she likes Israel.
Pauline's Jewish? She's Jewish? Uh-huh. Okay. Okay. I didn't know that.
I don't. I
Mm.
hate Israel, and fuck Israel. You can
Okay.
die. So Israel should die.
Well, look, but in terms of the brute leverage, so leaving aside the various,
What does pandering quite? Yeah. What does he think Pauline Hanson knows? What? Sorry, folks. I know I'm like very Polish on one side. It's possible. Polish on one side. Oh, yeah. True. I didn't know that.
it sounds like you're at a pretty pivotal point to reimagine and recapture whatever the movement would
Imagine
be.
this.
That I just call it the
So
non-left.
so so they lie
The
about our
non-left,
population.
of
So
course he
we have
would,
about
Kurt.
426 million in the United States. It's about our pop. They say 370. We're 426. We have 426 million people. It's a lot of people, right? 426 million. You can't really kind of fuck with us. We have 426 million people. We have about 100 million illegals on top of 3. Some people say 456, but I think it's 326 personally. We have 426 million people in our country. Can't really fuck with us. We can win you. And our technology beats everybody. We're like the top dogs.
But I thought you guys were being destroyed by liberalism and communism and wokeism and identity politics and all that. What happened to any of that?
And
Yeah.
it's kind of a cool point. Like I always see an Australian delegation like, well,
It's kind of a cool
Senator blah
place.
blah or Congressman blah blah doesn't want to endorse you because you're racist, Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, shouldn't it be a lot less now with ice? Doesn't fucking matter. Does it matter? No, it doesn't. None of this shit fucking
Yeah,
matters.
we're pretty deeply undercover cocked here, to be honest. So I got two hands up. Who wants to go first between ML and Annihilation?
I'll go first.
Oh my god, another American.
Elijah Schaffer. On a scale from 1 to 10, what do you rate the Sarah Stock Hussy?
They call that the for pussy, the forbidden pussy, and I don't know. I wouldn't know. Who knows? It's probably great.
I missed that
I don't know.
question. Was that a dumb
You know what? Probably the most logical response he's given so far, so I'll give him that.
question?
Yeah,
Anyway,
it was a dumb question. I
oh,
just
sorry.
answer honestly. Who knows?
Yeah, fair enough. Well done, Annihilation. You've annihilated my intellect. So go to ML.
It's not hard to do that, Kurt. Don't flatter
Hey,
yourself.
good morning. And hello, Hitman. Haven't seen you for a while.
Good to see you, sir.
Just a very quick question for Elijah. I'd really like to know, what are you drinking right now?
Nothing. It's 5 a.m. So I'm on hydrogen, oxygen, and
He's
water.
on the Baileys on
Okay,
ice.
because
The hard
the
stuff.
slurring every 20 minutes it like doubles, so it's kind of an exponential thing. But anyway, enjoying the
Well,
discussion.
I should have slept about an hour ago. So that's probably what it is.
No, it's okay, bro.
Well, I'd like to
Anything
thank
you
the time.
I mean,
Thank
it's 4:44 a.m. Should I
Can you?
have a
I'll go
straight
back down
voice at
as listener.
So,
4:44?
Guys.
am I going to find out you're a big deal, Mr. E, if I go on YouTube and stuff? Like, how did you end up in
Oh,
this space
also,
tonight with Aussie Talk?
yeah, if he knows Candace and Nick and everyone, get them on a space with you, man. You got all their direct numbers, right? So would love to hear you in a space tomorrow with them. Thanks. I'll step down now.
Yeah, well, we don't
Nah,
do
they don't do
terrorism.
that sort of
I
thing.
wouldn't even do a space. Just Ben told me to do it. So
Yeah, impromptu. Oh, that's good of you. Thanks for turning up this evening. Well, I feel
Ben
like
said
we've
to
got
Who's Ben? Is that Aussie Talks? Is Aussie Talks Ben? I don't know if that's known information.
join in because he said your Aussies are whacked out. Join in. I was like,
yeah,
whatever.
this could be a
Doesn't have
pivotal
a clue
moment, man.
who
I'll
this
let you know in a
maniac
year's
is.
time the
Yeah, I
turning
know,
point.
right?
You
What
know,
the fuck?
golden mile turning point, and we've got
Well, no, see, Aussie Talks today admitted that Kurt wanted him on. Like he had been specifically asking, in the Kurt sense, badgering and badgering and badgering, to try and get him on. But maybe he just wanted someone who was high level kind of thing. Because all he cares about is that shit.
what's he called?
Yeah,
Oz Pill
Jojo
or
will be
whatever.
at my house on Thursday here.
Okay,
So
okay. Well, give him a hand. I met him at Sydney Park protest sort of thing, and he's a lot taller than I realized. When you see him on
yeah,
YouTube,
that's what I was flirting on. It's like, dude, if you have to stay up till 5 a.m., it's your own time. If you're not slurring, are you really up? It's like, it's like kind of a good momentum, and also, um,
Maybe he's being
what?
set up. He being Elijah, or he being Kurt. I can believe it for both.
yeah, we've got Hitman with his hand up. We've got Genie on deck who likes to dial in from Wales, and
Maybe that's why
who wants to go
Muskrat
first,
doesn't
Hitman or
crash his
Genie? I don't know how
faces.
much
I
longer
have no
he's
Always
idea who
got.
that
ladies
is,
first, mate.
sorry.
Ladies first. If it turns out to be a bloke, though, I'm going to shout at him.
Genie's going to take a deep breath through his nose, and he's going to hit us with some great content.
I'm definitely a bloke, so Hitman can go first. Go on, Hitman.
Yeah, both, yeah.
Oh,
We're all
he's
doing it
drops,
again, but
mate.
that's
He's
all right.
You're very quiet
drops.
there, Genie. Oh, he got told. He got told.
Putting them to
Is
the
that because
test,
I was going
maybe.
to ask the next question?
It's going to be hard to back it up, you know.
Well, the
Well,
one time I put my hand up and he dropped
Hitman.
right before I got to ask my
I
question.
tell
What's that
you
all
what,
about?
remember Hitman, I got so excited when Dilly and Rap are here. Well, then comes E with 880, and then Dilly and the listener. Can you believe where we've ended up, Hitman? How did we end up?
I was just wondering. I mean, I don't know if he's still listening, but I'm sure Australian Talk might be listening, maybe. But what his
Aussie
opinion
Talk.
was on Erica Kirk. I mean, he's obviously spent a
Aussie
bit of time
Crusader.
with Charlie.
Don't know why Aussie Crusader keeps coming and going either.
Yeah, I wanted to know what his opinion was on Erica Kirk, as he spent
Now
a
look,
fair bit of time with Charlie.
who's placed to do what? Because I've got to go have a bio.
Oh, Muskrat. Maybe that's why Muskrat doesn't crash his spaces. Now you got me curious.
Can you hear me?
Is anyone wanting to do
Can you
code
hear me?
for half an hour? Oh yeah, I can hear you, bro. Does anyone want to do code for like 45?
Here we go. Oh
I want
no.
Eat to come back so I can ask him some questions.
This is where it
Yeah.
gets unhinged.
Are you free, Hitman,
This
for
is
45?
where.
You can't hear me, can you?
No, we
Yes.
can hear you.
I'm just talking over you, Hitman, because you're not listening to me. Oh, he's dropped. Anyway, we'll shoot the shit. We'll get Rick up.
Well, I'm gonna head off, but Alpha, if he comes back, just tell him I said thanks for his time.
Yeah, I'm not sure how we ended up with Mr. E here tonight.
Just
I guess it's
spitballing
Aussie
conspiracy
Talk,
theories. Hey man,
playing
at this
games
point,
with
you
us,
know, fucking why
like
not?
the God character out of Star Trek. That's what Aussie Talk's like.
Q?
He just turns up and does shit just to mess with you, puts you on trial.
You like Q?
And then leaves.
Yeah,
Q.
yeah,
That's
him.
it. Q.
Oh, he's so based.
So, I mean,
like the guy from Star Trek. These guys really do lack complete self-awareness, do they? Like, why even bother?
And I don't really know.
I don't know, mate. I don't know. I didn't like the whole attitude with it. You know, I've got shit on people. I've got shit on people. I mean, that's the last person I want to put in any sort of power is people that are wielding shit at people.
Yeah, but you're from the Midlands, and that's American politics. Like that's
and
how
you
it
don't
works.
think that's how you got to.
Maybe.
They're
Okay.
all like that, bro. Like you got to become the beast to defeat the beast, man.
I don't know. I think if I know a few pedos, I make sure they get locked up before I do deals with them.
Yeah, but how are you going to get them locked up if they're the ones controlling the keys to the cells?
Yeah, they control the system, bro.
Puny Midlands brain can't comprehend that.
Yeah, he's a royalist. Hitman's like a kingsman.
Disgusting.
He just goes watch
Fuck
Colony
off!
Firth.
You're fucking joking, Alpha.
Don't
misrepresent me like that.
You're fucking misrepresenting me.
I'm a fucking anti-royalist.
I'm a fucking anti-royalist, mate.
Scottish, mate.
I don't know the difference. You're all island niggers to me.
What's going on? What do you... Oh, he does say anti-Anglo, so maybe, but wait.
So if we can take stock from that, let's keep posted on the Groypers and this Elijah character, and maybe do some more research. But well,
I'm gonna skip ahead a bit.
Shout their question. Australia after Empire, and I think the thunder of reconciliation. And that's
he was
kind of like the
anything. Everyone just swallows it.
Really, fucking like all the shit was.
I was gonna say, Brian, what's your fascination with 6 million as a Jew, as a guy?
Oh, this is where I come
You're
back.
talking about the whole.
So yeah, I think he's gone. Oh no, he's still there, but he might not be. I can't remember.
Holocaust 6 million.
But yeah, no, just
Red Revolution was literally started by the Kaiser Wilhelm II. That's where it came from. It was a German.
It's beyond comprehension.
We
It
all
really
know
is.
Bolshevism was Jewish. Now I'm asking you about the obsession with 6 million that I've just chucked in the jumbotron up.
KKK without the white sheet. So that's what these Jews did. The 1995 December. This is what
quite a few hours the other night, and I'm like, I don't remember Protector going this hard last time, because it wasn't. It was my.
Yeah, it's
just being thawed.
It's glitchy as normal.
Yeah,
It's
and
fine.
we have all these.
I got one more sentence for Brian, and I'm done.
Mighty could do it too. Even he probably knows where the information is. So
No,
that's
you're
what
right. Alex Jones posts about that sort of thing, and the shadow was
teach their children to speak the traditional Deutsch language.
Mormon, whatever.
Latter-day Saints.
FLDS.
And now he doesn't want to speak. Okay, great.
I DM'd you back, Alpha. You're the best Aussie host of Spaces on X, I must.
Fucking kill me. End it. End it. Should just pack it all up right now. Give up. If that's the criteria for being the best Aussie host space, he's there, but he's not conscious. Yeah, true. Yeah, he's completely crashed out. Well, not crashed out. He's crashed out on the couch. I just want to see if I can still get the bit where I'm in it. Because this is about me now.
Mighty's right. Mighty's right. California wasn't Steven, you're ruining my joke, brother.
What party?
I don't know about anywhere else, but I'm pretty sure you all know what I'm talking about. Lockdowns.
Ursula von der Leyen, yeah, they're survival,
Oh, fuck, man. What the hell?
Really? Fucking like all the shit was already on the
Who's
table.
we?
Do you not have a vested interest in wanting the best society?
Of course I want the best society, but I don't think you...
Oh,
yeah, here we go.
What about Israel?
I said, what's the difference between you...
To get pride parades and wearing burqas. We need to find a happy medium to subjugate our women and make them, I'm talking, kid, we need to force respect for men back on women. And if you guys are going to get in the way, I'm going to fucking, be a keyboard warrior and kick your asses too.
No,
so what's the difference between you and the fascists of Israel?
What about Israel?
I said, what's the difference between you as someone who just claimed to be a fascist and the fascist Zionists?
Well, I'm an almighty Roman Catholic with Swiss, Irish, and American
Yeah, that's not a
citizenship.
good starting place.
Yeah, I'm from the greatest religion humanity
Yeah,
has ever
probably caused the most
experienced.
death.
What's that?
The one that's caused the most death in history.
Only in response to those who dare try to subjugate
No.
us.
They chose to do that. You choose
Shut
to do
the
it
fuck
yourself,
up, pussy. Anyone who
haven't shut the
rises
fuck up.
against
Do you wanna stop
Catholics
talking?
will be fucking
No.
destroyed.
Just one thing on that.
Okay.
Just one thing quickly
Hey,
on
let's
that.
be
Hang on, I
nice.
want to see if I can find the
be
bit.
nice.
Subjugate our women. So period, right? So and I'm a fucking $200 million woke ass people's children through transgenderism hijacked and sold grok or some other fucking gay
Israel stuff now.
Americans kind of are at this point by our nature. Jump in, brother.
Cool, because you're actually the guy who I wanted to ask a question to, so that's convenient. I was paying attention to what you were saying with all
Then after
the
this, we'll probably
Israel
finish
stuff
it.
now. Alpha will know this because me and him have been in spaces before. I definitely take issue with Israel, with the genocide and everything going on. But I just was looking at your bio, and I can't help but feel like you're just kind of jealous that you're not like the ones doing it.
Yeah, I'm getting to that point. I'm a fucking fascist. I feel as a village elder, as a middle-aged man, if you look at our species, it has always been the middle-aged and elder men that people have gone to for the wrong advices, as Arnold Schwarzenegger once said. No, answers, advice. You didn't consult Grok or some other fucking gay AI. You asked your elders in society, and I've become quite wise and knowledgeable, literate in
Very
my middle
wise.
age, and you will too. You're probably already there. So I'm furious
Thank you.
that I have had my government and my culture and my women through feminism, my population through liberalism, my children, I don't have any, but my people's children through
Just sounds like
transgenderism
all a regime thing.
hijacked by Jewish ideologies that end with the suffix ism, liberalism, feminism, transgenderism, communism,
fascism?
Marxism. Go ahead.
Wait,
Fascism is another ism.
Yeah, I'm a fucking fascist. It's my job to tell other
So why
people
is that ism okay?
because
Wait a minute.
fascism Hold on. Fascism is the natural order of things.
No, it's not.
It means as an individual, you are to be an ultra masculine bully. If you see some kid sagging his pants in the street, you fucking scream at
Mm-hmm.
him or slap him in the face.
Yeah, my children, but I don't have any. I mean, hey, I don't, but I at least that's consistent with my worldview in that I don't give a fuck.
Pull up your pants, pussy, or I'll butcher you.
Wait a
If
minute.
you see
Wait a minute.
Is it
crime,
good to be a
you
bully?
Wait a minute.
intervene as a man.
Are
You
you
protect women and the
are you
elderly.
listening?
Do
We
you?
don't need, hold on. In other words, we don't need police. Your Israeli trained police, get rid of these fucking woke ass police officers and let men armed with guns and moral fiber
But
police your
they are men
population.
armed with guns.
So are you married? Are you married, sir?
No, I'm in San Francisco. 85% of the white women around me
No, he's
have
not.
Okay,
purple hair and hate
okay,
conservative
yeah,
men like me. But I'm
yeah.
never leaving
You
my
could move.
city.
You could move, and you could
No,
have
I
children.
refuse to move from this awesome city in my $2.1 million
So you
house.
have no
Next
wife or
question.
children. You have no wife or children. So
That's
you're
right.
not propagating your
You
You're
don't
kind of
superior.
think
failing at
I
natural
think
order.
about that every day of my life from the time I was 16 years old? That's why I commiserate, I commiserate on spaces for 10 hours a day every day.
I want to point out I was pissing myself laughing. Pissing myself laughing. And the only reason why you couldn't hear that is because I knew that if I unmuted the mic and whatnot, thank fuck. Yeah, the only reason why I knew that, like, I knew that if I didn't, uh, 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 fucking mute my mic, then Alpha would have probably kicked me. So I was a bit more tactful, and then I kind of let it slip a bit.
So you're basically just you're a keyboard warrior, is what you're saying.
No, I'm a fucking
That's your
200.
contribution
No, I'm
to
a
society.
bodybuilder, power lifter, football player.
Yeah,
Uh,
me too, bud. Me too,
I'm a
bud.
drummer of
And I've got
35
three kids.
years. I had a business for a dozen years. Maybe I'm
Yeah,
destined to die in a glorious civil war, World War III. I don't know, but in this war,
Got it.
in this
this one,
war of
yes.
attrition, and by the way, baby
Based off,
booms
yes.
often happen
The next ones.
after war during a post-war period, right? So I don't believe in fate. I had a couple of opportunities with good women in the 90s, but today, I mean, just ask the younger generation how women are today and dealing with these Zoomer women and even millennials.
We're doing fine.
They're so liberal and narcissistic. They need to be
What the fuck?
not wearing burqas, but something between gay pride parades and wearing burqas. We need to find a happy medium to subjugate
Why
our
do you,
women
as an
and
older,
make
unmarried
them.
man,
I'm
feel like you
talking,
have
kid.
advice to
We
give
need to
these guys?
force respect for men back on women. And if you guys are going to get in the way, I'm going to fucking, yeah, be a keyboard warrior and kick your asses too.
No.
This isn't a leftist space. This is a far right space. It's a fascist space. Um, yeah, and filled with Americans, especially by this point.
That
So, what's
won't
the
work.
difference between you and the fascists of Israel?
What about Israel?
I said, what's the difference between you as someone who just claimed to be a fascist and the fascist Zionists
Well,
of
I'm an
Israel?
almighty Roman Catholic with Swiss, Irish, and American
Yeah, that's not a
citizenship.
good
Oh
starting
yes.
place
Yeah,
then.
I'm from the greatest religion humanity
Yeah, the
has
one that's
ever
probably caused the most
experienced.
death.
What's that?
The one that's caused the most death in history.
Only in response to those who dare try
No,
to
no, no, no,
subjugate
no.
us.
They chose to do that. You choose to
Shut
do
the
it for
fuck up,
self-interest.
pussy.
You
Anyone who
haven't shut the
rises
fuck up.
against
Do you want me to stop
Catholics
talking?
will be fucking
Oh,
destroyed.
Just
yeah,
one
yeah.
thing on that.
Okay.
Just one thing
Hey,
quickly on
let's
that.
Wait,
be
so if you're
nice. We
Catholic,
can be
then
nice.
how come you don't have kids? Because aren't Catholics like, isn't the whole thing about Catholicism is that you can't use birth control and whatnot, and the only point of sex is to have more kids?
The
I don't
pro-
mean to be
Seems like
the
you're failing.
problem is many people have been demoralized away from the Christian faith, and
Well, what about you?
liberalism, even in your
What about
Australia,
you?
has become the state religion. Look at how liberal
Piss
your
myself
women
laughing
are,
again.
especially. It's fucking unbelievable.
Freemason, you would have to agree that promiscuity in
And so this is the bit why now I call Aussie Talks or Australian Talks, whatever, I call him the smooth brain massager. Because his purpose, I've discovered, is he sits in these spaces, he's cordial, he gets along, and blah de blah. But then whenever one of these wackos go fucking insane and just say some of the most unhinged shit, he will go, now, yeah, look, I understand that was a bit off color. I understand that was a bit unhinged. You know, they're clearly not taking their medication. But as me, a more stable person, let me explain. What they really meant was this. And then they explain, then he says something that's not really actually what they said because what they said was batshit insane. But you know, he gives like it's like what you see when Trump says like puts out a post and then you get all his surrogates, all his advisors and all the different people coming out on mainstream media being like, well, see what the president is actually saying is blah de blah. You know, that's how I see Aussie talks.
on the whole hasn't been beneficial to society.
Why do you care?
I beg your
Why do you
pardon?
care?
Wait, we live in this
People can wear
society.
whatever the fuck they
Yeah,
he's an
want.
Are
apologist.
you just walking around banging into walls, not interacting with other human beings? Do you not have a
I don't
vested
care
interest
if
in wanting the
they're
best society?
Of course I want the best society, but I don't think getting women to not like show their tits or whatever is not really the
Well,
direction
no,
that
no,
is going to lead to anything
we weren't
useful
going there.
happening.
We weren't going there straight
But
away. But
but he
You
was.
talking about
Promiscuity, right?
no, we were talking about how
That's what you meant.
that the society is crumbling, and there are certain things which are
Yeah, I don't think it's
now.
because women aren't covering up their tits though.
Well, it's no.
Yeah,
Well,
we
if
need them to
if
cover
you
up
don't
their
have
tits.
modesty,
Yes.
Yeah, because you
Do
feel
not
like you're gonna
trivialize
assault
your
a woman. That's a you
sexuality.
problem, dude.
Yeah.
if you
That's
don't
a
have
you problem.
modesty
I want
and
to
you
die
have
with
and you
respect.
have more promiscuity in society and women don't respect their bodies like their ancestors once used to,
One second, I'm happy to
Oh,
have the
so
back.
you're
then
not
do you
going to be
respect their
traditional.
body?
They're not going to be respected. They're going to be looked at
Freemason,
as whores.
yeah, Freemason.
It's
There's a
just like
major
that.
disconnect here with yourself, mate. We all came
Yeah,
from
I'm the one with the
mothers,
disconnect.
and
Don't try
He's a
and
hold
liberal
don't
up,
try and
faggot.
hold
Let's
up,
behead
hold
him
up.
now and get it
there's
over
no
with.
logic.
Just,
He's a
just,
Come on, bro.
just 1 second. I'm happy to have the back and forth with you, but we all came from mothers, and nowadays boys are born of mothers who their mates will be able to look up as 304s forevermore, in the most
Okay.
explicit type of stuff known to man. And we don't wish
If you
any boy to have to suffer that fate
mm,
and that
mm,
daily
it's a really
occurrence at
weird thing to
school.
fixate on, isn't
And
it?
also,
Yeah, they want yeah, 100%. They want the Garden of Eden post fig leaf.
But
Clean
also,
society.
hey, free, we don't want that of our mothers, mate. We don't want our
But
mums to have to become
that's you problem.
prostitutes. I beg your pardon?
He's a Freemason. They're trying to convince the guy that orchestrated this stuff.
Yeah, well,
yeah, well, Freemasons are heavily
Jesus
connected also to the
fucking
Jew
Christ,
Yeah,
dude.
and then
symbolically
they,
enough,
I
they're all
think
Americans, so they don't know who I
symbolically.
am.
I don't know if he's a Mason or not, but if
Yeah, and I think I got kicked at that point. Basically, I was saying, the gist of what I was saying was like, if you think women, if you, I think something I was trying to say was, if you are boiling your entire politics down to the idea of you're not wanting boys to grow up with their mothers being, um, like the idea of like, oh yeah, the boys' mates can look up their mothers' fucking nudes or whatever. I mean, one, this assumes that you couldn't just take it down. Like a lot of times you can now just take shit down. Uh, but maybe that would beg the question as to why do a lot of women feel the need to be on things like OnlyFans? But no, we don't want to have that conversation. We just want to blame them for doing it to begin with. Um, so yeah, I think the gist of what I was trying to say is the fact that you're just trying to boil down all of your politics down to that as to like the reason why society is crumbling, I think is a very clear indication that you don't know what the fuck you're on about. But I got kicked, so yeah. All right, I think we got what we wanted out of today. That was cool. That was an interesting fucking experience. I was wanting to cover stuff. It's really a lot though. Is it really a lot though? I feel like I don't understand what that means at the moment. Um, oh, I think I do. I think we got some stuff done here. Maybe not. I don't know. Such is life. Fuck me, man. We went for 6 hours, but I only got 5 hours of recording, but that's okay. I'm gonna actually cut that there. I was going to also do stuff about what's happening in Queensland, as I am a Queenslander, but it's way too late, and I would rather wait till to do it maybe tomorrow, where we can hopefully have some more folks in again. So yeah, it's been a good time. I've really enjoyed seeing everyone's comments and having a good old laugh, having a good old time. So good night, stay safe, stay well, and whatever you do in life, just try and think, as long as you're not being like a larger Schaefer